321, The End of the Sword Lord 2, sighed Tolman. Innumerable rarens gather in a single spot of dazzling green. The surrounding vegetation withers and dies, then bathes everything in bright red light as it is consumed by the spreading blaze. The green and red light permeate into the surrounding terrain. The gathered rarens disappear from view as they are engulfed by each other's light. The dead trees that fallen around burst into flames, sealing our escape. I don't know what is happening anymore. Perhaps I am no longer in the real world, but the realm of the dead? I can only watch the scene unfold with my sword held ready in blank amazement. I feel heat from my back, then shake myself to extinguish the flames that are spreading to me, bringing myself back to my senses. I look around and see dazed soldiers, causing anger to well up inside me. KJH. Kill them. I don't know why, but they're gathered in one spot. Kill them. What are you doing? Even hearing my voice, they hardly move. The most they do is exchange bewildered glances. Why that is, I understand well. The rarens are terrifying. Kill them. If you just stand like that, your life will be in danger. Kill. Those who contribute to killing them will get a special reward. You should know well that I am not stingy. So hurry up and kill them. A single soldier draws his bow upon hearing my encouragement. Just as I think this will be enough to change the flow, 10 rarens immediately appear around him and leap at him. The soldiers who see that scream and drop their weapons, running in every direction. Some of them try to climb over a burning tree, causing them to burst into flames and writhe while beating their bodies to extinguish themselves. While that happens, the clumped rarens merge into a huge mass of soft light and more rarens pile into that mass. Take me with you as you run.
Someone.
Tolman-sama.
This way?
I look to see Grodel pulling a single mage from by the collar. If I remember right, that mage was one who could use water magic. I hurriedly chase after him. The fire has spread back to my body somewhat, but now is not the time to panic about such a thing. While running, I throw myself against rocks and roll, somehow managing to put out the fire by the time I catch up to Grodel's mage. By that point, most of my clothes are charred black or lost entirely, leaving me half naked. Using my sword as a cane, I stagger towards Grodel. Why must I suffer and writhe with my life in danger? I clutch Grodel's clothes, unable to see clearly due to the blood running from my forehead. Grodel stops walking. What are you doing? Run already. Tolman-sama, that. Ashu? The nearby soldiers cry out in despair. It seems that behind me there's a change in the rarens. I no longer have sleeves, so I rub my eyes on Grodel's clothes to wipe off the blood and look back. The mass of rarens that had been swelling ever larger has compressed, becoming the size of an elephant. Its appearance is that of a beast with an expression of wrath. The same green light of the rarens emits from its entire body, but its eyes alone are the color of fire. The beast raises its face to the sky. U-H. It roars deafeningly. The sound echoes throughout the forest, and as though lured by its voice, thick rain clouds gather overhead. The weather changes in the blink of an eye as gale winds howl and heavy sheets of rain lash down. That beast is causing this natural disaster? I kneel down involuntarily. As though copying me, Grodel also sinks to the ground. And no way, is that the carbuncle? Indeed, the carbuncle is said to have a pelt that shines like jewels and have a jewel embedded in its forehead. The glittering beast in front of me certainly matches that description. I hadn't thought it would be this large, nor that it would be made of an aggregation of rarens, but then information about it was so scarce in the first place. There was no getting around the incomplete information. It might even be the case that someone who saw the aggregated rarens thought it resembled the phantom beast, and so rumors were spread. But there's only one thing that's important here. If I can bring its pelt back, I can become king. Someone.
Kill it. Kill that thing.
Try not to cut it too much. I'll give you as much money as you want. I'll give you as much money as you want.
So do it.
The remaining few soldiers slash at the beast. This can work. After all, it's only made of puny rarens. I made the mistake earlier of trying to throw people at the problem, so those that were unprepared to die tried to flee, but now that they have a single large target, they can calmly handle it. U-H. Howling, the beast raises both of its forelegs high, then slams them into the ground. The shock of the impact reaches even my distant position. Combining with the storm winds, the shock throws me across the muddy ground. Spitting out mud, I look up at the beast to see the ground around it cracked open, trapping the nearby soldiers. It bites down mercilessly on the head of an immobilized soldier. It crushes the blood-spurting torso under its forefoot, then moves on to the next soldier. Caked in mud and crawling on the ground, I watch the scene unfold. The sound of gale winds and heavy rain mix with the sound of distant boulders crashing. Is there still something else coming? I hurriedly get to my feet and move near Grodel. Grodel. Defeat that thing. Grodel. That's impossible, Tolman-sama. Were we in perfect condition, it'd be one thing, but with the other idiot soldiers in such a state. I am the man who will become king. Don't talk back to me. Defeat it. Make me king. If you can't do that, then die. Die. I shout at Grodel with such force that it tears the edge of my mouth. Grodel looks at me with furrowed brows, then kicks me in my abdomen. Gofu! Unable to react to his sudden attack, my sword flies from my hand as I flip over. Don't tell me to die, you idiot. You're annoying. Go crawl on the ground and become food for that monster. You bastard. You bastard. He moves further and further away with the mage by his side. I can do nothing but watch. The storm, the howling of the beast, and the terrifying sound of the terrain changing. These sounds combine and trample down on my ears. I no longer know whether my shivering is due to the cold rain or my fear of the beast. Grodel. Come back. Save me, Grodel. Grodel. I can't tell if my shout is drowned out by the noise or if they have no intention of hearing me, but no one reacts. Eventually, the beast finishes tormenting a soldier and looks at me. Then, step by step, it approaches. Someone. Anyone. Help me. Why won't you save me? What are you doing? I grab my sword and clamber to my feet to run from the beast. I hear the sound of its footfalls coming closer. I don't see anyone moving towards me. Ignoring my orders, each of them are fleeing in different directions. Hannibal. Lapar. Alan. Save me. Why won't you save me? Azalea. Why aren't you here? Save me, Azalea. As I stagger and fall, I see Grodel and the mage in the distance. Grodel. Only you. When I return alive, I will have you experience all the forms of torture known to the world. Fuha fuhaha fuhahaha. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps because of my overflowing fear and anger, laughter surges up inside me. But I don't find my situation amusing in the slightest. What is happening to me? I don't even understand myself. Then, mowing down trees, a mysterious ball appears, crushing Grodel and the mage. While I'm taken aback, it suddenly slows to a stop, getting to its feet just in front of me, its two necks stretching out. Ouroboros. Azalea, you failed. That idiot. I turn to the side and scramble away from the Ouroboros. In that direction, the beast glares at me through its fiery eyes. I cower as the strength fades from my body. The place I arrive at with Roll is in a horrific state. Burning fallen trees are buffeted by rain blown by the wind at a sharp angle. Among the figures of fleeing soldiers, I spot Tolman cowering in shock. No. What interests me more is the large animal behind him. Its hide shines with an emerald light and a large gem is inserted in its forehead above its grim expression. Its overall appearance is similar to that of a dog or a wolf. It must be their objective, the glittering beast. It appears they lured it out, but were unable to handle it and are fleeing in scattered directions. The glittering beast glares at me, then returns its gaze to Tolman as though uninterested. Species: Rarigwolf. Condition: Fused, Enraged, Major. LV 70/80. HP 488/488. Mepe 3/1. Attack 272. Defense 265. Magic 363. Speed 267. Rank B. Characteristic skills: Frowny face, unable to acquire experience, LV- composite organism, LV- status condition reduction, LV7 automatic HP recovery, LV4 presence perception, LV5 resistance skills. Physical resistance, LV4 magic resistance, LV4 poison resistance, LV8 paralysis resistance, LV8 confusion resistance, LV8 sleep resistance, LV8 curse resistance, LV8 petrification resistance, LV8 instant death resistance, LV8 charm resistance, LV8 dark attribute resistance, LV8 weakening resistance, LV8 Normal skills. Life Drain, LV4 Mana Drain, LV4 Telepathy, LV2 Bite, LV5 Roar, LV2 Auto-Regeneration, LV6 Ground Tremor, LV5 Rain Prayer, LV Max Windstorm, LV Max. Title Skills. Feared God, LV Forest Guardian, LV Rarigwolf? Fused? Could it be Rarens? Rarigwolf, B-rank monster. Rarens absorb the magic power of trees, although typically never enough to kill them. But when crisis draws near, they absorb magic power to the point of causing the trees to wither, and use that magic power to fuse into different individual, becoming a Rarigwolf, which summons rain to extinguish fires, and if enemies from outside are present, put its life on the line to destroy them. As it calls storms and shakes the earth, it is often viewed as a divine beast of calamities. This is made of those Rarens? I suppose this means they used this form when they destroyed the Lithivar village in the past. It might be the type to attack indiscriminately when angered. I increase my cautiousness of the Rarigwolf and glare at it with a little hostility. But it doesn't give any reaction. Now that I think about it, the Lithivars told me the village was half buried under a landslide. The Rarens might have summoned rain to put out the fire, and only caused the landslide incidentally. Azalea. Azalea.
Where are you? Help me.
Azalea. Hurry up and come here. Where are you, Azalea? I lower my gaze towards the sound. Tolman is straining his voice to shout. Tolman Danganov. Species Earth Huma. Condition Normal. LV 25/45. HP 41/95. Mepe 15/56/15. Attack 99+81. Defense 70+55. Magic 41. Speed 76. Equipment. Hand Grim Saber A-. Body Mithril Breastplate B. Characteristic skills. Grisha Language LV7 Swordsman Talent LV5. Resistance skills. Cutting Resistance LV2. Normal skills. Rest LV1 Sword Dance LV2. Title skills. Danganov Marquis, LV Up Parasite, LV4? Tolman Danganov. This guy's a Marquis? Either way, there's no mistaking that he's their boss. He's not very strong, but he's acting all self-important, and above all, it looks like he has the court rank. As I slowly raise my foreleg, his eyes open wide and his face turns ghastly pale.
Ashi!
Stop. I am not a man who can afford to die in such a place. Azalea, kill it. Kill the Ouroboros. Azalea. I extend my leg just above him and hold it there. His face a mess from the rain and his tears as he crawls along the mud away from me. HAA. Azalea. Are you hesitating even to kill scum like this? My partner gives me a sidelong stare. That's not it. It's just, there's something I've always been worried about. If peace will really return to the Lithivars if I drive these guys away. Perhaps having thought of a way out upon seeing me stop, Tolman works his stiff facial muscles to squeeze out a shout. That's right. If you kill me, the kingdom of Ardesia won't be silent. Know that all of Ardesia, no, the surrounding countries too, will hunt for your life. I can't imagine there would be any who will not view the evil dragon that destroyed my private army as dangerous. A matter this important known all over. No matter where you run, it would be pointless. No matter how strong you are, eventually a hero or saint will destroy you. That is inevitable. If by hero, he means that guy in Harini, then I already killed him. But I guess news of that hasn't reached him yet. I don't know if they restricted the information, especially since after the hero showed what sort of a person he was, they might not have wanted that getting out. But if you let me go now, I wouldn't mind staying silent about everything that has happened and saying it was an accident. I don't mind what you do to the other soldiers. They can be replaced as much as I want. But I can't die. I am the man who will be king of Ardesia. Gesturing wildly, he calls out to me. He might be unsure if I can understand his words, so is hoping that his gestures will get the meaning across. He's saying what I've worried about while as I've fought. The more important he is, the greater the influence of his death. News of his death will be important in its own right. It won't just be the case that a dragon killed dozens of people, but the details of the case will also spread far. Whether or not I kill him should depend how I want this to be perceived. From his words just now, I'm able to see the path I should take. I take a single, big step back. Tolman was balled up with his head in his hands, but he timidly looks up, his stiff facial muscles cracking into a smile. He looks back at the Rarag wolf, then runs towards me as though fleeing from it. That's right.
Ouroboros, kill that and make me?
I propel the wind with my wings, guiding the wind slash down the path of my foreleg. Tolman's body is torn by the blade of wind as everything above his neck flies off cleanly. His face solidifies in an expression of shock. Eventually, his head hits the ground. I was worried about if the Lithivars would be thought of as dangerous and destroyed. But from what he said just now, it's almost as if the Lithivars are not at all a concern to him. They might well be trivial compared to the evil dragon. In truth, the reason the starved hunters attacked the Lithivars this time wasn't because of a grudge or out of fear, but because of Tolman's personal desires. If it becomes widely known that I've left the area, it's unlikely that they'd be targeted again as a result of this incident. I thought about staying to protect them, but as long as I'm here, it's clear I'll constantly get fighters thrown at me. This incident was too violent. There are too many starved hunters as survivors. My existence will probably become widely known. I would probably be able to stop the village from being completely wiped out, but preventing there from being any damage would be difficult. I can't let this place become a battlefield because of me. 323 Cleanup. The top of the starved hunters is dead. Most of the units have been destroyed too, and the survivors are running away. The Lithivar village's crisis should finally be over. I watch as rain pelts the fires, gradually extinguishing them. It won't be long until they've all been put out. I turn towards the village and let out a small sigh. In the end, I have to leave again. I wonder how Era will take it. When she hears I'm leaving, she'll probably be angry and sad. It seems that she still has some lingering regret about the village. I don't know what it is, but I doubt she'll want to leave without resolving it. I'm going to have to say goodbye. There's no way I can properly explain to everyone in the village, and I get the feeling they'd try and hold me back if I tried. But I should at least make sure the Miko understands. I restore my gaze from the direction of the village and the Rarag wolf enters my field of view. It's watching the fires go down through thinned eyes, but notices me looking at it and turns to face me. So you're leaving this place, two-headed dragon? Ooh. I see, these guys can use telepathy when they combine. Sorry about that, it seems I'll have rampaged of my own accord, then left of my own accord. Had you not been here, they would surely have burnt this forest down. We would also have died. Since they're called feared gods, I thought they'd be a bit more oppressive, but it doesn't look like that's the case. That being so, I might as well try asking them for a favor. After I leave this forest, please take care of the Lithivars. I don't know if something else will happen. All we do is eliminate those who bring harm to the forest. They interest us little. They are simply humans that fear us and attach a strange name to us. But when I met one of you earlier, you led me to the other village. As a result, I was able to finish off the manticore sooner than I would have otherwise and so managed to reach an understanding with the villagers there and made good progress on their reconciliation, but was that just a coincidence? Or was it you watching over them in your own way? Please don't expect too much of us. Our foremost objective is protecting the trees of this forest. Besides, had those humans been at full strength, we would likely have died.
That's plenty.
It's been short, but thank you for everything up to now. The gratitude is ours. We thought you a suspicious evil dragon and so kept you under watch, but you ended up saving the forest. So you were monitoring me. Right, well, it's fine though. Once the Rarag wolf finishes talking, it glances in the direction I rolled from. Many trees were mowed down as I carved a path. It scratches the base of its throat then looks at me. I was in a hurry. There was no other way. Sorry. Seeing me bow my head, it makes a laugh-like sound, then turns away and disappears into the forest. There are still things I need to do. The blame for all this should already fall on me rather than the Lithivars, but making sure can't hurt. I stand in front of the path I made with roll, glance back at where the Rarag wolf left, then begin to roll. They've already fallen over, so it's safe. I search for the Beastman sword user, Nell. I left him unconscious, but he's not where he was. I wonder if the Lithivar children brought him back to the village, but then find him kneeling beside Azalea's dead body. Seeing me, he wipes his face on his sleeve then picks up his sword and gets to his feet. It seems he thinks I've come back to kill him. but despite holding his sword at the ready, it's clear from his expression that he has no fighting spirit. His shoulder was hit by a rock and blood is seeping out. Blood covers his right eye, narrowing his field of vision. It looks standing is the most he can do. I activate humanisation technique, changing from dragon to human form. His eyes open in surprise, but after a look back at Azalea, he charges towards me with his sword swinging. I lower my body as I approach, then slam my hand into the hilt of his sword. His body flies back, his back hitting a wall of the cave, and he collapses to the ground. You might have leapt at me with the intention of dying, but please be at ease, I won't kill you. Nell sits, breathing heavily, and says nothing. He might not have thought I could talk. He looks a little surprised. You used your body to protect the children. I don't know about the others, but I can trust you. I have a favor to ask. When you return to human habitation, I want you to say that the Lithivars captured travelers to sacrifice to the Ouroboros. His mouth opens wide and a small voice escapes. I look around and point at a mountain in the distance. Right. Say that the Ouroboros went that way far to the north. I might end up moving on from there, but... Well, I plan on making myself seen as much as possible, so that shouldn't be a concern. Should this go well, all the blame for the sacrifices and for this conflict should be focused on me. Most of the soldiers that ran away should have seen me killing their colleagues. So even if Nell's own influence is low, what he says should sound credible.
WHY? What are you?
Laying bare his inner turmoil, he tries to stand, but his knees give way and he sinks back into a kneel. No matter how I'm attacked, I can always escape. So, please survive and return, then report all that. I step back from him, then release my humanization technique. My body swells in size and a second head sprouts. In the blink of an eye, I'm back to my double-headed dragon form. I glance at my partner, and then with a small sigh and shake of her head, she turns to face Nell.
Gah.
She uses high rest and his wounds heal. We didn't have the MP to heal him before, but he should be fine now. His status is remarkable. There shouldn't be much risk of him dying to a monster on the way back if he's in peak condition. With Nell staring at my back in amazement, I return to the village. 3:24 Farewell to Bella. Having asked a favor of Nell, I head back to the village. On the way, I run into Bella giving medical treatment to some Lithivar warriors. It seems she's been going around with a team of Lithivars to collect the warriors who fell in battle and treat them with magic and medicine. Seeing me, they raise cheers of joy and rush over. Bella gets them to calm down, then entrusts the medical treatment to the person next to her and hurries over to me. She speaks her usual chant and closes her eyes to prepare for telepathy.
Dragon God Sama. Just now, all the children came back. It's all over now.
She's rather excited, considering she just remonstrated the other Lithivars for trying to get close to me. A faint smile is visible from her eyes-closed expression. Despite being so young, she's had to bear the burden of contacting the dragon god, reconciling the villages, preparing countermeasures for the enemies, commanding in the actual battles, and healing on the battlefield. It's inevitable that she'd have a reaction appropriate for her age now that she feels relieved. I watch her, finding her current state charming. It's all over, finally. All the calamities that have befallen the Lithivars who live on the frontier are over. The Manticore, the antagonism between the villages, the strange increase in abysses, and now, the war with that idiot noble's private army. This ever-perilous forest should be a bit easier to live in now. It's a shame I have to leave just when it's become easier to live in. But I definitely don't think it was pointless. There's no way I could think that. With this, peace has finally returned to the Lithivars and this forest.
Dragon God Sama?
Unsure of what I was doing, Bella cracks open her eyes. Then, releasing she spoke out loud rather than with telepathy, she hurriedly closes her eyes again. I can understand normal speech though. But it would be a hassle to explain that now.
GA.
My partner sends me a lonely glance. I shake my head, suck in a breath, then close my mouth and think towards Bella. Sorry, but I'm thinking about leaving this village. Some of the enemies survived, so it'll become known that I'm here. Probably all the humans living nearby will know. When that happens, there's a chance this forest might truly become a sea of flame.
Eh?
Her eyes still closed, her mouth opens in bewilderment. Noticing our unease, the laughing expressions of the Lithivars behind Bella disappear. As long as Dragon God Sama is with us, no matter who attacks, we won't be afraid.
So,
looking at her tear-stained face, I slowly shake my head. There's no way to know who might come. I can't let the Lithivars get wrapped up in it. Tolman's last words weigh heavily on my mind. No matter where you run, it would be pointless. No matter how strong you are, eventually a hero or saint will destroy you. That is inevitable. Guessing from those words, beings that are a match for the hero or the slime still lurk in this world. Probably, they'll have the backing of God's voice. Based on how it's gone so far, they won't be good people. Now that I've become so famous, I can't evade them any longer. Not even once have I seen a monster as strong as myself in A rank. My existence should be a considerable threat in this world. With the hero dead, there's a good chance that the saint or someone might come after me next. If the saint is even stronger than the hero, then no matter how many Lithivars face her, they won't be a match. I absolutely can't let them get caught up in that battle. I'm driven by necessity, so I have no choice but to leave, but it's becoming a difficult path. Seeing that I have no intention of staying, Bella hangs her hands clasped in front of her. Her eyes open weakly, tears spilling out. Without Dragon God Sama. Without Dragon God Sama.
What should we do?
My resolve sputters out. For her to say that much for me, I can't help but wonder if it's okay for me to stay. Besides, I might have added additional layers of insurance, but it's not absolutely certain that all those who would go after the Lithivars will go after me instead. In the first place, I've worked really hard. So it should be okay to reward myself a bit every now and again. I'm headed to unknown lands again. And this time, I really can't get involved with anyone. An Ouroboros isn't a monster that should live with people. Humans definitely won't accept my existence. My power is too overwhelming. Through battling Tolman's army, I've come to understand that well. Anything that can easily defeat hundreds of soldiers can only be a god or a monster. Once I leave here, I probably won't get involved with humans again until I'm able to somehow resolve my dragon body. I don't know how long that'll take. It might be a year or a decade. Thinking about the lifespan of a dragon, it could even take a millennium. So even if it's not all the time, isn't it okay if I visit here every now and again? I stare at Bella as I think, and guessing I have something I want to say, she wipes her tears on her sleeve and squeezes her eyes closed. Bella, look. After thinking that much, my thoughts harden. In my mind, an image flashes by of dead Lithivars lying strewn throughout the forest and that hero laughing in the center. I don't know if the Lithivars will always be safe. But if I'm here, there's no doubt that the saint or someone will come. I have a strange conviction of that. I know how bad the personality of God's voice is. I don't know if it's an enemy, an ally, or even something I can oppose at all. But until I die, it's safe to say there's no predicting what will come of my surroundings. I look back at Bella, who's waiting with her eyes closed. Her expression is a little strained. One day? I'll come back one day. It might be in 10 years. Or even 100 years. But I'll definitely come back. The silence continues for a few seconds. Bella sobs once, then sniffles. I see. We will wait for you. Even if I am no longer alive, the Lithivars will wait for Dragon God Samus. Any more than this will blunt my resolve. Sorry, but I'm going to leave explaining to the other Elithivars to Bella. Next is talking to Arrow, the spiders, and the Treant. As I think that, I hear the sound of a whistle from the direction of the village. If I remember right, that's the sound of a truga, a tool made from graphant bone for communicating over long distances. It seems someone's playing around in celebration of their safety. I smile, but that fades when I see the expressions of the Lithivars. All of their faces have turned pale. From that, I deduce trugas are never used in play. And no way, the remnants are still attacking. Bella murmurs. Even after I rampaged so much. There's still an idiot trying to mess with them? I hurriedly break into a run towards the sound of the truga. 325 Battalion Commander, Lightning Sword Lapar 1 Side Lapar. 6th Battalion Commander, Lapar. As expected, we can't find any other soldiers. They must have all fled already, reports my subordinate, Paige, as she kneels towards me. I see. Well, I wasn't expecting much. Thanks for your hard work, Paige. So then, let us begin our final attack on the Lithivars by ourselves as planned. The starved hunters are in a state of destruction. I heard from my subordinate that Tolman has already fled. Most of units have withdrawn with him, and Azalea has taken just a few soldiers in an attempt to slay the dragon. The normal course of action here would be to go assist Azalea, or to meekly retreat with the others. But it is unforgivable for us to flee before mere forest-dwelling barbarians. Azalea plans on taking back the spoils of that dragon, but I can't imagine his chances are very good. I only saw it briefly, but it is definitely not something that can be defeated. Tolman-sama can often be obstinate, and even though Azalea is usually composed, he holds Tolman-sama's wishes over his own judgment. Among the many hot-blooded, rash personalities of the starved hunters, Azalea was the only one who I considered to be my equal as a strategist, but perhaps I evaluated him too highly. No matter how you look at it, he's acting recklessly. He has a chance of winning, so is forced to try, but it's far more likely that he'll die in vain. When that happens, Tolman-sama will become a laughingstock who failed to achieve anything, and it's clear he'd be removed as a candidate for the throne. As a result, even though he will be disgraced in front of the royalty, reacting based on emotions is no good. When I heard that Azalea would be attempting to subjugate the dragon, I came to the idea of striking the village while he has it distracted. We may have failed in collecting the carbuncle or slaying the dragon, but if at least the village is hit, Tolman-sama can save some face. We will also be able to bring back information about the dragon. If that happens, there will still be a slim chance that Tolman-sama can become king. I could become a royal knight. As a bonus, once Azalea is dead, should I successfully raise my reputation here, I could succeed him as the next commander of the entire starved hunters. Tolman must be facing quite the dilemma, but for me this is an opportunity. When I first saw that dragon, I was astonished. From its overwhelmingly enormous body, two bizarre heads sprouted. It summoned an inexhaustible supply of wind slashes from its widespread wings, each of which tore people apart. After it jumped, the next moment there was a huge rumbling in another place. Having watched it from a distance, I judged that there were unforeseen circumstances and promptly withdrew. Some might say that other units saw us and broke, but that is absurd. Rather it should be said that I made a cool-headed decision. Because of the dragon, the starved hunters were routed and practically all were fleeing. I used that. Avoiding unnecessary battles with the Lithivars, I carried out a careful retreat. Perhaps they didn't have the leeway, but no pursuers were sent after us. That is why this course of action is now possible. While pretending to run away, I sent teams to scout around the village for an opening in their defenses. And now the opportunity is here. The timing couldn't be better. The only question that remains is how long Azalea can hold out. The only soldiers with me are the 7 who report directly to me in the 51st unit, but that is not a problem. They are my hand-picked elite subordinates. Without that dragon around, dealing with the barbarians will be as easy as twisting a baby's arm. Let's go then. If you see anyone with a strange whistle, shoot them right away. Huh. That whistle can be heard from quite the distance. Being careful of them is a hassle, letting them summon the dragon would be far too shameful. Once we're inside the village, kill everyone you see. While they're too bewildered to react, I'll use my ace in the sleeve to destroy them in one go. Be careful that you don't fall behind when it's time to retreat. You're using it then? Right. It's dangerous and valuable, so I don't like using it, but with that dragon setting a time limit, I have no choice. Anyway, let's hurry. Organizing the information took some time. If we're late, we'll all die. I raise my sword high, and my subordinates shout out with their swords overhead. I laugh lightly, and we start down the least populated path to the village that was found by the scouts. Once Page's magic has hidden our presences, we charge. Right away, we come across some Lithivar guards. There are 5 of them. Because of the presence hiding magic, we've successfully taken them by surprise. The one with a whistle hurriedly brings it to his mouth, while the other 4 charge towards us with their spears raised. Shoot! I point my sword forwards. At the same, all the subordinates behind me release their arrows. An arrow pierces the side of the man with the whistle and he collapses. The whistle that he throws is shattered by a second arrow. Ugwu! Tatark-san! For them to be worried about their comrade, either they have a lot of leeway or they don't have the intelligence to understand their present situation. The man who had the whistle is still breathing, but it doesn't look like he can walk. Leaving him for later should be fine. The target of the arrows quickly changes from the whistle blower to the spearman in the front. But as expected of those who live in a monster-infested forest, they charge forwards while dodging the arrows. But my subordinates' arrows fly where I indicate with my sword, targeting precise locations. I force the spearmen to bump into each other as they avoid the arrows, then shoot a volley into those who make a fatal mistake. One goes down and then another. The backs of the fallen Lithivars are riddled with arrows. I almost feel like the conductor of an orchestra. I command the arrows of my subordinates and force the Lithivars to jump as I please. Before I know it, I start to hum to myself. But the last young Lithovar man is avoiding the arrows with agility that is incomparable to the others, jumping left and right as he closes in on me. He looks young, but he's taller than any of the others. His movements are unrefined, but that is exactly why they are so hard to predict. He moves truly like a wild animal. I've arrived, fiend. This Baron will die, but I'll at least take you with. He swings his spear in a wide arc. It might be a result of his original disposition, but it seems he's consumed by anger. You're full of openings, animal boy. I catch the head of his spear with my sword, then flick it away with a twist of my wrist. The spear bends and flies from his hands. In the end, a barbarian warrior could never compete with the swordsmanship that has been drilled into me from a young age as a member of the historic Rampart family. The best solution to this man's movements occurs to me. All I must do is continue on as planned.
Gur, why you?
He hesitates for a second, then leaps at me barehanded, despite the fact that I am on horseback and have my sword ready. Did he think he'd catch me by surprise? No, it might just be plain desperation. His power of reasoning is poor. As expected of a barbarian, I suppose. I will show you why I am feared as Lightning Sword Lapar. I hold my sword to the sky and pour magic power into it. Thunder slash. Clad in lightning and with my sword shining brightly, I close in on the barbarian. Suddenly, the surroundings are enveloped in fog. I open my eyes wide and stab my lightning sword into a figure I spot in the mist. My lips break into a smile as I feel a response, but that just lasts a moment. It's not a human. It's earth. I get close enough to see and find it's just a crude mound of earth. Clay, is it? It seems an enemy skilled at magic has come. But don't think that is enough to deceive me. I control my breathing and stretch out my awareness to search for presences. I feel an evil presence. It's a short distance away and has the shape of a human. It's right by where the whistleblower collapsed. There. Arrows. My subordinates hear my voice and release arrows in unison. Gale. The huge quantity of arrows are repelled by sudden strong winds. The wind splits the mist, thinning it. In front of the man who was pierced by an arrow stands a red-eyed Lithovar girl. That was a ridiculous amount of power. I doubt she can keep blocking the arrows like that indefinitely. Though I would never have thought the Lithivars still had a mage this powerful in reserve. Who? Arrow? Are you Arrow? The man she's saving seems to be in disbelief as he fearfully stares at the girl's face with his mouth wide open. She moves closer to him and strokes his abdomen where he was pierced by the arrow. After a grimace, she pulls the arrow from his belly. Arg-ag. He moans in pain. She glosses at the tree towering behind her. The tree sways slightly, and his bottom half shines with light, his wound quickly closing. No, did she simply use rest? I rub my eyes with the back of my hand. Arrow. Are you Arrow? Crying, he steps towards the girl. His expression is so joyous that you would never believe until a moment ago, no, even now, he's at death's door. The girl makes a conflicted expression, then looks towards the village. Go back to the village and report. The man appears shocked. Then he seems to finally remember his role. But I can't leave you in such a dangerous place. I'll stay behind, so you should go report. My subordinate shoots an arrow towards the girl. She chants Declay and holds up her hand. A mass of earth sprouts up to block the arrow. The man realizes that he wouldn't be able to stall for time, and after clenching his teeth for a few seconds, he breaks into a run towards the village. I'll definitely come back soon. Don't die. The girl seems to have a lonely expression as he hears him and mutters something quietly, then fixes her gaze on me. I'm too taken aback and stop my horse momentarily, but I hold my sword ready and glare back at her. Just how long does a little girl who can use a little magic think she can last against Lightning Sword Lapar?
Lapar-sama?
I hear the sound of someone kicking off the ground behind me and look back hurriedly. Unfortunately, I'm here too. It's the big man called Baron from earlier. Perhaps made of magic, he strikes me with a spear of earth. Guh! I block, and the tip of the spear breaks apart into a burst of sand. With my vision blocked, he jumps at me with all his strength. Unable to react, I tumble from my horse. You? Lighting radiation. Lighting explodes from my sword, scattering in every direction. He quickly jumps away from me. I use that opening to restore my stance. He's weaponless again, but the girl holds up her hand and another earthen spear appears by his feet. He wipes the wound he got from rolling on the ground earlier and holds the earthen spear ready. I don't know who you are, but thanks. I'll leave the rear to you. Lowly barbarians. Very well, become dust before my sword. 326 Battalion Commander, Lightning Sword Lepar II side Lepar. Wielding his instantly made earthen spear, the tall man rushes towards me. He seems to be somewhat capable, but he's ultimately no more than a barbarian warrior. In terms of both power and weapon proficiency, I am overwhelmingly superior. But being taken by surprise by magic from that red-eyed girl would be a nuisance. We have more people. I can't allow us to be delayed here. 2 of you, throw away your bows and cover me. The rest, keep the mage in check. Huh. 2 of my 7 subordinates cast aside their bows and draw their swords as they move either side of me. The other 5 spur their horses in different directions, surrounding the girl. If they shoot from different directions, she shouldn't be able to block them all. My 2 subordinates pass in front of me. One of them stops the man's swing, while the other thrusts towards his body. The tall man abandons his weapon and jumps back, then immediately leaps at the horse of the subordinate on my right. But my subordinate has already reacted by readying her sword. It doesn't look like I'll be needed. It appears he's a bit more capable than my subordinates. However, that's not the case in a 2-on-1. And he's still much less capable compared to me, Lightning Sword Lepar. My subordinate swings her sword towards him. Just as I think it's going to hit, the earthen spear he threw away explodes into a cloud of dust. Moo. I look towards the girl and see she has her hand extended towards the exploded weapon. Damn it. Rah. Still unable to see, my subordinate swings her sword. The sword definitely appears to hit something inside the cloud of sand. Perhaps having felt a response, her expression loosens. But a moment later, her expression turns into a frown. As the cloud of sand clears, I see he has caught her sword with his shoulder and though bleeding stands firm. She tries to pull her sword out, but he grabs hold of it tightly and it doesn't budge. Yuara. He swings his right arm while pulling back the sword with his left. Then, twisting his body to accelerate, he punches my subordinate in her solar plexus. Obo. With vomit flying from her mouth, she falls from her horse and hits the ground shoulder first. What a crude, violent way of fighting. I mutter as I glare at him, and he glares back while extracting his stolen sword from his blood-stained shoulder and holds it ready. What's wrong? Are you just gonna watch? Filthy barbarian. His elation is irritating. He might have taken down one, but the advantage is still ours by far. Were I to fight him properly, the likes of him wouldn't even be an opponent. But being interrupted like before would be tedious. I check on the problematic red-eyed mage. She's taking concentrated fire from all 5 of my subordinates. She's managing to defend using shields made with clay, but I expect it's only a matter of time before she goes down. It doesn't look like she'll be able to support the man. She's firing wind and earth magic in quick succession, so she must have quite the quantity of magic power. Her complexion is bad. Her limit might already be close. I suppose I should commend you 2 barbarians for surviving this long against my elites. I pour magic power into my sword and restore its shroud of lighting. Now then, fighting from the front is fine, but I should make certain of my victory. As you wish, I'll take you on, barbarian. Oi Marcus, will pincer him. Huh. My subordinate, Marcus, distances himself and moves to the opposite side. The man's eyes dart between me and Marcus, trying to keep us both in view. But it's pointless. If he tries to pay attention to both of us, he'll be careless of us both. I'd rather not spend any more time here. I'll end it in a single blow. The fog has thickened again. It's the same fog that came when the red-eyed girl appeared. I look at her and see her crouching weakly behind walls of earth. 2 arrows stick out of her shoulder. It's clear she's used up most of her health and magic power. It's just her final vain struggles. It's useless. Enough arrows, finish her with your swords. Sudden sharp pain races through my shoulder. I hurriedly look back to see a giant spider with a sinister white mask on my shoulder. It's likely venomous, as a burning sensation is spreading into my body from my shoulder. This. I forcefully swing my arm to fling it off, and it separates from me and disappears into the fog. I can't see it, but it's probably hanging from a thread somewhere nearby. I never considered that an enemy would come silently from above. The screams of my subordinates fill the air. It seems that Spider wasn't the only enemy that appeared.
See? Calm down, deal with them calmly. Search for their presences and rely on your ears. If you kill that almost dead mage, the fog should clear up.
I close my eyes and focus on sensing presences. I don't know why, but that red-eyed mage is emitting a strange presence. Perceiving others is difficult. Having located her, I try to approach while paying attention to my surroundings. As I get closer, I hear a scream of one of my subordinates from next to her presence.
Ooh.
Yua.
Yeah.
I run faster and see my subordinate being hugged by the red-eyed girl from behind. She steps away from him and he limply falls to the ground. I can't see his face clearly in the fog, but he looks as though his life force had been sucked out.
What was that?
What's more, the girl who should have been on the verge of death stands up straight. I can't see the arrows that were stuck into her either. What a creepy person. I look down on her as just a mage, but there's something odd about her. But she hasn't noticed me. All I have to do is slash her now. As I prepare my sword, I feel something clinging to my right foot. I hurriedly look down and see arms of earth sprouting from the ground. One clutches my right foot, while 2, 3 wrap around my calf.
Damn.
The girl turns to face me and raises both hands.
Gale.
Powerful winds close in on me, parting the fog. Unable to move my leg, I have no choice but to receive it head-on. The wind flings my body up and tears into me. I tumble across the ground, receiving heavy hits all over my body. My consciousness flickers. These barbarians have to me. I use a nearby tree to prop myself up. I pull my sword out of the ground and lightly swing my arms to check their condition. My shoulder where I was poisoned doesn't move very well. I'm better off using my left hand. My subordinates who can still move. I look around to check. 3 are still standing. With ragged breaths, they look around nervously. Things that look like scraps of spider thread cling to their bodies. It seems it wasn't a single spider. I should still be able to do this. I know my opponent's abilities. There's no way I could lose in a straight fight without any tricks. I need to quickly reorganize and head to their village. We've taken on a lot of time and injuries. You've angered me. This is as far as you'll go with your cowardly tricks. The next moment, a bizarre whistle-like sound echoes throughout the forest. The man that ran back to the village a short moment ago is there, with 15 lithivars arranged beside him. Another whistle like the one that was destroyed is in his hand. We're out of time. Because of the sound of that whistle, I worry that the double-headed dragon will come here. The village will also be on high alert. To make matters worse, in our current state of near destruction, we need to deal with both the creepy mage and the lithivar warriors. Our chance of victory is too small. There's no benefit in dragging this out.
I have fallen behind me a barbarians?
What foolishness!
Surrender. This is as far as you go.
One of the lithivar warriors who ran here shouts towards me. This is as far as I go? When I hear those words, laughter wells up inside me. It seems they don't understand their position at all. Indeed, I will admit it. I mistook my opponent's power and fell behind and so could not complete my objective.
Something's wrong.
I'll give up on the village. But the ones who are done for are you. I will be the one who survives.
Good grief.
I wanted to use it to blow apart the village, but there's no helping it. Please wait, Lapar-sama.
The preparations still aren't. There's no time.
You lot should get away from here as fast as you can.
No way.
The 3 subordinates who can walk frantically straddle their horses. The lithivar warriors their aim bows towards their retreating backs. They really don't understand the situation for them to be taking their time so much. 327 Battalion Commander, Lightning Sword Lapar 3 side Lapar.
1, 2, 3. 17 in total.
I point with my forefinger and count the number of lithivars. If I'm doing it, then I might as well go big, but my injuries aren't minor either. In my current state, there's a risk I could be caught in it. I also used a little too much magic power. There's a chance I could be attacked by monsters as I retreat, so in order to save some magic power, I'll have to reduce their numbers a bit. 20 should be plenty for me to escape.
He's their commander. Don't hesitate. Stop him before he does something.
The lithivars had stopped, having thought something was strange with me, but growing impatient, one of them leaps towards me powerfully. I suppose I'll accept him as the first victim.
White summon.
Come, 3 ratons. With me at its center, a yellow light expands. From inside the light, 20 giant rats with thin yellow fur appear. The ends of their limbs and tails are hairless, exposing their pink skin. Electricity crackles between large white horns that sprout from their foreheads.
Chua chua. Chua.
They're lightning rats, Trell retones. Each is the size of a human child, and though their individual combat abilities are weak, they're nimble. And when feel that their life is in danger, they enter a state of extreme excitement and jump at any nearby animal in a suicide attack. The Trell retones squirm past each other as they pace around me.
What are they?
The Lithovar warrior who leapt towards me falters at the sight of them. Alright then, Berserk. I keep casting Berserk on the same Trell retone near the warrior. Its expression changes and its breathing becomes ragged, then it leaps at him.
Che. This level of magic beast.
He tries to stab the Trell retone. Be torn asunder. Electricity quickly gathers in its horns.
Clay.
The red-eyed girl chants magic. A wall of earth appears between the warrior and the Trell retone. How tedious. But it's not clay wall, merely clay. Though a clay is versatile in its use, it requires more magic power, so it tends to be fragile compared to the defense-specialized clay wall. If a clay is all she can use, they won't last long against a swarm of Trell retones. The Trell retone lowers its head and drives its horns into the wall of earth. Its horns turn a bright red color and its head swells, then it explodes in a burst of lightning. Its charred remains scatter as the wall of earth crumbles and the Lithovar on the other side is sent flying. Wisps of black smoke rises from his body. Is he not dead?
Well, that's fine.
The other Lithivars scream, a few draw close to the one who fell. Don't approach carelessly.
It's a trap.
An elderly man among the warriors shouts, but it's too late. One by one, the Trell retone's horns turn red. When a Trell retone feels its life is in danger, it falls into a state of extreme excitement and prepares to self-destruct. And when they see their allies self-destructing, they instinctively sense that some kind of enemy must be lurking nearby and prepare to blow up themselves. In other words, by stimulating one of them with Berserk, a chain reaction of self-destruction can be started. The Trell retones run in a curve, dashing towards the Lithivars. A few lock their eyes on me and scramble my way. Of course, I have countermeasures ready. That is why I summoned them. I raise my sword to the sky and pour magic power into its tip. Lightning radiation. Bolts of lightning burst from my sword and scatter throughout the area. The Trell retones that were headed towards me break off at a right angle to face the Lithivars. When a Trell retone sees something that looks like their lightning-clad horns, they mistake it for one of their own and do not attack. Fufu. This present that I prepared with all my wisdom, I give to you who forced this lightning sword Lapar to retreat. Do your best to run away, barbarians. Yuin.
Lapar-sama.
Help. A Trell retone runs up to one of my subordinates that was taken down by the spiders. It explodes, and his arms and legs scatter in a burst of gore. You've reduced the retones by one. Good grief. Seeing such power before their eyes, the Lithivars' faces pale and they start to run. I laugh scornfully as I watch, then leisurely turn around. But a moment later I hear heavy footsteps, so hurriedly draw my sword and spin back around.
You alone, I definitely won't let escape.
The tall man is midway through swinging a spear towards me. He didn't have a weapon on him before, so he must have picked up one that the others had dropped. A single Trell retone is chasing him. Do you intend to take me with you in a suicide attack?
However, dash.
I block the tip of the spear with my sword, then cut diagonally down. Though he manages to prevent a direct hit, his right arm is cut deeply and his waist shallowly. He falls to the ground. Goo damn. We might both be injured, but our competency differs, our competency. You were able to put up a good fight earlier because you had the assistance of magic, but don't get carried away, barbarian. I look down at him as he stares up at me hatefully, then glance at the Trell retone behind him and leisurely step away. It closes in on him with great speed.
Gil.
HRM. I hear the sound of the red-eyed girl's voice, and, still running, I glare towards her. A small tornado appears and pursues the Trell retone. It throws the Trell retone into the air, then flips the big man over. I noticed it right away and was already some distance away, so I'm able to escape it easily. The Trell retone explodes in the air. Splatters of flesh and blood rain down to the ground.
HRGH.
The man is injured from the gale, but it seems he was able to escape the Trail Raton's blast. That was her aim from the start, it seems. That red-eyed girl is still shooting off magic? No matter how you look at it, her magic power is too bottomless. How many times did she use magic in the fight earlier? Puzzled, I look at her again. Traces of wind and earth magic are jumped together around her. A huge number of Lithivars bear injuries from magic and are collapsed around her, but none have died from the Trail Raton's explosions.
No. In no way, that's ridiculous. That's impossible.
Is just a single person truly managing to suppress the rampage of 20 Trail Ratons? No matter how you look at it, her amount of magic power is strange. It's impossible. I check her appearance again. The color of her skin has darkened and become cracked, and her hair has become dry and frizzled. She looks as though she's aged 20 years in just a few minutes, with only her red eyes still dazzling with a dangerous glint.
She's not a human?
I thought it was strange. There was the time she hugged my subordinate and stole away his life. Her endless use of magic was also strange. It was also weird how she was able to heal in no time at all from her injuries. In the first place, it was odd how her presence felt so evil.
An undead. A nuisance that failed to die.
But it's clear that the undead is reaching its limits. Unable to contain the magic deficiency, its dead flesh is exposed and standing is all it can do. It doesn't look like there's any risk of it chasing after me. It's irritating that I am unable to kill even a single person, let alone the undead that's making a fool of me, but it's enough for me to escape.
Oh. You.
The last Trail Raton heads straight for a Lithivar man on the ground. It's the one who ran back to the village to get help, the man with the whistle. Thinking back, he spoke with the undead at the start. It's probably not wrong to assume there's some relation between them. Considering the age difference, they might be father and daughter.
Fufu. This is good. In the end, I can be satisfied.
In the state it's in, the undead probably can't use any more magic. VAH. The undead moans. Just as I see that its left arm is enlarged and covered in earth, it kicks off the ground and launches itself between the Lithivar man and the Trail Raton. It pushes him down with its right arm while holding out its left arm as a shield towards it. The Trail Raton explodes. The undead receives the brunt of the explosion, and most of the flesh-like earth covering its body is blasted away to reveal sections of bone. It lies face up, its jawbone sticking out through its chin. Too taken aback, I stop moving and stand in place for a moment.
Arrow.
Are you there, Arrow?
Arrow. No.
Calm down. Arrow-chan was sacrificed to the Manticore.
You know that.
Tatark-san must have been mistaken in some way. Please come back to your senses.
You can't go here, wasn't that what Tatark-san said?
Stop.
Get a hold of yourself.
It seems more Lithivars are coming. It looks like there are 5 of them. Reinforcements. But they don't look like combatants to me. Upon seeing them, I regain my composure and realize I need to get away as fast as I can.
Kaiwa.
Monster. One of the Lithivars shouts upon seeing the undead. Are you Arrow?
No. Don't get close. Hi. Q-Quick, get away from here.
One woman tries to approach the undead while another pulls her arm to try and stop her. The undead feebly reaches out towards her, but a man forces himself between them. After clasping at empty air, it grips the man's ankle. The next moment, the undead is covered in a suspicious light and the man falls to the ground. It sucked something from me. I can't put strength into my arms.
An undead.
Kill it.
Why, you're wrong. She saved us.
It's Arrow.
I'm sure of it. After being sacrificed, she's come back as a wandering dead. She's going to curse us to death. I shake my head, turn around, and break into a run. What idiocy. It's unfortunate I couldn't do it myself, but it's a suitable way for a monster to die. I hear a thunderous sound from the distance. It gradually grows louder and louder. If it's a living creature, then it's moving at a terrifying speed. As I think that, I am struck by a sense of déjà vu. This direction is bad. With that in mind, I am about to run to the side. A huge sphere appears, mowing down trees. 328, Lightning Sword Lapar. I feel the sensation of trampling on something and quickly cancel my roll. This is bad. I was too worried about the village and didn't pay attention to my surroundings. I might have hit a Lithovar who was running away. I hurriedly look left and right in search of whatever I sent flying. They should be fine, I only grazed them, I think. If we can heal them right away, their life shouldn't be in danger.
Isn't that him?
I look in the direction she indicates and see a man breathing heavily as he leans against a tree. His neat and tidy mustache gives him an impression of primness. But that impression is marred by the tears in his clothes and the splotches of mud that cover all over him. There is a mark in his shoulder where a monster bit him and a faint purple tinge to his arm. His outfit is the same as the soldiers from earlier, so there's no doubt that he's one of them.
Damn it. Damn it.
Such bad timing. Abhorrent monster. Perhaps having been injured when I crashed into him, he clutches his knee as he breathes laboriously. The complexion of his face is a ghastly pale all the way to the tips of his ears. It seems he was already injured all over his body. What are we doing with him? I don't plan on killing someone who has lost the will to fight, nor do I want to get used to doing that. The fight is already over. Plus, his body isn't in a state to fight. I'm not obliged to heal him, but I also don't have a reason to go out of my way to kill him. Just as I'm thinking I should leave him and hurry along, he raises his sword high into the air. Lightning radiation. Light gathers at the tip of his sword, condensing into bolts of lightning that scatter around. Some of it flashes towards my face. I close my eyes to endure it, then rub my face with my foreleg. I wouldn't say this level of attack doesn't hurt or isn't itchy, but it's not life-threatening. He stands stock still with an expression of despair. His almost drops his sword, but instead raises it to the sky again and howls. White summon. Come, tre ratons. A ring of light expands around him, then 10 or so fat yellow rats appear. Big white horns sprout from their foreheads. Each of them tilt their heads in confusion, then start wandering around. I don't have time for him, yet either he thinks I'm here to kill him or he's desperate to strike back at me in some way. I gather magic in the pit of my stomach, then raise my mouth high. Bearser. He tries to chant magic, but my roar drowns him out. His entire body stops moving as though paralyzed and his injured leg collapses, causing to sink to the ground. His sword falls from his hand.
Chew-you-h.
Chua. Stimulated by my roar, the yellow rats squeak restlessly. Electricity crackles between their horns. Something's wrong about them. Très raton, des plus rank monsters. A monster with outstanding agility, but few other advantages. But when it feels danger approaching, it enters a state of extreme excitement and jumps at any nearby animal that isn't charged with electricity to launch a powerful suicide explosion attack. By doing so, it reduces the number of outside enemies and creates a safe environment for its species. When danger is approaching, a suicide explosion attack. My roar might have triggered them. Damn it, I wasn't planning on doing anything to him, but now he's gone and summoned some annoyances. That's what I think, but then the trail ratones all throw themselves at the man. He hurriedly tries to pick up the sword he dropped. As his hand touches the sword, the trail ratones start to explode. Their bodies swell, then explode in a burst of electricity. Craters form in the ground around him, and when the explosions stop, all that remains are scorched limbs and organs of trail ratones. Thrown up by the explosions, the sword lands on a nearby rock with a clang. Its hilt is burnt black and the blade is covered in soot. What did he want to do, this guy? I was going to let him go, but then he went and blew himself up. 32 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 32 experience points have been acquired. The experience points are not that much. I suppose that would be the case. I didn't do anything. I just bumped into him a bit. I stand in a daze for a few seconds, but then remember the reason I was in such a hurry and head towards the Truga. Remnants of the starved hunters like that man might be attacking the village. The place the Truga was sounded should be near here. I stop my roll and run. I feel several human presences with a presence perception and head towards them. They're not moving much. It doesn't feel like they're in combat. I almost slow down in relief, but then notice Arrow's presence mixed in with them. I hear a Lithovar scream. Then someone swings a weapon. 329 Arrow. When I arrive, I see Arrow at the center of a clamor of Lithivars. The flesh of her face, belly, and arms are shaved away, and she cowers on the ground, clearly on the verge of death. Her auto-regeneration is restoring her missing flesh, but possibly because she's low on MP, progress is slow. The ground around her is pitted and trees are toppled, clearly the result of a fierce battle. Scattered around are corpses of what looks like starved hunters' members as well as pieces of meat from the exploding rats, the trail rattans. Arrow's shoulder is pierced by a Lithovar's spear. It has been thrust all the way through into the ground, fixing her in place.
What are you doing?
I told you to stop.
Why would I stop?
No matter how you look at it, it's a monster.
See?
It caught Gran's leg and he still can't move.
That was clearly its doing. Have you gone insane too?
The Lithovar who stabbed Arrow is arguing with another. Both are close to reaching for their weapons. Quickly tear it apart, before it summons a dreadful calamity. An old Lithovar woman with a cane shouts repeatedly, her face bright red. Out of breath, her shoulders heave and then she notices me. With tears spilling from her eyes, she falls to her knees and prostrates herself.
Ooh, Dragon God-sama.
Please, remove the evil one and save us. Not sure what to do, I almost panic. I want to deny what I'm seeing. And then, our eyes meet. The flesh around her chin is scraped away, and there's a big gash in her forehead where something hit her. She smiles forlornly towards me, then opens her mouth as though trying to tell me something. I'm already satisfied, is what I can tell she's saying. But there's still regret in her eyes. I understand that she's offering her life in order to keep the peace for me.
Good.
Before I've decided what to do, I roar powerfully. The Lithivars all stiffen and fall into silent. Now I can finally think calmly. The one thing I was most worried about has happened. Despite trying so hard to regain her human body, her broken and crumbled body has been revealed to the Lithivars. She's finally become able to speak. So I thought that, if her first impression went well, she could have blended in. But that stumbled at the first step. I feel empty, thinking that everything I've done on the basis that there was something that she wanted to achieve has now only led to meaningless torment for her. I pull out the spear with my mouth and bring my head next to her. After a moment's hesitation, she touches me. Her hand shines and I feel my MP decreasing by a small amount. Her regeneration speeds up. Dr. Dragon God-sama.
Why?
As the Lithivars watch dumbfounded, Arrow gets to her feet and looks at two of them. Then she slowly stretches out her hand.
Gale.
With a snap, the ground beneath her feet splits open as a sandstorm rises. I'm surprised too. For a moment I think she's attacking them all of a sudden, but all she's doing is scattering the earth beneath her feet to hide herself from view. In that opening she escapes from the Lithivars' encirclement and breaks into a run.
What is this?
The Lithivars scream out again. A multitude of rabbit-like things made of hardened earth shift around. They're the products of Arrow's clay doll skill. It seems she spread them around as a distraction so she wouldn't be chased after. It's the undead's kin. We need to crush them and seal them with a ritual.
Call for the dragon gods Miko.
The Miko.
Where's that traitor Bella wandering around?
Amidst the furor, a Lithivar woman shakes off the man who was holding and chases after Arrow. I finally realize who she was looking at earlier.
Suzy.
Ugo. A man who was being similarly held back takes advantage of the uproar over the clay dolls and elbows the person holding him down to run after Arrow. They're Arrow's parents, Ano and Tadark. Don't be stupid. That's not your daughter anymore.
It's a monster.
One of the Lithivars reaches for Ano and pins her arms. But the next moment, Tadark hits his face and pulls Ano's hand in the direction of Arrow. Hey Ano.
This way?
Why you've done it now?
Hey, someone stop those two. They'll get themselves killed.
The man who was elbowed shouts, pointing at Tadark's back. That's not the matter here. Hurry up and kill these kin. Dr. Dragon God-sama.
Dragon God-sama.
The old woman shouts, spittle flying from her mouth, surrounded by 3 tottering earth rabbits. After a final glance at the clamoring Lithivars, I follow Ano and Tadark. In the last moment, I've created a gap between myself and the Lithivars. Arrow stands on the banks of a wide river. In front of her stand Ano and Tadark, out of breath. A lot of her body is still tattered, but it looks like most of her flesh has been restored. At least, none of her bones are showing through. Arrow. You really are Arrow, right?
Say something.
She was looking down to hide her red eyes, but in response to Ano's appeal, Arrow opens her eyes and looks up. Dad, Mum. Arrow mutters. With just those two words, Ano and Tatark stopped their desperate appeals and closed their mouths. Since the day it was decided that I would be sacrificed. Both of you were always fighting about the dragon gods Miko. Dad was saying he'd leave Mum and go to the other village, so I was always worried.
Dad. You really left after that, didn't you?
As though at a loss for words, Tatark looks down. As I thought, he held suspicion about how the Miko was related to the sacrifices and left for the anti-dragon god village. But that monster's no more, and the villages are back to one. I'm really glad that you followed me together.
Don't fight anymore, okay?
We won't. I definitely won't do anything that makes you feel anxious again.
So Arrow, come with.
Ano reaches out, calling Arrow's name. Arrow gently takes her hand and squeezes it regretfully, then slowly shakes her head and pulls back. I can't stay here.
Bye, Dad, Mum.
I love you. Arrow looks down and takes a step back. A sudden gust of wind blows. The wind stirs the ground, raising a cloud of sand. There is a plop sound, then when the cloud of sand clears, Arrow is gone. In her place is white fragment. It looks like a piece of her bones. Tatark gently picks it up and passes it to Ano. Then, as though they both suddenly realize something, the two of them burst into tears and embrace each other. I hear nothing but the sound of their sobbing and the flowing of the river. I glance at the small bone fragment that Ano is grasping one last time, then follow the river downstream towards the edge of the forest. Her lingering regret was about Ano and Tatark, then. She was unbearably worried about what they would do after her death. If that's the case, then it's natural for her to return to the next world now that her regret has been resolved. I continue down the river, feeling a gaping hole in my chest as I tell myself over and over that this is for the best. I hear a rustling sound and turn my head to see a black spider with a white mask on its head, the Petit Nightmare, walking towards me.
Guh.
I call out feebly.
Ooh.
You're coming with me?
Thanks.
The other Arenes? The masked spider, the Petit Nightmare, shakes its head left and right. It seems they'll be staying in this forest. For monsters, the environment is a matter of life and death. On an instinctive level, moving around isn't a simple matter. I suppose that's only natural. As I face forwards, a tree suddenly turns around.
Trent-san.
Why you were here?
I see. You'll come too?
I see.
How am I going to you?
You're a bit on the slow side, Trent-san. Well, I suppose there's no need to hurry. As I think that, I spot a girl sitting in its branches. The girl jumps from the branch and lands right in front of me. The girl? Or rather, Arrow. I lower my head and bring myself closer to her.
Ashu.
Why? Did she not pass on peacefully? As she came here? Even though I need to leave the forest? I can't stay here either. She looks back at the forest with a slightly lonely expression. I silently apologize to her, and flustered, she flaps her arms.
But it's fine now.
I was able to say goodbye one last time. He said they wouldn't fight anymore. Really, when I saw Mother and Father getting on well, I thought I would fade away. But there was one more thing that I had left undone.
One more thing left undone? That.
Is it okay for you to go far away, then? You don't have to be considerate of me, you know? She brings a hand to her mouth and gestures to me with her other. Thinking it strange, I bring my ear close to her. She softly kisses my cheek. It's a secret. With just that, her white skin is tinged a faint red and a smile appropriate for her age appears on her face. Then she turns her back to me and runs out of the forest. Taken aback, I glance to the side and see my partner smirking at me. A little embarrassed, I return my gaze to the front and follow. After matching her pace for a while, I come to my senses and look back to see the Petit Nightmare just behind me and Trent-san, far behind us, desperately trying to catch up. 330 Edge of the world. The wind feels pleasant as it blows past me. Looking behind, I see the forest I left far away shrinking into the distance. It's the first time I'm able to fly to my heart's content like this. I left the Lithavar village without a destination in mind. The Lithavars don't know much about the area outside their forest, and thinking about it now, I regret not spending more time learning this world's geography from Adofu. But at my current flight speed, I can fly far above human lands. It might be easier to find a place to live than I thought. Even though I haven't got a destination in mind, there's one thing that I have decided. That is to show myself above human settlements as I fly. That should divert the attention of those who would go after the Lithivars to me. I did ask the starved hunter's beastman swordfighter, Nell, to report about me, but this makes doubly sure. I see streets far below. The humans are only visible as dots, but I wonder how I look to them. Are they screaming and pointing at me?
Hey, that thing's gonna fall.
My partner says, and I finally realize that the claw that I'm gripping the treant with has grown slack. Inside my claw, its branches are rustling in fright.
Sozi.
For that matter, isn't that a bit of a cruel way to refer to it? She glares at the treant as though asking why I brought it along. I look away, pretending not to notice. By the way, Arrow is riding on my head. Her hands are strengthened with earth, allowing her to hold on tightly. She should be fine even if I sped up a bit. The masked spider, the Petit Nightmare, made a web on my partner's head, so it should be fine. But when I glance at her, I don't see the Petit Nightmare anywhere.
Hey, partner, where'd the Petit Nightmare go?
You didn't eat it, did you?
She indicates backwards.
I look back to see the Petit Nightmare flying through the air at great speed. I do a double take. Looking closely, I see the glint of something in front of it. It's a spider thread faintly shining in the sunlight. It's not going to fall, right? That looks kind of dangerous. If the spider in question is enjoying it, then I guess it's fine, but isn't it shaking a lot? It'd be terrible if it was dead when we arrived, so please stop. After a few hours of continuous flight, I finally pass beyond the long series of roads. As I am now, I get the feeling that I could fly around the world in just a week. Not that I know how big this world is in the first place. A mountain range extends past the roads. A boundless ocean sprawls out behind the mountains. These mountains might be perfect to rest in. No, it might not be a bad idea to go a bit further and take a look at what's on the other side of the ocean. The people living on the other side probably won't hear about the uproar over the Ouroboros. Distant shores could be ideal for avoiding needless contact with outside. An isolated island would be fine too. I pass over the mountains and continue on. A few more hours pass and I start to feel an emptiness in my stomach. It might be best if I search in earnest, then turn back if I find nothing. I fly with that in mind until I feel a sudden sense of discomfort. No, I might have been feeling something was off all this time. The horizon that was a distant haze is finally visible. The reason why becomes clear as I get closer. The sea ends partway through. It turns into a huge cliff. No. I suppose I should call it a waterfall. But it's nothing so small. A new word is necessary for this. The seawater relentlessly plummets down into a mysterious gigantic blue hole. The bottom of the hole isn't visible. The massive quantity of water just falls without end. As I watch, I feel as though I'm being sucked in. For a moment, my head goes blank. A mountain of questions fall on me. Where does the bottom of the hole lead? How is the endlessly falling water being replenished to keep the sea levels constant? If this world isn't round, then what are the stars, and how does gravity work? There's a large island next to the gigantic waterfall. It are grassy mountains, cliffs, and enormous trees. It's a weird-looking place. There aren't any traces of people. It truly is a place worthy of being called the edge of the world.
This place.
It really is fine, right? Would turning back be better? This is definitely a bad place.
But
I'm A rank, so it should be fine? I haven't had many prey as of late that gave me a decent amount of experience points, so I was thinking that a place with monsters that could put up more of a fight would be better, but... After resolving to escape at the first moment if things turn bad, I slowly lower my altitude.
It's okay.
As I am now, I can fly away quickly even in the worst case. 331 Encounter with the Unknown. For the time being, I safely land and let down the Petit Nightmare and treant. Arrow stays on my head. If she likes being up there, then I don't mind.
I'm hungry.
My partner complains, a slightly frenzied look in her eyes. Having flown almost an entire day, I'm also feeling terrible hunger and exhaustion. If I can't find proper food on this island, then to be honest, I'm not confident in my ability to return alive. I look around, but this entire area seems to be grasslands. The occasional weird-looking flower with long, thin rainbow-colored petals sprouts up, embellishing the fantastical nature of the scenery. An isolated tree can be seen far away, surrounded by the rainbow-colored flowers. It appears to have a single, bright red fruit. Is it an apple? Its color is weirdly vibrant, but it might be worth checking out and letting my partner eat. There aren't any monsters that I can see. Huge trees and cliffs are visible in the distance, and in the other direction, I can see the ocean being sucked into the huge hole. This place might be a little hard to settle down in. For the time being, the objectives are the securing of a safe food source and a place to sleep. After that is raising my level. Raising Arrow and the others' levels wouldn't be bad either. Moreover, ever since I defeated the hero, I've had the mysterious human realm skill. The moment the hero lost it, his level cap went down, and it might have some effect on how I evolve. If so, then in my next evolution, there's a chance that Ouroboros' negatives might be made up for and I could turn into a decent dragon. This could be a chance. There was once something like a demi-human among my evolution options. So maybe something similar could come up again. Now then, my target level is Irushia. Species Ouroboros. Condition normal. LV 92/125. HP 2425/2425. MEP 2432-2432. It's high, stupidly high. Even after the war against the Red Ants in Harini Desert, the fight with the hero, the hunting of abysses for the Lithivars, and the all-out war against starved hunters, I'm only 3/4 of the way there. The higher my level, the harder it becomes to raise it, so I can expect it'll take even more time from here on. I've essentially only been fighting C ranks, 2 ranks below me. There aren't many B rank monsters around, after all. Could I maybe be the strongest in the world already? With how my other evolution branches were described, were there multiple A-rank monsters around, the world would fall into ruin in the blink of an eye. It's a good thing it's me, but if another Ouroboros were to go all out, a country could easily be destroyed. When I saw the edge of the ocean earlier, I wondered if maybe this world isn't all that big. But I still don't have the final evolution skill. I have to wonder if that God's voice bastard is seriously trying to get me to destroy this world. Name Arrow. Species Reviana Lolich. Condition cursed. LV 59/65. HP 362/362. MEP 381/381. Arrow's also become quite strong. She'll be evolving soon. She's C+ rank at the moment, so next would be B or B+. Even though her HP and MP are high, I'm a little worried that her movement speed is comparatively a little slow. As I think that, the Trant meets my eyes as though it has something it wants to say. Trent-san, it's fine if you go at your own pace, there's no need to hurry so much. But in the fights against the starved hunters earlier, it looked like you were fighting alongside Arrow. So is your next evolution actually rather close? Species Lesser Trant. Condition cursed. LV 14/25. HP 86/86. MEP 74/74. Unable to keep looking, I avert my eyes. You're D-rank now, right? I guess rather than just now, you've been that way from the beginning.
That's right. That's how it is.
I see, that's how it is. When you came, Arrow was only a skeleton, so a gap appeared between you at some point. If a good enemy shows up, do your best to raise your level with everyone, okay? Now then, the Petit Nightmare. Species Petit Nightmare. Condition normal. LV 37/45. HP 163/163. MEP 155/155. The Petit Nightmare glances in my direction, then looks at the Trant and spits a clump of thread towards it. The clump lands in front of it. Guido! Oi, Trent-san is your senior. Next time you act like that, I won't forgive you. I get so worked up that I roar without meaning to. Seemingly dejected, the Petit Nightmare takes a roundabout path to my partner's side. She rubs her cheek against it to cheer it up, then glares at me sternly. Partner, you. Just a while ago you were acting as though it was annoying, and yet you've let yourself be won over at some point. Defeated, I try and rub my cheek against the Trant, but it steps away from me. Alright.
Sozi.
Well, I need to pull myself together and search for monsters in order to work out how dangerous this area is. I quietly look away from Arrow and the others. As I peer around, I hear the sound of my partner sniffing. She lowers her head to the ground and bites a nearby cluster of rainbow-colored flowers, earth and all. Lumps of earth fall from between her teeth as she chews with a crunching sound, then she spits out more bits of earth. These are delicious. She tells me satisfied.
Thinking there's no way that could be the case, I try tearing one up with my teeth. I don't expect to understand with just one, but a fluffy sweetness fills my mouth and a sweet smell floats from my mouth to my nose. It's such a pleasant sensation that I almost nod off. They're good.
Let's see, what flowers are they?
Reincarnated value A. A beautiful flower with rainbow petals. Though it doesn't wither at the end of a set lifespan, it is said to take 100 years to bloom. In addition, it is extremely delicate and difficult to raise. When eaten it confers a pleasant sweetness and induces sleep, but there's probably no one foolish enough to use the precious Reincarnated in such a way. 100 years? I glance to the side and see my partner innocently tearing into them.
How could you?
For that matter, she's not falling asleep. I suppose our dragon body is huge after all. So many flowers of A value are crammed together. If I was a human, I'd want to take some back and become rich. But raising them is hard? Has someone been looking after these flowers for 100 years? Or have they somehow survived 100 years naturally? I wonder if there are some insects or monsters nearby that watch over them. Suddenly, my partner drops the flower she's tearing apart and looks up. She glares at something with a grim expression. Thinking there must be something to worry about, I follow her gaze to see someone running this way from the apple tree-like plant. The reason I describe it as someone is because it has a human figure. A muscular, naked man is running this way. But what's weird is that he has no presence at all. It's a mystery why he's naked and why he's not afraid of me, but as he gets closer, I notice something terrifying. He has no head. Not only that, but an enlarged human face covers its upper body. Alarm bells instantly ring in my head. As the thing approaches, it raises its speed and is soon barreling towards us at an alarming rate. Judging from its speed, it's not a small fry monster. Its face is that of a bearded dandy man. But its expression remains fixed in place. 332 adam. As the naked, headless man sprints directly towards me, I am caught in hesitation over whether I should flee right away. This monster clearly isn't a proper living creature. But I'm an A-rank monster. I should calm down. There haven't been any A-rank monsters beside myself. There's no way one would appear so soon in this strange place. It's probably just a speed specialist. Taking a step back, I check the headless human status. Species Adam. Condition Normal. LV 73/100. HP 833/833. MEPE 452/452. Attack 652. Defense 561. Magic 592. Speed 691. Rank A. Characteristic skills. Automatic HP recovery, LV6 presence perception, LV7 soft steps, LV7. Resistance skills. Physical resistance, LV4 starvation resistance, LV7 poison resistance, LV4 paralysis resistance, LV4 illusion resistance, LV3 instant death resistance, LV2 curse resistance, LV3 confusion resistance, LV5. Normal skills. Clay, LV4 plague breath, LV5 curse, LV5 death, LV6 gardener, LV5 graviton, LV max power hand, LV5 meteor kick, LV4 high jump, LV6. Title skills. Final evolution, LV dweller of the farthest ends, LV gravity shooter, LV curse technique user, LV6 gardener of the farthest ends, LV obsession, LV9. No matter how you look at it, it's dangerous. Its status blows the strongest enemy I've fought so far, the mother, far out of the water. Were I to take a direct hit from it, there's no guarantee that I'd be safe. For that matter, what's with the name Adam? It's not like it's a primordial human. Also, where'd it lose its head? Adam A. Rank monster. A monster with a wondrous body that lives in the lands of the farthest ends. Possessing a warlike disposition, it has been known to kick to death the hero's party of a bygone era that happened to pass by without allowing any resistance. Aside from its overwhelming physical abilities, if there is an enemy it feels it cannot match, it will curse them to death, using underhanded tactics to prevail. It is primary culprit for the rumors that a bizarre monster lives on the other side of the sea. It attacks animals with ugly obsession, but on the contrary, it also has a nature-cherishing side. I landed with casual feelings, and now something like a hidden boss has suddenly come crawling out. Wait a sec, this is bad. Even if it loves nature, it's not like there's any gap. With a guo, I hurriedly call out to arrow on my head, then raise my body high and grip the treant. The Petit Nightmare spits out thread to stick to my partner's head. As expected, fast decision-making on its part. I kick off the ground to spring up, then flap my wings. After moving directly below me, its expression still unchanging, the atom stares up at me and stomps on the ground with an enormous bang. This thing is seriously scary. The scariest thing about it is that, even though the movements of its body are expressing such extreme emotions, its face doesn't show the slightest change. I never would have thought there'd be a time when I'd falter before an enemy smaller than myself. A cloud of dust rises with its stomp, concealing it from view. I turn my head to look out of the island. This is a fresh start. If I'm to live here, I first have to get rid of that atom thing. I have some distance. Should I barrage it with long-distance attacks? Or should I fall back for now and try to find a way to catch it by surprise? Though saying that, my body is huge and I don't have any skills to hide myself. If I were to make a mistake in human form, I'd be kicked to death in an instant. But I also don't think it's an enemy that arrow, the Petit Nightmare, or the treant could help with fighting.
Hey, it's doing something. Guo?
Hearing my partner's warning, I return my gaze down. A vortex forming in its cloud of dust, the dust swirling toward the center. The cloud clears as it is sucked inwards, revealing the atom standing with a ball of black light in front of it. Seemingly unsatisfied with just sucking up the cloud of dust, the black sphere appears to rip earth from the nearby ground. It's gravity magic, gravidon. The gravidon I saw before was from a monster with a powerful status, but the atom's magic stat is incomparable to anything I've fought so far. I have no idea how powerful it will be. With a sudden flare, the black sphere is released from the atom's mouth. Its approach is far faster than I expected, making dodging difficult. I promptly guard with my wings. The black sphere crashes into my wings, releasing shockwaves as it disintegrates. Sharp pain runs through me as I feel the bones in my wings snapping. Feathers from my wings scatter through the air as my balance falls apart. It had ridiculous speed and power. I can't take too many of these. As I think that, I see black light gathering in front of its mouth again.
Hey, that's not allowed.
After shooting that stupidly powerful attack, you're not going to give me a chance to respond? So this is max level gravidon. As I plummet with my balance shattered, I move my wings as much as I can to shoot wind slashes. The atom nimbly dodges my storm of wind blades by jumping to the left and right. The blades crack the ground, violently throwing up a cloud of dust. It shoots the second gravidon. I turn my wings to the front again, but the damage I receive is greater than before. As the black sphere sinks into me, it sends violent shakes throughout my entire body. I feel my wings breaking entirely, and my altitude suddenly drops. I guess taking my distance out of fear at the start was a mistake. I knew it had gravidon, but I didn't think it would be this precise or this high power. At a distance, I'm totally on the losing side. To make matters worse, I'm carrying the treant in my arms, and arrow is riding on my head, so I can't make too sudden movements. Should I close the distance and bring the fight to it? I was overly cautious of close combat since I heard the anecdote about the hero losing, whose attack stat should have been really high. The atom looks up at my fall with a dispassionate expression. Only its legs are restless, stomping loudly on the ground. Falling, I start repairing my wings with auto-regeneration. Rather than easing the pain, it grows much sharper, but I'm just about able to realign my crushed wings and return to their proper shape.
Hey, this thing's bad. What do we do?
I also thought we'd have a bit more leeway, thanks to our level and rank advantage. But the Ouroboros is fundamentally an endurance type. So when fighting an enemy of the same rank, aspects other than endurance become a problem. I can recover from its attacks, and have my way of fighting as an endurance type, but with arrow, the Petit Nightmare, and the treant with me, I can't casually receive attacks. Fortunately my attack stat is better, but its speed is slightly higher. More importantly, there's a high chance that arrow or the others could get hit in close combat, so it's not an option I want to take if I can help it. The atom repeatedly bends its knees and straightens them. I think there was high jump in its skills. Its tactic must be to seal my movements with successive gravidons, then use high jump to close the distance and kill me. Even if I were to try and escape with my recovered wings, I'd only end up getting shot in the back by gravidon. It's an outrageous opponent. I never would have thought there would be a monster with enough firepower to sink an Ouroboros by itself. But it's perfect for raising my level. I don't have much leeway to choose how I fight. I guess I'll hit it in the only way I can. The atom's leg bends deep, then stretches out powerfully. Here it comes. As its legs leave the ground, I swing my arm up. I throw the Trant high into the sky. 333 Necessary sacrifice. The Trant stares down at me from above, an expression of shock on its face. My partner also doesn't understand why I suddenly threw it and looks up with round eyes. I spread my wings to slow my fall, then snap my head up to flick arrow up and open my mouth towards her. Dr. Dragon God-sama. She panics and tries to stretch out to land on my nose, but I reposition and mercilessly catch her in my mouth. Her skin feels surprisingly similar to human skin, but soon my saliva dissolves her body, transforming it to mud. Oops, now's not the time for that. Hey partner, the Petit Nightmare's thread is on you, right? Do you mind pulling on it and having it take refuge? It was attached to her head, but detaches itself and drops. I guess it really didn't want to be eaten. It would just be for a moment. Just a moment. It's dangerous that way. Its thread catches the wind, causing it slowly drifts away. It could do that? Well, with this arrow is taking refuge in my mouth, and the Petit Nightmare is far away. I also threw the Trant. Now I can fight that atom thing freely in hand-to-hand combat. It's springing up at me. The high jump skills is surprisingly scary. When the cow used it, I thought it was a rather plain skill, but it seems to be surprisingly flexible. Though I have a flying, so don't need it. Its attack stat is high. Its movements are also fast, and its melee skills are substantial. It must be confident in its abilities to challenge a dragon like me in close combat. It must be looking down on me, thinking that it can dodge whatever my attack is, then kick me back. But I have a skill that has a good chance of making a reversal. I throw my head forward, powerfully flinging myself forwards as I fall towards the atom. It's the roll skill. With this, no matter how much of a close combat expert it is, I won't give it a chance to counterattack. It stiffens for a moment in the air, then launches a kick towards me. But its leg is repelled by my scales moving at high speed. Its leg snaps as it bends in the wrong direction. I stretch out my tail as I spin, pursuing the defenselessly falling atom. It receives a direct hit and suddenly descends to the ground. As expected, in a fight among monsters of similar stats, the advantage status inspection gives is huge. If it knew I could roll, it wouldn't have recklessly tried to get close. Its back slams into the ground and then bounces up. I rush down toward it while rotating at high speed. The ground craters and a thunderous crash resounds. It stretches out its arm and, with a ovavavavavavavavava, it releases a peculiar scream. But eventually its scream breaks off and its arm goes limp. 4672 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 4,672 experience points have been acquired. The level of Ouroboros has risen from 92 to 96. It's dead. But as expected of an A rank, it gave me an incredible amount of experience. I never thought I'd go up 4 levels at once, especially now my level's so high. Its dead eyes are open wide, staring at me. It was creepy how single-minded it was. It won't get up later, will it? Its body is shaved away in places, and its blood-stained remains look like a prototypical human. At any rate, I'm glad roll was a clean hit. With the difference in speed and size, there was a chance it could have kept dodging me and brought me down through consecutive attacks. As it was forced into a situation where it couldn't dodge my roll, the size difference ended up working in my favor. I was lucky. Its defense stat was also fairly high, so if that wasn't enough to kill it, it would have become a protracted battle. It might be better to keep in mind the fighting style that best suits an Ouroboros for future battles. As I'm fighting now, I don't think I'm making full use of the Ouroboros' strengths. Were to fight using my toughness and magic power, I would stand at the back while using a fake life to repeatedly make allies to slow my opponent down, then when they're weakened, swoop in to finish them off. Right, that would work best. But I don't like using fake life much. Before that, I should try mixing Plague Breath and Poison Fang into my tactics. I look up at the sky. The Trant is just beginning to fall, so I stretch out my wings and skillfully catch it. Its momentum is killed by my wings bending, then it tumbles across the ground. It looks at me with dissatisfied eyes. I didn't have a choice. That was necessary to beat it. I suddenly remember and stick out my tongue. Arrow slowly comes crawling out. Her entire body is covered in my sticky liquid and is dissolved in parts. Crawling on the ground, she glares up at me. I quietly close my eyes and bow deeply. The petit nightmare, who threw itself rather than be eaten, returns. Its intuition is seriously good. Taking action should be a bit easier now on this island at the farthest ends. I can't imagine monsters like that Adam will be scattered all over. If we used a fake life on its body, I'm sure we'd get a powerful monster, but I still don't really want to. I guess I should bury it somewhere nearby.
Where'd the body go?
Glancing to the side, I see what looks like a flesh-colored foot in my partner's mouth. It's surprisingly tasty.
What are you doing?
Have you gone crazy? I get that your stomach's empty. I get that, but there are things you can and can't do.
Hey. Spit it out.
I don't want to digest something that looks so human.
So annoying.
With a bored expression, she spits it out. There's nothing left from the knee up.
I ate it. Who are you going to eat next?
I don't want to eat such a strange life form. 334 The Fruit of Wisdom. The Adam's leg is eaten by Nightmare. After wrapping it in thread, it sticks its fangs into it to slurp up the blood. My partner, and the petit nightmare, they really can eat these two. No, from their perspective, it's probably no different from eating a cow with a face on its belly. I guess I wouldn't want to eat that either. I draw closer to the tree the Adam was lurking under and bring my head next to the bright red fruit. Now that I see it close up, part of the fruit is caved in, twisted into what looks like a face contorted in anguish. My eyes meet it, and I reflexively look away. It's just an apple tree, can't be the case, but what's with this terrible taste in fruit? Is it the Adam's hobby? Fruit of Wisdom, Value L, Legendary? A fruit created by God and given to the primordial humans. To the primordial humans, it bestowed language, civilization, magic, technology, and caused war. The language and power of the time have been passed down through blood and still takes root to this day. Having fulfilled their purpose, the trees of the fruit of wisdom were burned to the ground by angels. What is this?
There's just one thing I don't get. Value L? Rank L, Legendary?
Signifies above rank A, rank L, Legendary. Most of the monsters and objects worthy of this rank have been lost to the world. The only new monsters that could enter this domain are those that are enthralled by God. This is the first time I'm hearing there's such a rank?
What?
Above A there's L? Aside from myself, the only A rank monster I've seen is that Adam, and the only A rank item I've seen is the hero's sword.
What's legendary rank?
How many monsters of that rank are there in this world? Doesn't this island have a bit too much power creep? Why are A value flowers growing like weeds, and why is a legendary class fruit tree growing in the middle of this field like it's nothing? For the time being, let's ignore this fruit. It seems a bit too dangerous somehow. There's just a single fruit, but how many years does it take for just one to sprout? I can only imagine the Adam was eating them heartily. Eating it wouldn't cause me to lose my head and grow a face out of my torso, would it? If you won't, then I'll. My partner stretches out her neck and sticks her fangs into the fruit of wisdom. I hurriedly knock her head away and pull back. The fruit of wisdom catches on her tooth and tears away from the tree, dancing through the air. Oi!
What are you doing? Listen to what I'm saying. Stop putting everything in your mouth.
Are you a baby? What you eat gets digested in my stomach. Didn't you see what I saw from God's voice? I saw. It's a super rare food. You saw? You actually saw? That's your first impression from that? If we ate that, there's no telling what would happen to us. The fruit of wisdom flicked away by her tooth flies into the open mouth hole of the treant as it yawns behind us.
Gwa. Ga.
My partner and I cry out together and look at the treant. Its mouth-like hole closes and a faint light shines from its body. My partner and I, as well as Arrow and the petit nightmare, all stare at it in shock. Wary of our gazes, the treant in question twists its trunk to look at us. Eventually, the faint light fades away. Hey, are you okay, treant? Appearance-wise, there's no change. Did you say something just now, partner? What are you talking about?
It wasn't you? No way.
Species, lesser treant. Condition, cursed. LV, 14/25. HP, 86/86.
Mepe, 74/74.
Attack, 28. Defense, 76. Magic, 65. Speed, 33. Rank D. Characteristic skills. Darkness attribute, LV-Grisha language, LV2. Resistance skills. Physical resistance, LV3. Normal skills. Take root, LV4 clay, LV2 rest, LV2 fire sphere, LV1 aqua sphere, LV1 clay sphere, LV1 wind sphere, LV1 telepathy, LV1 gravity, LV1. Title skills. Servant of the evil dragon, LV-Eater of the fruit of wisdom, LV-. L language and magic skills have shown up. Is this really that fruit of wisdom's effect? Just eating a single fruit did this much. Maybe I should have eaten it after all. Wind sphere LV1 telepathy, LV1 gravity, LV1. Telepathia? Really? That fruit had that kind of power? Then tell me that first, please. If I knew that I might have eaten it anyway regardless of the risks. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have eaten it. I didn't know. Hey Trent San, just a fragment is okay, so could you spit some out? It quietly shakes its trunk. You really don't need the telepathia skill. I sigh and glare at the tree of the fruit of wisdom. I wonder how long until the next fruit sprouts. But something is catching my attention. There's something I have a bad premonition about. Fruit of wisdom, value L, legendary? A fruit created by God and given to the primordial humans. To the primordial humans, it bestowed language, civilization, magic, technology, and caused war. The language and power of the time have been passed down through blood and still takes root to this day. Having fulfilled their purpose, the trees of the fruit of wisdom were burned to the ground by angels. It would be fine if it's just embellishments that were added as the legend was passed down, but hearing about God and angels feels disturbing. Is it the same God as in God's voice? The way it's phrased is as though it's about another person though. 335, the base of the great tree. I stretch out my neck to bathe in the sunlight. Glancing to the side, I see a bubble of snot expanding from my partner's nose as she sleeps, a peaceful expression on her face. Her mouth is closed, but she continues to move it, slowly chewing value A flowers that were the crystallization of 100 years of the atom's effort. Well, I suppose it's fine. No matter how society values them, to us they're just slightly pretty, sweet-tasting flowers. It's not like humans would come here anyway. Eat away. Though? It's morning. Yesterday, I flew for ages and then was attacked by a naked headless man, so I was mentally exhausted and decided to get some sleep. I placed my tail under my chin to make a ring as I slept and had Arrow and the other get in the middle. As a result, they're unlikely to get attacked from outside. To be as safe as possible, the plan was to take shifts with my partner, but she became like this. I guess she thought that since she had free time, she might as well eat some Riegrua, but lost to its soporific effect. I stretch my neck out further and peer into the ring. I find everyone safe, Arrow sprawled over some rainbow-colored flowers, the petit nightmare having drawn some thread across my body, and the treant resting with its roots in the ground. After waking everyone up, we start to head towards the giant tree to this island's west. That area is by far the most suspicious place on this island. Put another way, if the monsters there aren't very powerful, I could then assume this island is generally safe. Besides, I want to secure food. After all that moving around, the only nutrition I've taken in is that Adam's body. I can be fine with not eating anything for a few days, but that's not to say I don't need food at all. If I get hungry, my natural recovery of HP and MP will go down and I'll get fatigued. I held myself back while I was around the Lithovar village, since if I were to hunt in earnest it would have affected their livelihood. My body is so big that, were I to eat until satisfied, it'd be a minor calamity. But it should be fine if the ecosystem here is thrown into chaos a bit. I want to finally eat until I'm full and get in peak physical condition. As I get near the giant tree, the land gives way to cliffs. The elevation change is extreme. But that tree? Just how tall is it? It's making even me feel small. It must be 300. No, 400 meters tall. The closer I get, the more overwhelming it feels. If it were to suddenly fall towards me, I'd have to choice but to brace myself for death. Perhaps having some thoughts as a fellow tree, the treant stops from time to time and stretches out its trunk. No, trying to compete is a bad idea, it's not even slightly comparable, you know? But I don't see much in the way of monsters. The area is so devoid that I wonder if the atom didn't kill them all. There seemed to be something near the big tree, but because of the elevation difference, I can't see its base anymore. Looking towards the coast, I see a flock of birds flapping in the air. I wonder if I can eat them. Is what I think, but then I see that attached to the birds' necks are the heads of women. Siren, B-rank monster. A monster with the head of a human woman and the body of a bird. The siren's song causes other creatures to relax, luring them to their death. It often lives in seas near coasts and has a preference for human flesh. It mesmerizes sailors with its song and curses them to death, then picks at their corpses. If you find a mountain of human bones on a beach, then you have found a siren hunting ground. Ah, they're no good. This island. Is it all going to be like this? All be rank, the same rank as the manticore and mother? Hidden in each of the tiny bodies of those bird women is as much power as the manticore? With them gathered together, they might be a bit difficult to take on. I look around, but don't see anything that looks like a pile of human bones. Well, I guess humans hardly ever come here. For that matter, why human-faced birds, why a headless human? Why is there nothing but unappetizing creatures? Hopefully the huge tree will have some proper, mainly in terms of appearance, monsters. As I look up at the tree, I spot a round pink head peeking out from a hole high up, looking down at us. Excited, it pants fiercely through its nose. It seems to be immensely curious about its new visitors. Is it a snake? A lizard? No, it doesn't have wings, but a dragon? I guess I could eat it, but I'm a dragon too. Wouldn't that be cannibalism? It doesn't look very big. It's 3 meters long at most. For the time being, its status. If I can see the strength of a monster I come across like this, I should be able to get a sense for the strength of this island's monsters. Giva, B-rank monster. A dragon with a slender pink body. It crawls across the ground and walls with nimble movements and specializes in using ice magic to toy with its enemies. As I thought, this island's weakest might be B-rank. Even a monster like this would be among the strongest outside the island. In addition, the Giva is hermaphroditic and can mate with other species of dragon to produce offspring as a male or female. Its mating season lasts almost an entire year, and if it sees a dragon it takes a liking to, it will approach and try to bring the dragon back to its nest. I reflexively look back up at it. As before, it's breathing through its nose fiercely, waving its tail to either side, banging it against the floor of its nesting hole. I look away quietly. Somehow, I'm starting to not want to get close to the tree anymore. Why can't this island have some decent monsters? I don't mind if they're a bit strong, but are there no safe monsters? As I think about various things, I crest a small hill. Now that I've gotten close, I can see the base of the tree. The ground before me is cracked by roots, leaving the roots exposed. Hidden in the base of the tree, there's what looks like a stone entrance. It seems there's a building constructed right under the giant tree for some reason. It's clearly artificial. It looks pretty old, but I guess people lived here long ago. Some might still be hiding there. Though I guess it's not impossible that the atom could have made it. 336, the ruins of the great tree. Below the giant tree is a huge entrance to a building. The right-hand side of the door still stands, but the left side has crumbled away. Fragments of stone are visible mixed into the surrounding root. I hesitate for a second, but then lose to my curiosity and approach the door. As I get closer, my partner and I bite through bits of root that clog the path. I see what looks like a drawing carved into the collapsed door. Using my foreleg, I brush away dirt from the indentations and clean it by rubbing it with my skin. Part-way through I realize that what I'm looking at is writing rather than a drawing. The dirt isn't completely cleared, and at first I don't understand what it is I'm looking at. But as I look closer, I realize that I recognize the first character. The moment I notice, the inside of my head burns hot. AWGNTNZEGA. It's genuine hiragana and Latin letters. A lot of them are unreadable due to damage, and there are some that merely look like hiragana but are slightly different. What is this? It looks pretty old, but long ago, were there others from Earth like me? It's a weird arrangement of letters. I wonder if I'll understand if I continue through. I get the feeling that this building has something to do with who I am. I don't have any memories of before I was a dragon, so I don't have much in the way of regrets about my previous world. Even if I were to think about it, it doesn't feel like I'd arrive at any answers, so I haven't tried to think too deeply about why I'm in this world. But now that I see something like this, I can't exactly leave it alone. To put it simply, it's piqued my curiosity. As I stoop under the doorway, my partner glances at me dubiously. We're going in? I get a bad feeling about this place. I have the same bad feeling. But I might be able to find out about my roots in this place. If that's possible, then I'd be willing to put my life on the line to unravel the mystery. But it would be wrong to drag along Arrow, the Treant and Petit Nightmare, let alone my partner. But if I were to leave them behind, they might be attacked by monsters on this island and be wiped out. Do what you want. If you want to go, then I can only accompany you. After saying that, she shifts her eyes to our body. But find something tasty, okay? The one who's moving our legs is you, after all, partner. Partner. Arrow jumps from my head and makes a clean landing with Gale wind magic, then puffs out her chest proudly. The Petit Nightmare lines up next to her. Why you guys? The Treant races in front of them and stands just before the door and jerks its nose up. It might be dangerous for Trent San, and it wouldn't look out of place for there to be a tree out here, so maybe you should stay back and try to blend in? At any rate, it doesn't look like I've got any reason to stay here. With equal parts anticipation and apprehension, I examine the area behind the door. The building looks ancient, with the ceiling full of holes that allow light to leak in, so the inside isn't all that dark. Feeling around with a presence perception, I take a step forward. It's spacious. The way it's constructed, I'd still be able to go through even if I were a bit bigger. Carved giant pillars support the roof, giving it the impression of a temple. At the back of the vast hall, I see two human figures. The inside is slightly dark and I can't see their faces very clearly. But I get the feeling they've been waiting all this time for me to come. Seeing me, they slowly walk toward me. I see something hopping by their side. Is it a pet? I gulp. As I try to take another step, I realize they aren't wearing clothes. There's nothing from their neck up and faces are on their chests. In other words, they're atoms. Species atom. Condition normal. LV 60/100. HP 729/729. MEP 374/374. Species atom. Condition normal. LV 67/100. HP 785/785. MEP 423/423. The two people. No, the two atoms walk towards me, their expressions frozen in place. I take a step back and they speed up, hurtling toward me frantically. Just as I think something is hopping next to them, I glance at it to see a grotesque monster. From the head down, it is composed of a single thick leg. Its hair is long and there is a slight femininity to its lips and eyes, but it makes me want to say so what. Species Eve. Condition normal. LV 70/100. HP 476/476. MEP 598/660. Nope. Absolutely nope. No way am I fighting them. Their levels are a bit lower than the one I hunted, but it's still a bit unwinnable. 3A ranks is no laughing matter. Both the atoms and the Eve, what's with their ridiculous appearance? There's a limit to name fraud. Impossible, this is impossible. I'd thought to resolve myself, but this is absolutely impossible. With them lined up, it's too surreal. Is this seriously the Atom's nest? They shouldn't be monsters that can just pop up anywhere. If I were to fight them, it's clear I'd get surrounded and get beaten up. I quickly turn around, stuff Arrow in my mouth and grab the Treant as I dash toward the exit. At some point the Petit Nightmare got on my partner's head. I burst out the exit, then kick off the ground to jump into the air. But as long as I'm in the air, I'm a target for Gravidon. I fly around the giant tree. If this could give them the slip, that'd be great. You until I get a bit stronger, entering the ruins might be impossible. That, or if Arrow and the others could work together to pin one down, I could imagine surviving. 337 Chimera Lich. From a branch of the giant tree, I look down. There's no sign of the hopping freshly severed woman's head, nor the headless men. It doesn't look like they chased me. I was able to shake those disgusting atoms and Eve off somehow. I stick out my tongue and out rolls a sphere of hardened earth. What is that? As I think that, the sphere breaks and Arrow appears from inside. It seems the moment I stuck her in my mouth, she used clay to make a shell of earth. Why you hated it that much? Well, yeah, I guess it stinks of dragon. For the time being, should we get down from here and go somewhere relatively safe? No, it might be better to stay up here now that I know atoms won't attack. Depending on the situation, they could climb by jumping, but it doesn't seem like they're going to try and climb so proactively. That is, unless they're currently digging a hole through the tree to get to me. As I think that, I feel a faint presence of something drawing closer. Up here might not be safe either. I turn my head toward the presence, but don't see anything in particular. My partner suddenly stretches out and bumps my head. Look closely. I focus my attention and there's a patch of space on the branch that looks oddly warped. The colors there look a bit faded, or rather it looks a bit unnatural. I spit toward it and can make out something crawling as my saliva floats in the air. It appears that there's something there that changed its color to blend into the background. Shishishi. It exposes its emerald body as it slithers around a thick branch. A snake is what it looks like. Attached to the snake's body is the upper body of a human. But its face is clearly inhuman. Where its left eye should be there are instead 3 bright red eyes and body fluids drip from its lips. Its long hair is dark purple. The left side of its scalp is cracked, exposing pink brain tissue. From her shoulder, a single tattered wing sprouts. Chimera Lich, B-rank monster. The pitiful end of a mage who, seeking immortality and contrary to divine reason, turned herself into a monster. Though it may have been a champion, now its sword points towards its former companions. Eroded by insanity, none of its former wisdom remains. Daisy Tetram. Species, Chimera Lich. Condition, cursed. LV 67/80. HP, 295/295. Attack, 307. Defense, 358. Magic, 411. Speed, 420. Rank, B. Characteristic skills. Mage Talent, LV8 Grisha Language, LV1 Undead, LV- Automatic HP Recovery, LV7 Automatic MP Recovery, LV7 Tentacle, LV2 Color Change, LV- On Mitsu, LV4 Presence Perception, LV4 Flight, LV2 Darkness Attribute, LV- Resistance Skills. Status Condition Nullification, LV- Normal Skills. High Rest, LV6 Care, LV5 High Power, LV5 Dark Rest, LV4 Dark Sphere, LV7 Putrefying Breath, LV3. Title Skills. White Mage, LV7 Black Mage, LV7 Former Champion, LV-. Another strange thing has shown up. For that matter, she still has her name from her former life. This'll be hard. But as it's not an A rank, it's no match for me. If it attacks, I won't hold back. No, wait? Can't Arrow and the others somehow handle something like this? Putting aside the C+ Arrow, the Petit Nightmare and Treant wouldn't be able to fight at all if I took them back to the ruins. I'll devote myself to a support role for this fight. This Chimera Lich. Its level and rank are high, but its HP is on the lower side. If their attacks can land, it shouldn't be impossible for Arrow and the others to take it down. All of their levels are close to the limit. There's a chance they could all get enough to evolve. If they can all get in the B to C+ range, then with my support they should be able to fight an atom. If they can pin down one of them, then conquering the ruins is a possibility. However, Arrow and the others are overwhelmingly inferior in terms of speed. With the Chimera Lich's status condition nullification, the Petit Nightmare's poison theod won't work. Gwa! I howl, an arrow jumps on my head as the Treant waits diagonally in front of me and the Petit Nightmare hangs from a higher branch near my partner's head. It's helpful for them to be close by so we can react if needed. A single hit would be a disaster after all. Arrow touches my head with both hands. It's her mana drain skill. A black light leaks from my body and envelopes her. Her MP should have already been full, but whenever she sucks up my MP she gets a boost to the strength of her magic. She should be able to attack in a way that even the B-rank Chimera Lich can't ignore. Go for it, Arrow. Nail it with a preemptive strike. She holds a hand out towards it. As she does, brown light accumulates in front of the Treant and a sphere of earth appears and flies towards it. That's probably the skill it got from the Fruit of Wisdom, Clay Sphere. The Chimera Lich doesn't react at all. The ball of earth loses its momentum part way and falls to the ground next it. Arrow stares at the Treant in surprise. In the first place, the Treant's magic power is 65, whereas the Chimera Lich's defense is 358. Even if it hit, there's a chance it wouldn't do any damage. Trent-san. You wanted to use your new skill, right? I understand. I've also felt that way. The Tran turns toward me as though to explain itself.
That's not what you should be doing now. Front. Watch the front. Shewa.
The Chimera Lich spreads its one wing as it leaps toward the branch we're on. Its torn mouth opens wide as it swings its long claws down toward me. Its movements stop midair, a faint red line visible in front of it. The Petit Nightmare has wrapped a thread around it, it seems. It spits out more thread to reinforce the restraints. But in the brief moment as Arrow refocuses her aim, the Chimera Lich shakes off the thread and throws itself at me. I guess the status difference is just too big. I lightly knock it away with my foreleg. With a bang, its body bounces back. It quickly gets to its feet and takes some distance. It glares at me from a low posture. At this rate, it'll be hard for them to land a hit. I don't want to take my time so much that it notices the difference in strength and runs away, but I also want to take actions that could get seen as contributing too much. 338, Dark Sphere. The Chimera Lich flaps its one wing as it floats in the air, its long serpentine body swaying eerily below. It raises both its arms forward, and black light amasses in front of it. I'm certain it's the Dark Sphere skill. It's aiming at me, I'm pretty sure. It's probably thinking that I'm the only one that could damage it. In truth, if I wasn't here, then it could easily crush the other three without even using skills. It's the correct strategy from its perspective, and from my point of view, I'm grateful for it.
Gale.
From on top of my head, Arrow raises a hand toward it and chants magic. A tornado appears in front of her and flies towards it. The Chimera Lich flies in a circle to dodge. The tornado hits the tree, carving a vertical gouge. It really is quick. Gale has a wide area of effect and is fast. But on top of being a speed type, the Chimera Lich can move in 3 dimensions. Taking the rank difference into account, landing a proper hit will be a bit difficult. It flies in front of me and swings its arm as it releases the amassed black light from its hand.
Shasha.
The black light spirals towards me. Now then, dodging would be easy, but as long as I'm acting as a tank, moving around too much would be bad. If I carelessly made an opening, Trent Sand could get torn to shreds. I'm a higher rank than it, and I'm specialized in HP. I guess I'll just receive it with my body. I stretch out my foreleg and catch the mass of magic, crushing it. Fragments of black magic leak out of the gaps between my fingers and scatter. Part of the skin of my hand peels off in a spray of blood.
Oh. That hurts.
Most of the damage still went through, I think. If it's just my hand, then I can keep regenerating it, but I don't want to take a direct hit. The Chimera Lich lands on another high branch, and once again amasses black light in front of its hands. Another dark sphere. The target is me again.
Clay.
Arrow shouts, producing 2 giant needles of earth. But her activation time is a lot slower than usual. Checking her status, I see a lot more magic power was also consumed. Normally the magic is supported by earth from the ground, reducing the consumption. But up on here there's no earth nearby, so the magic has to produce it itself. With Egale and Clay as her main weapons, this area might be disadvantageous to her. Is fighting a higher rank here a bit too much? Arrow swings her arms down and the 2 earthen needles fly out. The Chimera Lich swings its own arms down and releases the fully amassed dark sphere. The spheres of black light spiral through the air and crushes the earthen needles. The needle fragments fall to the branch and shatter in a spray of dust. The sphere of black light doesn't show any sign of slowing down after destroying them and continues towards me. As I stretch out to repel it with my hand, the black light suddenly speeds up and slips past my hand. It bursts against my chest.
Guh.
Oh. Arg. I let my guard down. I know it should only be aiming at me, but I can't help but be distracted by Arrow and the others. I can take hits just fine, but if Arrow or anyone were to get hit by a dark sphere, they'd be killed in an instant, so there might not be any helping it, but I took a direct hit from that one. The Chimera Lich's MP isn't inexhaustible. If it realizes that the dark sphere that it's so confident in doesn't do much, it'll probably run away. Even without healing, I can withstand another 20 direct hits. I'll leave the injury as it is for now.
Shishishishi. Chi.
A shot of earth hits the Chimera Lich's exposed brain as she floats in the air. The earthen shot loses its momentum as it hits her and falls apart as it scatters onto her head. Tooting in annoyance, she runs a hand through her hair to remove the earth. It's the Trent's clay sphere. The Trant sticks out its lower lip and looks at Arrow triumphantly. Arrow glares back in irritation. It's rare for Arrow to get angry. It's not the normal reproachful look she aims at me sometimes, so has she just normally snapped? Hold it in, please. The Trent's your friend, right? You're ruining your cute face. If you also stopped getting along with the Trant, I don't know what I'd do. In the first place, the reason her gale was avoided was because the Chimera Lich was wary of it. If it hit, it would do damage that it couldn't ignore, so it had to dodge it. The reason the Trent's clay sphere was able to hit a weak point was probably because it was completely out of its threat consideration. In truth, it only did 1 or 2 points of damage. But at this rate we'll just be going in circles. A decisive hit won't land at all. Because I shoved it against the branch earlier, it's wary of me and won't get close. If it got a bit closer, Arrow might get a chance, but at this distance, it can avoid her magic with time to spare. It might not be a bad idea for me to blow off its wing with a wind slash. I get the feeling that'd end up giving me most of the experience though. While I'm hesitating, Arrow jumps down from my head and rushes forward.
Ashe.
Going forwards that far is dangerous. The one it's most wary of is me, but the target it's second most wary of is probably the magic battery Arrow. It's possible that since I've only been acting as a spectator, it might not think I have any long-range attacks. Taking into account the difference in status, if Arrow's attack lands with her magic strengthened by sucking up my magic power, she should be able to inflict a fatal wound. It's clear that as soon as she moves away from me, she'll become its primary target. Arrow glances back at me and nods her head. I understand, you want to lure it out by getting closer. In the end, I suppose you need some danger or else your level can't be raised. 339 Coordinated Attack. The Chimera Lich momentarily stops moving and turns its gaze to Arrow. As expected, when Arrow with her long-range magic steps away from Megard, it'll switch to prioritizing her. So far it seems to be going according to our plan. The problem is what happens next. The Chimera Lich leans forwards and flaps its one wing, then launches itself off the branch toward Arrow. Probably because it wants to conserve MP, it doesn't seem to want to use Dark Sphere for anyone other than me. It stretches out with its large claw. Arrow enlarges her left arm with a flesh transformation. Perhaps struggling against the weight, her posture drops slightly. She's made it even bigger than usual. She might be trying to prevent the damage from reaching her body, but even if she blocks, I worry that her HP will still be entirely shaved away. Does she really want to fight the Chimera Lich in close quarters? Even among others of the same rank, her attack and speed stats are low. Her HP is high, but that's not enough to put up a proper fight. I prepare a wind slash. Before the Chimera Lich can reach Arrow, a thick fog spreads around her. Fog of the Dead? Although if it were to attack wildly, it would still pressure her a lot. With it the visibility reduced, it's also harder for me to see if she needs saving.
Shishishi.
From the silhouette of the Chimera Lich in the fog, I see it about to hit Arrow. This is bad, with it that close there's nothing she can do. I'm about to shoot my wind slash towards its back, but then notice that there's something strange about Arrow's appearance and hold back just before firing. Her head and enlarged arm splatter apart.
No, that's wrong.
That was a dummy made with clay. The reason she enlarged her arm was so that her silhouette would more recognizable and so easier to mistake.
Shishishishi. Sure?
The shattered Arrow dummy transforms into countless arms which wrap around the Chimera Lich's arm. The fog fades. Arrow appears, standing on a foothold made with clay and reaching out towards its exposed brain. It seems her plan is to launch a point-blank magic attack at its weak spot.
The
Chimera Lich's body trembles. Looking closely, I see that not just its arms, but also its body being held down by arms. They're coming from the earth that scattered around from the giant earth needles she made. It looked like she was using clay quite wastefully, but it seems she was actually strategically preparing to be able to use clay freely up here. Even if it takes a lot of work to produce, it's no problem if she can prepare it beforehand. On top of the restraints of earthen arms, spider thread is wrapped around it several times. It seems the Petit Nightmare also took advantage of the fog to set up a trap.
Shaya.
But because of the difference in status, if the Chimera Lich struggles, the thread will loosen and the arms will break. But Arrow can cast her magic faster, that should be the case, but the Chimera Lich's abdomen splits open vertically and countless dark red intestine-like things appear. It's the Chimera Lich's characteristic skill, tentacle. Holding down just its body and arms wasn't enough. One of the tentacles stretches out towards Arrow's chest. A sudden circle of black light rapidly expands from the treant. In the blink of an eye, the light engulfs me and the Chimera Lich. It's one of the skills the treant gained from the fruit of wisdom, gravity. I've seen it a number of times. It places a burden on everyone in range, pinning them down. With the treant's magic power, it won't do much to the Chimera Lich, but together with the arms of earth and the spider thread, it's a three-layered suppression. The Chimera Lich's upper body is forced down by gravity. The trajectory of the tentacle-headed for arrow is diverted and only brushes against her robe before stopping.
Sure. Nice. Nice assist, Trent-san. That was without a doubt nice.
Ooh.
Arrows also is in the range and so is now lying face down, but anyway, nice work, Trent-san.
G-Gale.
Arrow once again reaches out towards its head. A mass of compressed wind slams into its exposed brain. Repelled by the blast, its body shakes and sways oddly. The hit landed.
That should have done good damage.
Green blood dribbles from its head.
Yeah.
But as its defense stat is too high, it doesn't look like that was enough to bring it down. Its four eyes glare at Arrow. Just then, a loop of thread descends from above and catches its neck, then jerks up. Its head is raised.
Oga.
It pulls its head down, tearing the loop of thread. But a faint red line remains at the base of its throat.
Sure 3. Yeah.
It touches the base of its throat with a pained expression. How vicious, Petit Nightmare. The treant stands in front of it as though it's been waiting for this opportunity. Trent-san, your skills are a bit too weak, it might be better if you fall back. The treant closes its eyes. A gentle light wraps around the Chimera Lich. Rest?
Triple A.
Its expression contorts in extreme discomfort as it howls hoarsely. Then, as though the strength has faded from its body, it slumps to the ground and stops moving. It seems Arrest dealt the killing blow while it was weakened.
Trent-san.
Well done knowing that healing magic would damage undead. Arrow looks at the triumphant treant in dissatisfaction. It averts its eyes from her a bit apologetically. Trent-san, by any chance did you use Rest on Arrow by mistake before?
And no, there's no need for me to pry.
469 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 469 experience points have been acquired.
Oops.
I got about a quarter of the experience.
I was able to protect them, so I guess it's fine. Now then, how much have their levels gone up?
340 experience points. I decide to check their levels right away. As I look up, I see the Petit Nightmare clinging to the base of the Chimera Lich's throat, held in place by a red thread. There's no way it hasn't noticed me, but it ignores me and continues to focus on sucking up the Chimera's body fluids. Does it not taste rotten? It doesn't really look like it's very interested in evolution. Well, anyway, I'll start with the Petit Nightmare. I use status inspection on its back as it greedily devours. Species, Petit Nightmare. Condition, normal. LV, 45-45, max. HP, 163/190.
Mepe, obtsprezecher osuto shapte zechi shapte. Vouvoir.
8 level UPS in one go. Could it actually be gathering nutrition in preparation to evolve? If the next evolution goes straight forwards, will it be a nightmare next? I would be bad if it got too big for me to handle. There's no way I can release it to the wild. Now that I think about it, I'm not sure raising its level was for the best. There are various downsides. If I take my eyes off it, I get the feeling it might attack travelers. Now then, next I'll check Arrow's level. But as I think that, Trent-san comes toward me, fidgeting restlessly as though to say look. The Petit Nightmare is preparing so calmly, yet a fellow monster displays such a difference in attitude. Trent-san, are you an angel? But seriously, are you not going to use telepathy a bit more? Since you've become able to use it and all. The fact that I missed my chance to get it is vexing. I don't really need any attack magic other than Wind Slash, but if I had telepathy, I could send my intentions to Arrow and the others more precisely and, depending on the circumstances, I could avoid some fights with monsters or even get their cooperation. It would also be helpful for coming to an understanding with humans. Also, gravity seems like it would have all sorts of useful applications. Since I specialize in magic, if I used it would probably be enough to completely seal the movements of monsters around me. Well, I suppose there's nothing that can be done about what's lost. In the first place, the one who stopped my partner from eating was me. Species, lesser treant. Condition, cursed. LV, 25-25, max. HP, 86/141. Mepe, 3 11 levels up. Alright. Its level was low at the start, so raising it is easy. I'm happy for you. Trent San, I'm happy for you. With this, no one will look down on Trent San as unevolved anymore. It's been a long time. I never would have thought just going up 24 levels would be this draining. It's thanks to the fruit of wisdom, I guess. It's good you ate it, Trent San, really. So maybe it's a good thing that I didn't eat it. I was worried you'd stay a lesser Trant forever. For some reason, the Trant looks at me with a complicated expression. What is it? Celebrate more openly. Now then, Arrow. She fought hard from the front, so she should easily be at max level. She put up such a good fight against a B rank opponent. If anything, since she was so close to the maximum already, a lot of the experience might have been wasted. Dragon God-sama. Dragon God-sama. Waving her hand, she runs up to me and hugs my face. Hey, if you're that close, checking your level is hard. Name, Arrow. Species, Reviana Lolich. Condition, cursed. LV, 63/65. HP, 362/378. Mepe, 83/3 Oh, only 4 levels up. Ashu? Just that much? Huh? I thought for sure she'd get half of the total. Huh? I have my experience doubling skill, so I might have been underestimating it a bit. Certainly, after passing level 50, raising your level suddenly becomes a lot harder. Arrow stares at me with a strange expression. I reflexively look away. She tilts her head to the side and follows me. And my heart aches. Sorry, Arrow.
Sozi.
It looks like it wasn't quite enough. Well, if it's just this much, then the next monster you hunt will be enough to get back on track. Okay?
So?
Right? Watching my expression, she's able to work it out and hangs her head in dejection. Arrow. The Trent's branch pats her shoulder. She turns to look at it with an unreadable expression. It might have meant to cheer her up, but with the Trant as it is now, it might have the opposite effect. Hanging from a thread, the Petit Nightmare rams into the Trant as though to tell it to read the mood. The Trant flips over with a crash. I understand its feelings, but there's a big difference in the stats of the Petit Nightmare and the Trant, so I hope it won't become a fatal wound. Uninterested in the Petit Nightmare and Treat messing around behind her, Arrow sits sadly with her arms around her knees. YUVE already got a completely human form, so there's no need to hurry, right? Besides, now that I think about it, if your evolution goes badly there's a risk you could look more monster-like, so it's fine if you want to just stay that way. I thought I'd finally be strong enough to help Dragon God-sama. She mutters quietly. I feel guilty. Why, you can do it. You're only 2 levels away after all. Alright, let's go find the next one. The next one? 341, Trent's evolution. Perhaps full after biting into the Chimera Lich's neck, the Petit Nightmare gets down. It then spits red thread from its mouth to cover itself. Just before its head is completely hidden, it glances towards me and waves an arm.
What is it?
I wave back absent-mindedly, and it spits thread to the ground. It seems it was waving at my partner rather than me. Having that done to me really is quite irritating. Now I understand how Trent San feels after being treated rudely by the Petit Nightmare. My partner yawns and stretches out towards the base of the giant tree. So this is the composure of a popular dragon. In the blink of an eye, the Petit Nightmare's head is covered by the thread and it is turned into a red cocoon. The cocoon is 2 sizes bigger than it. About big enough to fit a single human. It looks like it started its evolution preparation. I wonder what it'll evolve into next. It'll probably be around C+ rank, the same rank as Arrow. Though she'll evolve to B rank in no time at all. With C+ and B ranks by my side, things will become a lot easier. Honestly, the only one of the 3 that can attack decently is Arrow, who on top of being C+ rank and specialized in magic, can absorb my MP with mana drain. With Arrow at long range, the Trant as an iron wall and the Petit Nightmare as an opportunistic attacker. If each of their specializations are developed as they evolve, they should be able to put together decent formation. If that happens, they can fight in an entirely new way than they have up to now. They might become able to take down Chimera Lich-class enemies even without my support. If so, their level will rise much faster. With so many A-rank Adams and Eves just a quick search away, in a way you could probably call this island the world's best level-up spot. We should be able to explore those ruins soon too. Now then, I'm looking forward to the Petit Nightmare's emergence. The way it's gone before, it shouldn't take too long. Besides, the cocoon is shaking with a thumping sound. Combined with the red thread, it looks almost like a heart. It looks like it could come crawling out any second. I suddenly feel a gaze on me and turn around. The Treant is looking at me as though it wants to say something.
What is it?
Could be as a monster produced through fake life, like Arrow you also need fake life to evolve? You hadn't evolved all this time, so I didn't realize. Hey, partner, stop just looking down and use fake life, would you? Pack as much magic power into it as you can. To celebrate Trentsan's future. GAA. She looks up as though finding it bothersome and cries out quietly. Trentsan is covered in dubious black light.
It's fake life.
Somehow, it seemed like the magic was sloppy, but was Trentsan able to evolve safety? It was, right? From inside the black light, a tree branch suddenly protrudes. No, the end of the branch is split neatly into 5. It looks just like an arm. The black light clears, the Treant appears, one size bigger than it was. Its bark is a bit darker and more rugged. Rather than pure green, its leaves have a strong blue tinge to them now. Oh! Its body surface looks a lot harder than before. Is it okay to expect it? What is this species of monster? Magical tree, C+ rank monster. A Treant that excels at wielding magic. Fights through combining the Treant's characteristic resiliency and the advantage of magic support. Its leaves possess a peculiar magic power, and so there are many cases of adventurers attempting to subdue one. But due to its nasty means of fighting, after half a day, many give up and retreat.
Oh.
C+. It's a massive success. I was sure it would be around C rank, but it looks like that was a needless worry. It must be thanks to eating the fruit of wisdom. Though isn't it subtly dissed in the species explanation? Species, magical tree. Condition, cursed. LV, 1/60th. HP, 161/161.
Mepe, 310.
Attack, 43. Defense, 85. Magic, 113. Speed, 56. Rank, C+. Characteristic skills. Darkness attribute, LV- Grisha language, LV2 hardening, LV2 automatic MP recovery, LV1. Resistance skills. Physical resistance, LV4. Normal skills. Take root, LV4 clay, LV2 rest, LV3 fire sphere, LV2 aqua sphere, LV2 clay sphere, LV2 wind sphere, LV2 telepathy, LV1 gravity, LV2 poison cloud, LV1 physical barrier, LV3 anti-power, LV2. Title skills. Servant of the Evil Dragon, LV- Eater of the Fruit of Wisdom, LV- White Mage, LV3 Black Mage, LV2. Its skills have increased a lot. Their levels have also increased a lot too. With this, I can expect a lot from it from now on. Hardening, is it?
Sounds good.
Poison cloud. Physical wall. Anti-power. Right, it does indeed sound nasty. Power is a magic that raises the target's attack stat. So does anti-power do the opposite? With anti-power, to reduce the enemy's attack it can protect itself with a physical wall while healing with rest, slowly reducing their health with poison cloud, and, if there's a chance, attacking with one of the sphere-type magic skills. Nasty. That really is a nasty way of fighting. It's a skill combination on the level of being unable to complain when there's a power cut right when you start to play a competitive game. Trentsan looks at its branch, or rather hand, and celebrates in delight. Then it glances towards me as though trying to show off. Alright. I'm glad. But the Treant becoming C+ rank is a wonderful miscalculation. I'm grateful that it'll be able to reduce the Atom's crazy high attack stat. I need it to do its best to raise the skill level. But then they do also have that stupidly powerful long-range attack magic, Gravidon. The Treant seems like it'll be strong against physical opponents, but... Right, what about magical opponents? It would be great if, as its level is raised, it could get some new resistance or normal skills to allow for some new countermeasures. 342 Un petit nightmare's évolution. As the magical tree of Trentsan dances around happily, the Petit Nightmare's red cocoon starts to shake slightly. At some point, the soft bundled threads of the cocoon have hardened. It looks like the contents could come out any moment now. As I watch, a crack opens in it and a black tentacle-like thing slithers out. As I stand stunned, a white mask that comes out following the tentacle and looks left and right. The crack in the cocoon widens, revealing a large spider inside. The Petit Nightmare has appeared 3 sizes larger than it was. It seems it was quite cramped inside the cocoon. Its total length is already nearly 3 meters. Up to now it still had a level of cuteness to it, but now the impression it gives of fear is much stronger. Is it even stronger than Trentsan? No, well, I should check its status first. Nightmare, C+ rank monster. The final evolved form rarely reached by individuals that grow in a harsh environment and receive the influence of powerful magic. As it hides in the darkness of night and steals away life, it truly is fitting of the name Nightmare. In areas where nightmares appear, it is often said down that should you see a white-faced monster, you should run for your life. Species, Nightmare. Condition, normal. LV, 1/70th. HP, 122/122. Mepe, 8 or Suta 15. Attack, 111. Defense, 69. Magic, 118. Speed, 97. Characteristic skills. Darkness attribute, LV- automatic HP recovery, LV3 poison sash, LV5 presence perception, LV3 Nicomeda, LV- stealthy movement, LV5. Resistance skills. Physical resistance, LV3 magic resistance, LV3 poison resistance, LV4 curse resistance, LV4. Normal skills. Poison Fang, LV3 Spider Thread, LV5 Ally Call, LV1 Thread Daruma, LV3 Poison Thread, LV3 Neck Hanging Thread, LV3 Sneak Attack, LV3 Curse, LV2 Humanization Technique, LV3 Auto Regeneration, LV1 Dark Sphere, LV1 Clay, LV1. Title skills. Pet of the Evil Dragon, LV- Thread Expert, LV5 Malicious, LV- Mutation, LV- Obsession, LV5 Cunning, LV4 Abyss Eater, LV2 Assassin, LV3 Final Evolution, LV-. Its stats are quite high. Trentsan is the same rank and yet looks pitiable by comparison. Other than defense, it loses in every way. The number of excellent skills it has have increased too. Stealthy movement and presence perception? These two, if it gets used to them, crises can be avoided and hunting can get a whole lot easier. Dark Sphere looked really powerful from the Chimera Lich's use. Auto-regeneration? Auto-regeneration is good. Even without worrying too much, missing body parts will be regenerated by themselves. That leaves Nicomeda and Humanization Technique. Nicomeda is the one the Manticore had. If I remember right, it cuts down the stupidly high MP consumption of Humanization Technique. I'm jealous. Both the Trant and you, why is it that you two get the skills I want so easily? Well, now that I know it's not just restricted to cat-related monsters, I can hope to get it at some point. Evolving into something like a cat dragon might work. Huh? Final evolution has been added to the title skills? Hey, Nightmare, C+ is your end? No, if anything, is that what's normal for monsters? Ashim. Generally C+ would already be considered a fairly high rank, so that might be all there is to it. When Trentsan becomes B rank, their positions will completely be reversed. I kind of want to see that but also feel a bit sorry for it. I wonder if Arrow's next evolution might also be her last. The Nightmare looks at my partner strangely. She quickly looks down to avert her eyes. It then looks at me. Unable to bear it, I also look away. If Trentsan evolves, the Nightmare will become baggage. And no, I don't know much about the evolution limit. There might be a way to lift it for all I know. In my case, some title skills have increased my evolution options. It's still too early to be pessimistic. For the time being, Arrow, the Trant, and the Nightmare are all C+ rank. Their skills have been strengthened, and now not just Arrow but the others also have a decent fighting style. At this rate we might be able to explore the ruins sooner than expected. Now then, they've finished evolving, so since we're here, how about we set up a base on the tree? It doesn't seem like the atoms climb up here very often, so it should be perfect for sleeping. If something like the Chimera Lich attacks, I can turn the tables on them easily. But being attacked by an atom in my sleep would be difficult, both in terms of stats and visually. Among all the monsters I've seen so far, the atoms and eaves have the most atrocious appearance. As I'm thinking about finding a decent cavity in the tree, I hear the gfu.
Fu, a huffing of a monster.
In the distance, swishing its tail to either side is the pink slender dragon. The horny dragon, Giva.
Ivy found something dangerous.
Right, it was up on the tree. I need to move somewhere a bit higher.
For now, let's retreat.
It's not like it's an opponent I can't beat, but rather one I don't want to fight. It's not hostile, so it would be a bit difficult. I won't let you come. Quietly, Arrow raises hand towards the Giva. Green light gathers in front of her hand. Wind magic, GA. I lower my head towards her and stretch out my tongue, quickly storing her inside my mouth. She struggles inside my mouth. I get that you want to raise your level, but that's a bit difficult, really.
Something?
I'd rather fight something that sees me more as a foreign enemy. As normal, I grab the tree and kick off the tree branch. The nightmare spits out red thread at my tail and hangs below me. Great, we're fleeing upwards. I raise my altitude, and the Giva looks up to glare at me in frustration.
Quowan. Quowan. Quan. Quowan.
The Giva lets out a more pitiable, coaxing cry than before. Understanding that it's not having an effect, it exposes its belly and patters around on the tree branch. Feel free to do that for the rest of your life. Sorry, but I've no intention of joining you. 343 Life on the Great Tree. I shave away at the trunk of the giant tree with wind slash, digging a nesting hole. The blades of wind scrape away the trunk. I take the occasional break to rest with automatic MP recovery, patiently digging my way through. It takes a full day to finish, but there's now enough space for me to fit. It's about the same size as the Dragon God's shrine. Great, the atoms shouldn't come up here much. Once we're done grinding for levels, we'll head back down and enter their temple in the roots. Though before going in I'd like to catch one outside to run a battle test first. By the way, perhaps finding a web easier to settle down in, the nightmare has strung up a huge web between branches outside Midragon's nesting hole and is lying in wait, motionless. I don't know if any of the monsters here would be okay to catch, but it seems that way is more calming for it. If Arrow said she wanted to sleep outside I'd stop her, but the nightmare should be fine. If it gets dangerous it'll come back inside right away, so there shouldn't be any problem with it acting as a guard. I thought maybe the treant would need to be in the sunlight, but it went to the far back of the nesting hole and bent over, and now the sound of snoring is coming from its mouth-like hole. Try to blend in better, seriously. Is it fine like that? If it were wild, there's no way it could go on living. My stomach's empty, so I decide to leave Arrow and the others behind and go on a small hunting trip. It would be bad if they were attacked by another monster while I was away, so I thoroughly check the area with presence perception and don't find any particularly strong presences. Even so, I won't go too far. I plan on returning within 15 minutes. I kick off the branch and fly around the giant tree. After moving a short distance, I see a large, pure white bird. It's about 4 meters from head to tail, its long beak tapering to a sharp point. Its distinctive feature would be the way its beak extends to cover its face like a mask. Masked bird, C+ rank monster. A strange bird that flutters far from human lands. Its beak is deformed, protecting its head like a mask. In addition to an overwhelming flight ability, it excels at using magic. Its powerful stab delivered at close range can easily pierce armor. Ooh, it's just perfect. I separate from the giant tree and chase the masked bird. Seeing my pursuit, it quickly turns in the air to fly away. I promptly follow it, easily overtake, hovering in place opposite it and wait. Surprised, the masked bird quickly stops and reverses direction, flying down. Unfortunately, even though it might be confident in its flying ability, it's still not enough to overturn the difference in stats. As I continue to chase it, the masked bird glances back at me and opens its beak wide.
Kaya!
As it cries out, a pair of tornadoes shoot from its wings. It's wind magic. It looks similar to Arrow's Gale, but I saw it had a skill called Twin Gale. It seems to be essentially the same other than being doubled. Cutting past it would be fine, but I slow down and hang in the air for a bit. Then, aiming for the 2 tornadoes, I fire a wind slash. The slash passes through the tornadoes and cleaves into the masked bird's back.
Jia!
Its body contorts as feathers scatter. Its body falls limply, its eyes closed. Pierced by the wind slash, the two tornadoes unravel and disperse. I fly down in front of the falling masked bird and reach out my foreleg. Its eyes snap open and twists its neck to launch a point-blank stab with towards the base of my neck. I strike the side of its head with my forefoot. Its beak shatters and the portion covering its face becomes loose and bent. Pretending to be dead? Sorry, but I have enough leeway to react after seeing it. In the first place, I know its skills from status inspection. I slice up its head with my claw. 246 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 246 experience points have been acquired. I stab a claw through its back to hang it upside down. Now then, let's head back as its blood drains. I'm glad I was able to catch such a big prey. Though I ended up quite far away. I'll head back immediately, but hopefully there won't be another strange B-rank monster after them. With the masked bird held between my forelegs, I head straight back to the tree. I land on a branch in front of the nesting hole and leave the masked bird there. I look toward the nightmare's web and see a monster caught in the thread. It kicks and flails, shaking off the thread. Once loose, it lands on the branch and rolls around to clear it off, then licks its body in displeasure. It's a similar size to the nightmare, but the nightmare is cautiously keeping its distance. A long, snake-like body and small legs. A head, fin and two horns. It looks cute, but if it's able to so easily shake free from the nightmare's web, then it has to be around B rank. It rears its neck and glares at the nightmare in annoyance, then turns and notices me. Its eyes soften and it croons sweetly. Kuon. Kun. Right, it's the horny dragon whose brain is as pink as its skin, the Giva. Even though it doesn't have wings, it climbed all the way up here? There has to be a limit to persistence. Like before, the Giva twists to expose its belly. There's nothing about that I find arousing though? Kuon. Gale. A tornado emerges from the nesting hole and scrapes away bark as it closes in on the Giva. Fleeing from the tornado, the nightmare spits thread up to an overhead branch. The tornado blows away the Giva as it carelessly dances with its belly exposed.
Quo-OH?
That would happen. In that posture, there was no way it could have braced its legs. The Giva twists midair, changing its center of gravity so that it's just barely able to grip the edge of the branch in its mouth. The nightmare sticks a thread to its head.
Kuo?
Pulled by the thread, its body lifts slightly. It tries to bite into the branch, but only chomps down on empty space. The Giva is mercilessly attacked by a tornado again. Its body is repelled away a second time and it pitifully falls down the tree.
Quo-OH?
It slams into branches one after the other until it disappears from sight. It won't be dead. It is B rank after all. Had it fallen straight down it would have died, but there were branches to break its fall. Well, it should have learned from this and won't come here for a while. I push my foreleg against the branch and peer down towards where it fell. Arrow stands by my side and leans against me. I see her cheerily looking down at where it fell. Noticing my gaze, she glances up at me with a proud smile. It doesn't have any ill intent, so well please keep it in moderation. Knowing that it's also a fellow dragon doesn't exactly whet my appetite. 344 Masked Bird Roast. Arrow sits in silence, both arms outstretched. At the end of her arms, a mass of earth slowly changes shape. I've asked her to use clay to make an earthen oven for me. Since we have it, I want to roast the masked bird, but if I mess up and set the tree on fire it would be a disaster. As a result, I asked Arrow to make me a oven and while she's at it, scatter a coating of earth over a portion of the branch so that there's a place in front of my nest for the oven to go. After all, an oven is indispensable for my home. I need an oven for a comfortable dragon life. The masked bird is already gutted, plucked, the bits from below its thighs that have practically no meat attached have been cut off, and it is now hanging from the nightmare's thread. The oven is big enough to fit the trimmed masked bird inside, super big dragon size. Dragon God Sama, magic power, not enough. Arrow gently reaches out a hand towards me. Her complexion is a bit bad. That's proof that she's low on the magic power that she needs to maintain her body. Since she's been using magic continuously for such a long time, fatigue is showing through in her complexion. There's no need to ask permission, feel free to take as you please. For that matter, might it be a good idea to take a break? The scale of the magic isn't as big as in battle, but since this requires constant precise adjustment, the mental fatigue is greater. Upon being urged to rest, she puffs up her cheeks and shakes her head. All right. I'm happy that you do it for me. My partner glares at the half-finished oven in annoyance. Food. Food. Hey, isn't fine to not roast it? If so, then cutting it down now would be faster. No, for something like this, cooking it properly makes it much tastier. The heat will pass all the way through to the center. You can have the organs I pulled out, so please make do with those for now. She reluctantly stretches out and scoops up the organs with her tongue and flips them into her mouth. For someone who ate it so unwillingly, she sure is savoring the flavor. Please lend me your tail. Arrow says, reaching out towards me. She seems a little angry. Ashim. For the time being, taking a break would be better. As I think that, Arrow is approached by a single tree. Or rather, the treant. As Arrow watches doubtfully, the treant faces the oven and slowly closes its eyes. An unfinished portion shines with light and earth appears from thin air. Ah, no. It's okay, I'll do it. Troubled, she asks the treant to stop. Her tone is plain. Approaching the oven, the treant grasps the newly made part from a clay. The hardened earth crumbles and falls apart. Dejected, the treant returns to the nest. Well, I guess I see why Arrow wouldn't want to suddenly split the work on something she's been working on. Those feelings are ones I can understand. Besides, Arrow's clay level is 6, whereas the treant's is only level 2. It's hard to imagine that they could have the same level of precision. Perhaps not expecting the treant to feel so down, Arrow watches its retreating back apologetically. She then spins around and urgently reaches out towards me. But wouldn't it be better to take a break? She seems worn out from her magic power deficiency, so I need to give her some, but if I do that she'll get back to work. Stopping her forcibly would feel a bit wrong. Right. Food. Food. Gay? She already finished with the organs? Arrow shakes her head and looks at my partner as she flails, then stares at me. Sorry, please continue. I reach out to her with my tail and she hugs it to absorb MP with mana drain. After a while, the giant oven is completed. The clay coating over the tree didn't need much precision, so was also finished in the blink of an eye. Right away, I use a measured scorching breath to begin heating up the oven. After a few minutes of finding the right temperature with, I cut down the masked bird and push it inside, then close the cover. After a few minutes, I remove the lid with my mouth and take out the masked bird roast. Its surface is gleaming with fat. It seems this monster has a surprising amount of fat. It's big. Now that I'm looking at it again, it's big. Food that seems big even with my current size is valuable. For me who flew for ages without eating or drinking, I'm grateful to be able to eat until I'm full. The oil on it improves it even more, making it absolutely perfect. The smell of roasted bird tickles my nose and I feel saliva accumulating at the back of my tongue. I grab the left thigh with my foreleg and forcibly tear a portion off. As I'm about to put it in my mouth, my partner reaches out and snatches it away from me. Ah, Ashay. She looks up, flicking the masked bird's thigh meat into the air, then skillfully bites into it, then eats it. As she licks the juices that drip from her mouth, a blissful expression floats on her face. If she makes it look that delicious, I don't feel like reproaching her. Well, there's plenty of the masked bird roast left. Naturally, some will end up in my mouth. Beside my partner greedily devouring, I decide to slowly savor the taste. The moment I bite down, piping hot juices spread throughout my mouth. Delicious, this is delicious. It feels like it's been ages since I've eaten anything decent. Ideally, I'd like to add some salt. The sea is nearby, so it might not be a bad idea to collect some. After spitting out the licked clean bones, I gaze out over the island. From this height, even the island's vast forests look small enough to pinch between my fingertips. But all the same, the ocean's immensity is overwhelming. In the distance, the gigantic waterfall where the ocean suddenly cuts off, the line of the edge of the world is visible. From there on, nothingness spreads out as far as can be seen. When I first saw the atom, I had all sorts of doubts about this place, but perhaps life here won't be so bad. 345 Exploration of the furthest ends. Feeling the warmth of sunlight, I wake up. Light is pouring in from the nest's entrance. Ah, it's morning already. I stretch my neck with a cracking sound. As I stir, Arrow, who was snuggled next to me, opens her eyes. Oh, did I wake you up? Perplexed, she shakes her head. I don't really get sleepy. Is that so? I thought for sure whenever you shut your eyes and stayed motionless, you were asleep, but... That was just you resting your body and you were awake the whole time? Certainly, round eyes are wide open even though it's morning. There's no impression of her having just woken up. With a backward glance at Trent San, who is snoring with shut eyes despite being a tree, I exit the nest. There's nothing that needs to be done, so don't get up so quickly. My partner sluggishly squints at me in annoyance. This body doesn't feel particularly tired, but maybe it's different for her? No, that shouldn't be possible. Even if I just close my eyes and stay still, that's enough for me to recover health and stamina, and when I was living in the desert, that was what I did, since otherwise the ball rabbit could have been eaten by a monster. But it seems my partner needs proper sleep to be satisfied. Though rather than a difference in constitution, it might be more a matter of personality. As I leave the nest, I look up to see the nightmare's web stretched out from an overhead branch. Noticing us, it descends, then after a single glance at me, delightedly races towards my partner. We're two parts of the same being, and yet what is this difference in treatment? My partner lets out a yawn and looks down at the base of the tree, but upon noticing the approaching nightmare, she opens her mouth into a slight smile. After all said and done, these two really do get along well. Even though at the start she hated being clung to. Is she actually quite an easy dragon? She got on well with the lith of our children as well. She greets the nightmare as it playfully clings to her with a wide-open mouth, then closes her mouth around it. The nightmare's leg pokes out, feebly trembling as though asking for help. Unable to understand what is happening, my mouth gapes open. Arrow, who's walking at my side, also stares at her, pale-faced. Big bird meat. Reading her thoughts, I'm finally able to understand. She's still half asleep. She probably couldn't forget about the taste of yesterday's masked bird roast and is dreaming of eating roast chicken. I quickly headbutt her from below. Obo. The nightmare falls from her mouth, covered in saliva. Its back hits the branch. That was dangerous. If she bit down, it could have been a one-hit KO. I'm glad it's uninjured. The nightmare spits a thread to the overhead branch and regains its posture, then scowls at me. What is it? Do you have a complaint? If I hadn't saved you, you'd have been eaten. After lowering its head towards me slightly, it cautiously approaches my partner again. It's surprisingly obedient. For that matter, it almost got eaten and yet still isn't discouraged. The meat's come back. My partner suddenly snaps at nightmare, then raises her head to the sky. I headbutt the underside of her chin again, stronger than last time. I take Arrow, the nightmare and the treant down and walk around the forest that surrounds the giant tree. At my request, Arrow made a large bucket from clay, and the handle is hanging from the treant's branch right now. I'm using a status inspection to distinguish edible herbs and fruits and putting them in the bucket. Real fruit, value E+. Beesberry fruit, value D-. Harbor grass, value D. Red hot grass, value E-. Those that seemed like they could be good seasonings, those that catch my eye somehow, and those that are a little high in value, I gather them for any reason. The real fruit is yellow and round with orange flecks. It seems to be a citrus, as the status explanation makes it sound similar to a lemon. The beesberry fruit is elastic and apparently packed with nutrition. They're attached in bunches and look like grapes. The harbor grass is a herb with a weak soporific effect. The red-hot grass apparently turns red just before spreading its seeds, and the red part is absurdly spicy. It might be to prevent animals from eating it. In moderate amounts, it should be a good seasoning. Great, this is going well. Next, let's go to the seaside and gather some salt. The quality of life here is taking a huge leap forward. I'm worried that the treant's branch is creaking from the weight, but the person in question, or rather the tree in question, is acting as though it's nothing. Don't go acting tough and trying the impossible, okay? Bird. I want to eat bird. Bird. My partner swings her head either side as she whines. But there aren't many birds big enough for us to eat. Even if I look at the sky, I don't see any birds. There's the occasional weird giant fly, but that's all. Towards the sea there is a flock of the human birds, the sirens, but I don't really want to eat them or get involved with them at all. The sirens, Adams and Eve are the only monsters I wouldn't want to eat even if I was starving. I might be even more averse to eating them than humans. By the way, in my rankings of things I least want to eat, Siren is third place, Adam is second, and first is Eve. I didn't think I'd ever see a monster even grosser than an Adam, but the Eve easily surpassed it. Though I hate the idea of eating any of them, of course. I feel sorry for my partner, but it seems that prey like the masked bird aren't very commonplace. I'm confident that I can resolve myself to eat monsters that are a little bit gross. Compromise is important. After all, the first thing I ate in this world was a caterpillar bigger than myself. I've got to decline to eat something that looks like a messed up human, but I don't plan on being extremely picky about my food. Looking around, I spot a stone statue of a bipedal, muscular cow inserted between two trees. A cloth is wrapped around its waist, and a long club is grasped in its brawny arm. It's about 3 meters high in total. It's quite impressive. I almost want to take it to decorate the nest. It doesn't seem very old. Did an atom make it? Hey partner. Look at the ground, down. Down? Urged, I brush against the ground with my forefoot. Hidden amongst the grass is the giant footprint of a bird. It looks like it must still be nearby. Deciding to pursue this unknown bird monster, I desperately look for more tracks. As I walk, I come across more odd stone statues. The statue of the giant wolf is fine. But there's also a caterpillar with a human face and a creepily smiling giant tortoise with 3 heads. I can't help but think the creator's sense of aesthetics is broken. As I thought, is the one who made these an atom? It wouldn't surprise me if their sense was this much of a failure. If I keep chasing after this bird, I'm likely to make contact with the atom soon, but is it okay to keep going on like this? Hey partner, what do you think? Bird meat. Bird meat. It's useless, she's not thinking about anything except food. I really can't expect anything from asking her for advice. 346 Basilisk. After a short walk through the forest, I find the owner of the bird footprints. It's about 3 meters in length. Beneath its body of pure white feathers stretch out 2 long yellow legs. To that extent, it appears the same as a slightly thin, giant chicken. But the area around its tail is free of feathers, covered instead by dense green scales. Its tail is clearly longer than that of a chicken, the tip of which is raised next to its head and has eyes and a mouth. Or rather, its tail is a snake. No, that much is fine. I can deal with that much. I can eat a chicken that has a snake for a tail just fine. That's not a problem at all. From the neck up, with bright red eyes, is a wrinkled old man. The old man's hair is the same white as the feathers, and his pupils glint a venomous red. It's far more creepy than if its neck was just a bit long. Bird meat. Bird meat. You seriously want to eat that? No matter how you think of it, it's the same class as the atoms though? Or what? Is it a relative of the sirens? Are human heads common among birds? Canine teeth line the old man's mouth. Nothing could look more disgusting. If the first thing I saw in this world was this, I would have only braced myself for death. Basilisk, B+ rank monster. A monster with the tail of a snake and a body of a chicken, the final evolution of the cockatrice family. Its red eyes release a powerful petrifying curse. Its body possess a powerful poison, and merely approaching is enough to cause paralysis. That's not what's important though? I don't care about the snake tail or the chicken body. Something even stranger is sprouting from its neck up. And no, it might be something that all cockatrices share in common and not unique to the basilisk. But it definitely isn't something that should be omitted, right? If I heard this explanation first then saw a basilisk after, I'd flip out. What is with this island? There are way too many monsters that shouldn't exist. I'm glad. I really am glad I didn't come to this island by myself. If I were exploring by myself an island that had human-headed birds and men that are only chests striding about, I'd definitely go crazy. I might have seen the Giva as an angel and made it my companion. In front of the old man chicken, the basilisk, a pitch-black leopard is desperately struggling around with its legs petrified. The basilisk's chicken leg is pinning it down as it bites into its belly. The entrails that it drags out hang between its teeth. The leopard's body convulses, causing it to spring up, but as the basilisk slurps and bites through the entrails, it collapses, dead as its head slumps to the ground. The basilisk pivots to look at its snake tail. The snake then turns as though to point towards me. The old man head expressionlessly turns this way. Its eyes are far too cruel. Its head is human in form, but even if you only looked at that part of it, it would still be obviously inhuman, its features too cold. I reflexively look down to avert my gaze. Bird meat. Bird meat. Is this really a time to be so positive? For that matter. I saw a bunch of strange stone statues on the way here. So that was it scattering its petrification curse around? From what it was doing earlier, I can assume they're preserved food. Whenever it gets hungry it can restore a portion of them to eat. To start with, I'll do the usual check. Species, Basilisk. Condition, normal. LV, 88/88, max. HP, 655/655. MEP, 233-245. Attack, 440. Defense, 555. Magic, 450. Speed, 550. Rank, B+. Characteristic skills. Double-headed, LV-split spirit, LV-mutual understanding, LV2 darkness attribute, LV-flight, LV1 automatic HP recovery, LV6 heat perception, LV7 soft steps, LV7 poison sash, LV8 petrifying demon eye, LV6 two-tongued frowny face 1, LV-death throws, LV- resistance skills. Poison nullification, LV- paralysis resistance, LV8 petrification nullification, LV- instant death resistance, LV8 curse resistance, LV7 confusion resistance, LV4 normal skills. Peck, LV7 tongue of defilement, LV8 extreme poison, LV8 high quick, LV6 high rest, LV6 death, LV6 high slow, LV4 sinister voice, LV5 shrill voice, LV6 title skills. Final evolution, LV- obsessive, LV6 poison master, LV7 symbol of calamity, LV- B+ and the maximum level? But aren't its stats a bit low for that? Neither its attack nor magic stats are very high. It might even be a bit lacking compared to others of the same rank. But I can't let my guard down. There are too many skills that worry me. It might be best not to mess with it. For that matter, I don't want to get involved with it at all.
Hey, bird meat.
Can it even be eaten? Even if we defeat it, it'd just be a lump of poison. It's got poison sash after all.
Shah.
The basilisk snaketail hisses. Its white plumage is covered in a light which sinks into its body and disappears. That was high quick? For that matter, the tail is the one that uses it? As long as it's under the effect of magic doping, I can't hope to catch up. I feel sorry for my partner, but running away would be best. I glance towards Arrow, and she jumps with a start, then squeezes her shoulders and closes her eyes as though understanding me.
Sorry.
After apologizing to her in my heart, I stuff her in my mouth. Next is the Trant. Where is the Trant? Trentsan? The Trant had moved to the front before I realized. Its branches are spread wide as though to say, come at me.
No, it's impossible though?
I understand you're happy about evolving, but if you take a hit from it you'll be smashed up without a chance of survival. As I hurriedly try to grab the Trant, the basilisk old man howls. No, it screams in a strange voice as it runs this way. A jarring scream resounds, and I'm seized by fear for a moment. It's fast too. The slightly thin giant chicken body, accompanied by the old man head, thrusts forwards at a terrifying speed. I experience fear in spite of the difference in size. That mistake is fatal. From the roots up, the Trent's body turns to stone. Panicked, the Trant swing its branches, but the erosion is fast. In the blink of an eye, the Trant is entirely transformed into a stone statue.
Trentsan?
This can't be true.
Will it turn back?
As I stand bewildered, the basilisk continues to close the distance.
Gah!
My partner howls, and the Trant is wrapped in a gentle light. It's the holy magic. But there's no change in it. It's no good.
Sozzy.
She hangs her head. It seems she regrets saying that she wanted to eat chicken meat. But the delay in our escape was due to my error.
Dovedo.
No way, will it stay this way forever? No, if the basilisk treats petrified monsters as stores of food then. It must have a way of turning them back. I need to render it powerless, then force it use it somehow. One two-tongued could also be translated as duplicitous or deceitful. 347 Petrification. The basilisk's old man head howls as it rushes forwards. Its scareless eyes glint a demonic red. As I receive its gaze head-on, a chill runs through my body. This is its petrifying demon eye. I sense the flow of magic power through me and counter it. There's no change in my body. The difference in our magic stats is so large that it's not able to cause a status condition. The basilisk's eyes twitch in surprise. I attempt to pin it down with the claw of my foreleg, but it spreads its wings to jump back and avoid me. The nerve of this chicken. As I thought, the effect of the magic enhancement on its speed can't be overstated. Though if I'm land a single hit, it shouldn't be hard to inflict a fatal wound. I spread my wings and use the wind slash skill to shoot a blade of wind. As the blade of wind chases it down, I close the distance. Once again, the basilisk springs to the left to dodge, avoiding the wind slash. I was running right behind the blade of wind, but kick off the ground to follow it. This is it. Now I can nail its face in with all my strength. The basilisk's wrinkled face swells up. Its skill list races through my mind as I work out what it's about to do. I'm sure of it, extreme poison is coming. I resist my impulse to dodge and hold my ground. Aguo. As expected, a black liquid scatters from its pursed lips. That's dirty. Both its poison sash skill and its extreme poison skill are level 8. The poison is ridiculously deadly. But if I step back here, I'll have failed to catch it again. Grow! I swing my arm wide, thrusting my forefoot through the venom. I can't see with my vision is blocked, but I feel my forefoot hit it. There's a response. I hit. But it has a high rest, so I need to force it to use up all its MP in order to drive it to the verge of death. As a result, I can't afford to play around with it. In order to cure the Trent's petrification, I need to inflict serious damage then, before it can heal, break its legs. With a splash, the venom covers me. There's no helping it. I knew this would happen. I have poison resistance, LV6, and my vitality is also high. If it wants to share the pain, then it can bring it on. I feel a sharp, burning pain from the scales it covers. Oh. In particular, my face and my foreleg hurt, feeling as though they're pierced by needles. I look towards my arm, then freeze in shock for a moment. Taking advantage of the venom, the old man face has bitten into my arm. Its countless teeth are sinking into my scales with a cracking sound. Now that I think of it, the basilisk, or rather most likely its snake tail, had the heat perception skill. Even if the visibility drops, as long as it has that head, my position will be revealed. Accurately biting into my foreleg must have been easy. Having stopped my blow with the side of its head, its face is caved in, creating a huge bruise, but it's far from a fatal wound. In the first place, it was only ever a reckless attack made while I couldn't see. It didn't hit directly. A warm, sticky sensation runs up my arm. The basilisk's mouth has split open, and a forked bluish-purple tongue licks my arm. My foreleg shivers with a sudden chill as my strength fades from it. This guy. I try to pin it down with my foreleg, but can't put enough power into it. It had a skill called Tongue of Defilement. It seems it inflicts some kind of status condition. I try to force its head into the ground with my other foreleg, but I notice the snake's eyes starting down at me. Shaw. The moment the snake hisses as it stretches out, a black light appears from its mouth. Is it high-slow? It's speed-reducing magic. I haven't got any good memories of that magic. Struggling as I am with speed already, if I receive it, it'll all be over. I slam my tail into the basilisk, using the recoil to launch myself away from it, avoiding the high-slow. That was dangerous. I managed to close the distance and yet had to open it up again myself. There was no helping it, right? For that matter, I did avoid it, right? I'll check just to be sure. Species Ouroboros. Condition, poisoned, reduced resistance, petrified, minor. LV, 96/125. HP, 2304/2517. MEPE, 2496/2520. It's a parade of status conditions. I'm glad I'm not slowed, but... Reduced resistance and petrified. Did it give the reduced resistance to me when it licked me? That's all I can think of. For that matter, the petrification must be the reason my foreleg is so sluggish. I look down at my foreleg that it bit into. The end has turned gray and hard, the hardened area slowly spreading upwards. I got me? Because of the petrification of my foreleg, my speed has collapsed. I won't be able to catch it anymore. That's not all, but at this rate I'll be entirely petrified. In the first place, since I'm not in peak condition, there's a chance the basilisk could pressure me in close quarters too. As expected from one that managed to reach maximum level on this island. It's got quite the nasty fighting style. Should I cut it off and regenerate? No. Completely regenerating a foreleg would take ye a lot of time, magic power, and concentration. The basilisk would certainly aim for that opening.
What do I do?
The next moment, I hear a rustling sound from behind. I glance back to see the nightmare peeping from between trees. It looks me in the eyes and jerks its head. I get the feeling it's telling me to go that way. It then quickly disappears into the trees.
A nightmare.
I thought for sure you'd hidden, but you were preparing a trap all this time? But the difference in stats and physique between the basilisk and the nightmare is too big, so I don't think threads will be able to do much. No, this is the nightmare that has trapped countless enemies we're talking about. It must have some sort of idea. I glare at the basilisk as I slowly step back. Perhaps pleased, it rushes towards me. I keep stepping backwards towards where the nightmare was, then when I'm sure it's chasing me, I turn and run. When I glance back to check its position, I see Trent-san, petrified in the corner of my vision. Wait for me, Trent-san, I'll definitely do something about this. 3:48-second ambush. The interval between the basilisk's footfalls is disconcertingly short. Because of my petrified foreleg, I move as fast as I want to. I half-turn to send a wind slash. It ducks to easily avoid the blade of wind, and the crushed old man face twists into a smile.
Che.
If anything, it's gotten closer. I make a wide turn around the tree where the nightmare is hiding, then as the basilisk directly heads toward me, slow down. As it rushes forwards, I see thin red thread reflecting the light in front of it. A huge quantity of spider thread is strung up between the trees. But won't it simply shake off that amount of thread? No, the nightmare must have some sort of plan. The petrification of my arm is slowly spreading too. I don't have much time. I make a sudden turn and charge straight towards the basilisk.
AAA?
With a mutter of displeasure, it tears off the red thread. It suffers a moment of deceleration, but that is all. It glares up at the tree next to it. At the end of its line of sight, the nightmare makes its appearance and spits a lump of red thread.
Peh.
The basilisk spits back with a black liquid. It's a lot smaller in scale than when it used it on me, but it must be the same extreme poison skill. Covered in poison, the lump of red thread quickly corrodes and falls to the ground. That's not all, as droplets hit the nightmare, causing it fall to the ground, back first, and squirm in pain.
A nightmare?
It looks like some of the damage was suppressed thanks to the nightmare's speciality in poison, but there's still way too much of a difference in power. Its breathing is already faint. Without confirming the nightmare's life or death, the basilisk returns its gaze to me. It's already lost interest, it seems.
Good.
I'm about to fire a wind slash, but I notice the snake tail rubbing itself against the ground to try and remove some thread. Its tail is a lot thinner than its body, and it also doesn't have limbs to brush it off with. It doesn't seem to be able to remove the thread that clings to it. My attacks against the snake should land now. High quick, high slow, high rest. The magic it can use is powerful, but all of it has come from the snake. I'm the same, so I know. Probably, aside from that head, it can't use any magic skills. If I cut it off, it should become unable to fight me. On top of not being able to recast its lifeline, high quick, it won't be able to use high rest, so its current HP will be all it has, so catching it will be easy. The basilisk's eyelids twitch and it slows its charge. Its deep red eyes stare at my wings. It hides its snake tail behind its body. It's no good. It's on guard. Its tail that is its lifeline is covered in thread, so it's heightened its wariness. One more move, I just need one more move. I don't have enough options. If there was just something I could to break its focus. I suddenly become aware of a sensation on my tongue. Right, it's Arrow, who I hid in my mouth right at the start.
Good.
Calling out to her, I open my mouth. Wind magic gale! She shouts from inside my mouth. The basilisk's eyes open wide. As would be expected, it hadn't seen it coming. Mixed in with the heat of my mouth, she would be invisible to heat perception. Tearing the ground as it progresses, the tornado slams into the basilisk's face. It quickly breaks apart, but there's no way it did no damage. Arrow's stats are those of a high HP, firepower-reliant mage. That's in addition to the buff she gets from absorbing my magic power. This is the same magic that has allowed her to easily level against higher rank opponents. The basilisk's legs stop and its face is jerked to the side by the force of the tornado, breaking its line of sight. Realizing it's shown an opening, it hurriedly turns to the side. It has fast decision-making. Had it not moved like that, I could have aimed for its body. But it was a bad move. Even if its body got injured, it could have healed with high rest. I fire a wind slash to its exposed snake tail, still frantically trying to remove the thread. GH. The snake's body shakes with a twitch. It can sense the blade of wind headed towards it, it seems. It stretches out, adopting an evasive stance. But it doesn't work out. At the end of the blade's course is the main body's back. The main body leans forwards to avoid it. Naturally, the snake tail is elevated.
Shea?
The snake cries out as though to blame the main body. The blade of wind cleanly lops off its head. The headless snake body moves frenziedly, but that just lasts a moment. Magenta blood promptly spurts out of it like a hose, and as the force of the flow slows, it slumps to the ground and stops moving. The severed snake head blackens and stops moving. Ah! The basilisk spreads its wings and kicks off the ground, springing into the air. It probably plans on running away. But its speed has dropped. The effect of a high quick seems to have finally dissipated. I promptly spread my wings and turn in the air to cut in front of it. I swing my petrified arm down onto its head like a hammer. I feel the sensation of its skull breaking. Did I overdo it? I was able to put more power into my arm than I was expecting. Resistance skill petrification resistance, LV1, was acquired.
I got a skill.
That reminds me, this is my first time facing this status condition. The basilisk slumps down, its jaw hitting the ground. 349 death throws. I land next to the basilisk's head. My partner looks around restlessly and then, upon seeing the face-up nightmare, cries out, "Gah!" The nightmare is wrapped in the light of high rest. Its legs stop squirming, then after a few seconds, gets up. Great, it looks like it's fine. Still in the same posture that it fell in, poison dribbles from the basilisk's mouth as its body convulses. Only its deep red eyeballs move freely, glaring at me. Now then, how do you feel about returning my Trent to normal? My foreleg is fine. I can cut it off later and grow a new one. I feel something wriggling inside my mouth. It's Arrow. To be on the safe side, I'd prefer it if you stayed there a bit longer. No, more, I'm at my limit. I hear her feeble voice. I see. Well, the basilisk shouldn't be able to do anything anymore. While my partner watches over the basilisk, I lower my head away from it and open my mouth and stick out my tongue. Arrow rolls out, covered in saliva. She gets to her feet, her expression loose with relief. She stinks of dragon. I grimace.
Dragon God Sama?
I quickly turn back to the basilisk. Now then, I'll have you restore Trent-san. You wouldn't be able to eat it even if you cooked it. There are plenty of better things to eat around. Perhaps realizing that it can't survive, it raises its head as though prepared for the worst and glares at me one more time before facing the sky. Triple A. A grating scream spreads out from the crushed old man face. It's a weird shriek that makes me shudder despite myself. Magic power is packed into the sound. Is it maybe the sinister voice a skill? Is it trying to do something? But I don't feel any new status condition affecting me. The basilisk's face laughs at my suspiciousness. Although its face is crushed, a gentle expression appears. Thinking it impossible, I look up to see the color returning to the treant. It seems to still be hardened, but upon noticing my gaze, it moves its branches and twists its trunk towards me slightly. It appears to notice that its movements are slowed. Be basilisk. You. Is this the fabled friendship at the end of a battle? To admit its defeat and realize that it's on the verge of death, but then use its last moments to heal the treant, I can't help but admire its spirit.
What should I do?
It's quite dangerous, so I was certain I wanted to kill it, but it's suddenly become hard to do. Can't we have Basilisk-sensei join us? No, but having it adventure with us would be a bit difficult, visually speaking. No, I don't mean to discriminate based on appearance, but there has to be limits.
Hey! It's doing something.
I notice the basilisk's face is twisted into an evil smile and sense its magic power quickly surging. I hastily chop its head off. Blood scatters and its head falls to the ground. That scared me. Without thinking, I reflexively swung my claw with all my strength. I'm glad I was able to kill it before it was able to do anything. Avoa. Vavava.
Ba.
The basilisk's head screams in a strange, loud voice. After the scream, its stiff expression relaxes as though satisfied, then it blackens as though all its strength has been used up. It's an unpleasant voice that feels as though it is directly echoing inside my skull. 3168 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 3,168 experience points have been acquired. The level of Ouroboros has risen from 96 to 97. I am happy about the level up, but perhaps because of that strange scream, my vision is blurry. I don't understand, but I feel nauseous.
Gah.
Eahaha. My partner howls madly. This is no good, it looks like it gave us some kind of negative status effect. I need to pull myself together. I control my breathing and calm myself down.
Gah.
My partner turns her fangs towards me, so I headbutt her. Ogo. She takes my headbutt directly, and her neck hangs limply. Just a bit of confusion, it seems.
So it seems.
I also feel a bit better off after the headbutt, but I stagger slightly. It looks like it was a triple threat of illusion, confusion, and berserk. That must have been shrill voice earlier. Did the decapitated head use the death throws a skill? To be able to continue harassment even after death, it sure is a nasty skill. I'm only glad that a monster like that would cure Trent San. I see it moving towards me. At any rate, I'm glad that Trent San is safe. Was it also affected? The Trant is charging towards me with its branches held in front of itself. Just as I notice a light forming in front of its mouth, a sphere of red light flies towards me. It's the Fire Sphere skill. I had got completely dominated by the status condition.
Gale.
Arrow's voice resounds. A violent tornado extinguishes the ball of fire, then goes on to shake the Trent's body, scattering leaves. Then, her left hand enlarged with a coating of earth, she hits the Trant. It pitches forwards. Arrow. She has the status condition nullification skill, so that shrill voice probably did nothing to her. High-ranking undead really are incredible. Be Basilisk. If you though Trent San was enough to kill me, you're way too naive. If you want to defeat me, prepare 50 Trent Sans.
She.
The nightmare rushes towards me agitated. It's clearly different from normal. It seems it was also affected by the scream. Its eyes are fixed on me. Or rather, on my partner. I finally have a legitimate reason to punish the stupidly cheeky nightmare. I'll hit it just light enough to restore its sanity. As light as possible, as light as possible. I can't use enough force to crush it after all. From behind the nightmare, I see new monsters staggering towards me. There's the buff bipedal cow, the three-headed tortoise. These guys, that's right, they were petrified by the basilisk. Mixed into the pack of monsters, I see the figure of an atom. Are you? Why'd you go and let yourself get petrified by the lower-rank basilisk? You're a disgrace to our ranks. No, it won't be a joke to fight though? It seems after restoring them all, it planned on starting having them all kill each other as a result of the wide area status condition. I was confused about why the skill to undo the petrification was called Sinister Voice, but now I finally understand. After it has another monster hear that voice, that monster will then be crushed under the weight of monsters that return from petrification. It's a ridiculous combo. My partner calmly places the incoming nightmare in her mouth, then urges me with her eyes. I nod, picking up Arrow with my mouth and grasping Trent San with my forelegs, then kick off the ground to enter low-altitude flight. My partner looks back wistfully. Bee-bird meat. Fruit. Give up on it. That thing's not edible, and there's no chance to pick up the bucket. The nightmare peeks out of her mouth and spits out thread towards the bucket and basilisk. Pulled by the threads, the basilisk's body and the bucket drag behind us. As dexterous as always. It seems its confusion went away after being thrown in my partner's mouth. It puts on airs in front of me, but it seems to really like my partner and was probably able to pull itself together inside her mouth. Is it maybe a pervert? Its head still poking out of her mouth, the nightmare glares at me. I look back to the front. Anyway, once we shake off the monsters, we'll find some place to gather ourselves. Arrow should also be able to evolve now. The contents of the bucket is spilling out and the basilisk's body is getting beat up. No, I don't care about the latter though. 350 Arrow's evolution. Flying low, I manage to escape the basilisk's meal candidates. They're ultimately just beasts in a state of agitation. All I need to do is put some distance between myself and them, for them to stop chasing me and I can leave them to slaughter each other. It seems the basilisk wanted to get me involved in that huge brawl, but fortunately, due to the difference in our magic power, it didn't inflict a severe status condition in me. Looking back, I see the monsters crying out strangely as they fight in the distance. The Atom is firing off the Gravidons indiscriminately while crushing the monsters around it one after the other through kicks. Atoms are attack and speed specialized striker types. It doesn't have any opening that a lower rank monster can take advantage of. No, it got turned to stone by the lower rank basilisk somehow. Now that we have some distance, I want to land right away. The nightmare was somehow able to bring along the bucket with its thread, but regrettably a lot of the contents were shaken out in the process. The basilisk that my partner wanted to eat is also in tatters, with its skin peeling off and the flesh gouged out. It was dragged along the ground, so it might have been inevitable, but looks pretty gruesome. It looks like the result of a grisly execution. By the way, I might have been underestimating its poison sash, as plumes of smoke are rising from the ground where its magenta blood scattered. It's really not something you should eat. Hey partner, do you seriously want to eat it? I feel like I'm always in your debt and I want to thank you, so if you really want to, it's fine. It probably won't be enough to break our stomach. But I can't recommend it very highly. If you don't mind waiting a little bit longer, I'm confident I can prepare something a lot nicer. After landing on the ground, I put the treant down and then place my chin on the ground and stick out my tongue for Arrow to roll out. On top of being covered with my saliva, she's now also got dirt sticking to her. Oof.
Sozy.
She's slowly getting to her feet, then nods towards me as though to say not to worry about it. She nods but doesn't say it out loud. That's right. More importantly, evolution. She should now finally be in range to evolve. Name Arrow. Species Reveana Lolich. Condition Cursed. LV 6565 max. HP 382/382. MEP 368/405. It's here. Arrow's fourth evolution. She's despondently wipes the mud from her body, but upon guessing from my face that she's reached the maximum level, her expression brightens and she flaps her arms excitedly. I'll check the nightmare and Trent's statuses too. Their levels might have increased a lot too. I shift my focus to the nightmare as it squirms its way out of my partner's mouth. Species Nightmare. Condition Normal. LV 14/70. HP 122/174. MEP 84/163. As expected of the nightmare. It put its life on the line to help me. The early levels are always quick to raise, but this is still quite the achievement. Hey, at this rate, it might soon be able to avoid getting eaten by my partner while she's half asleep. Apparently unpleased by my praise, it looks away sharply and spits out a thread to my partner's neck and climbs up. She says nothing about the nightmare climbing her while covered in her saliva, but grimaces a bit. Those feelings, I understand them. I secretly have the same view. Now then, Trent-san is approaching me expectantly. There's no need to hurry so much. I'll look at you, don't worry. Species Magical Tree. Condition Cursed. LV 1/60. HP 161/161. MEP 110/110. I quickly look away. Hey partner. So that Arrow can evolve, shoot her with a soul appendment fake life. The treant stares at me expressionlessly through its eye holes, but I avoid eye contact. Seemingly out of consideration for me, Arrow moves away from it towards me.
Gah.
With my partner's cry, a black light envelopes Arrow. The light eventually clears and Arrow is revealed. She's standing stock still, her eyes closed. She's evolved, right? The mud that was clinging to her has fallen off. But there's no big change in her appearance. I think she's a bit taller, and her face has a bit more color. All this time she's looked around 10 years old, but now she looks as though she's grown 3 years older. Reveana Lich, B+ rank monster. Freely wielding earth to clad its body, the highest of the Reveana family of undead. An undead with a strong attachment to the living that has finally succeeded in producing the ideal flesh from earth. Its beauty can even captivate adventurers that set out to subjugate it. BB+ rank? She's just a little below me at a rank. She's finally managed to catch up to this extent. She's built purely to break through with magic attacks, so if I were to seriously anger her, even I wouldn't be able to get away without taking heavy damage. I'll try and stop carrying her around in my mouth as much as possible.
Name Arrow. Species Reviana Lich. Condition Cursed. LV 185th. HP 164/164. Mepe Osuta Shaptezechinot Osuta Shaptezechino. Attack 121. Defense 101. Magic 260. Speed 88. Rank B+. Characteristic skills. Grisha language, LV4 undead, LV-dark attribute, LV-flesh transformation, LV7 privilege of the deceased, LV-ruler of earth, LV-evil demon eye, LV4 undead maker, LV- resistance skills. Status condition nullification, LV-physical resistance, LV4 magic resistance, LV5 normal skills. Gale, LV7 curse, LV4 life drain, LV5 clay, LV7 autoregeneration, LV5 clay doll, LV6 mana drain, LV6 rope of regret, LV4 fog of the dead, LV4 charm, LV1 wide drain, LV1 dark sphere, LV1 title skills. Servant of the Evil Dragon, LV- Hollow Sorcerer, LV7 Undecaying Body, LV- Final Evolution, LV- Undead Queen, LV- the level of her demon eye skill has gone up? I haven't seen her use it yet, but I wonder if it'll be effective now. As for her new skills. For the characteristic skills, it's just Undead Maker? It sounds a bit disturbing. It does what I imagine, right? For the normal skills, there's a Charm, Wide Drain, and Dark Sphere. Charm. Wide Drain must be a wide area drain. It doesn't specify, but does it absorb both HP and MP? For the new title skills, she has a Final Evolution and Undead Queen. So this is as far as she evolves? The Nightmare also stopped at C+ rank, so I guess that might just be how it is. The only one left without a Final Evolution is Trentsan. No way could the era of Trentsan as the strongest be on its way? Now then, the Trant, the Nightmare and Arrow have all managed to evolve. So they're C+, C+, and B+? It looks like it'll take me a bit longer to evolve. After doing a bit more leveling, it might be worth heading back for the temple below the giant tree. That place must have some sort of connection to me. Now that I know there's some relation between this world and my previous world, I can't think of it as irrelevant to me. The things that are important to me here have increased too much, and moreover, even though I have my wisdom from my previous life, I've got no episodic memories of it. But regardless, I still want to know. 351 Basilisk Roast Chicken. After we return to the nest, I line up the basilisk's body from the head down and the bucket of fruit and herbs. Is the basilisk edible? If you only look at it now, it looks just like a chicken, so I can eat it now. But above this cut section, there was a white-haired old man with deep red eyes. There a problem? There's nothing but problems. Its appearance is one thing, but its insides are also packed with poison. The black lizard might have happily eaten it though. Well, it took effort to bring it up here, so we might as well try roasting it. Once the deadly poison evaporates and is floating in the air, even my partner should realize that it's dangerous. Though if she doesn't relent, then I will. As my body is so big as an Ouroboros, I still haven't eaten to the point of satisfaction. I had quite a lot of masked bird, but even so I'm still feeling a little calorie deprived. It's not like I can't go on for a few days without eating, but it's no longer the time to be putting it off. The prey this time is big and looks just like a chicken. It might not be a bad idea to stock up on nutrition while I can. Besides, in this place, there's probably hardly any decent monsters, right? I already know. The Adams and Eve, Sirens and Basilisk. I wonder if they have some sort of impulse that they need to grow a human head somewhere or they won't be satisfied. I pluck all the feathers from the basilisk and cut off the ends of its legs. Pale magenta chicken meat is exposed. I cut its abdomen vertically, opening it up. Magenta blood oozes out. Touching it with my forefoot, I feel pain. The scales of my forefoot are a little bit melted. I shake my forefoot to remove the poisonous blood. Sticking my forefoot into the opening, I rummage around in its organs, pulling out entrails. I find a magenta, balloon-like organ, so I grip it with my forefoot and bring my face closer. Is this the poison sac? It looks like it makes poison which then mixes into the blood. As I hold it, the poison spills over. I toss it below the branch. Awa. The poison really is quite bad. Now that I've touched it, I know that it would definitely be bad to eat.
With that in mind, I stop working and my partner brings her face close.
Gah.
My forefoot is wrapped in a gentle light. It's the high resta skill.
Oh, thank you.
Hurry up and do it. She restlessly swings her head as she sends her thoughts to me. Right, you didn't like that I stopped moving my hand. You're going to be obstinate about eating it to the very end, aren't you? I have the nightmare hang the basilisk from the overhead branch. The poisonous blood leaks out. It would be great if this would drain the poison and make it a bit more palatable. When we were out collecting, there were some herbs that were meant to mitigate poison. Maybe I should crush them and stick them in its belly. I ask Arrow for help and get her to line up each of the herbs we picked up. As a result, I decide to use poisoning herb, value E-, Admirab mandragora, value C+, harbor grass, value D, and red hot grass, value E-. Poisoning herb is a medicinal herb with an antidotal effect. It should mitigate some of the basilisk's poison. Harbor grass is a herb with a soporific effect. Red hot grass tastes like chili peppers. I decided we might as well be proactive about throwing in everything that might be useful. Admirab mandragora is a pitch-black human-shaped root. It's about the size of a fat puppy, and its appearance is close to a carrot. To be honest, it was a monster, but as an E rank, I could defeat it without any difficulty. From God's Voice's explanation, it's treated as a high-class ingredient due to it giving off a peculiar appetite-inducing scent. Bringing my nose closer, I can tell that it smells similar to garlic. If so, then I can use it just fine. The herbs are too small for my claws to chop up, so I ask Arrow to mince them for me. In the blink of an eye, she chops up the poisoning herb, harbor grass, red hot grass, and the Admirab mandragora with egale. It takes her only an instant. A tiny tornado appears from her hand and cuts up the 4 types of plants together. Amazing. As I stand dumbfounded, she looks up at me proudly. I want egale too. To the mixed herbs, I add some salt produced from seawater. I ask Arrow to make another pot for them, and then when she's done, we store the spices in it. I take the basilisk down and rub the spices all over its body. To finish, I stuff some poisoning herb into its belly. There wasn't enough, so I briefly head back beneath the tree. Poisoning herb isn't very rare, so a short search is enough to find plenty. I heat up Arrow's handmade oven with a scorching breath, then stuff the basilisk inside. Soon, the smell of roasting meat mixed with the aromatic fragrance of the Admirab mandragora wafts out. I unconsciously follow the rising fumes with my nose. It smells so nice, the Admirab mandragora. It smells more potent than garlic, or rather I can see why people would use it for the richness of its odor, but it also works for me. It works quite well in fact. My partner seems to be of the same opinion, as drool is dripping from between her teeth. I repeatedly glance into the oven, and then when the skin is starting to look a little bit burnt, I take it out. The basilisk's surface is covered with a beautiful luster, and it is transformed into a giant roast chicken. I pull the poisoning herbs out of it and toss them onto the branch. I then stick my nose over the basilisk and sniff. The odor of well-cooked meat combined the scent of the Admirab mandragora engulf me. Oil clings to the end of my nose. Wundervoll. It's perfect. It's no longer basilisk. No matter what anyone says, it's a splendid roast chicken.
Gah.
My partner moans as she bites into the roast basilisk. It seems she finally reached the limit of her endurance. But I am also the same. I resolutely bite into the opposite side of it. The aroma of the Admirab mandragora presses against the inside of my nose. I'm also unable to endure as the piping hot juices soak into my tongue and cheeks. It's my first time eating such decent cooking in this world. I'm glad we brought you back, basilisk. The taste of poison is hardly present, probably thanks to the countermeasures. No matter what it takes, we need to collect some more Admirab mandragora. As I stuff my mouth with meat juices alongside my partner, that is what I decide. 352 Seaside Birds of Ill Omen. After eating my fill of basilisk roast chicken, I rest, then the next day resume the exploration. Together with Arrow, the Nightmare, and the Treant, we descend from the nest on the tree and walk through the forest. Today's objective is finding more of the Admirab mandragora that ranks even above Pipparus is my mind. In addition to raising Arrow and the others' levels. Their levels are low at the moment since they just evolved. With my support, they should be able to quickly get through their first third or so. Once that's done, we'll finally be able to enter the huge atom-filled ruins under the tree. I'm not able to find any suitable monsters, but I look around restlessly, wondering if any mandragoras are buried nearby. Eventually, I leave the forest and arrive at a beach. I stretch my neck out and look over the water's surface. The ocean waters look pretty, but the edge of the world is visible in the distance. It's a bit anxiety-inducing, but it's not a bad view. Though it looks like the forest has more monsters in the forest than here. Just as I'm thinking we should go back, I spot 3 of the human-headed birds, the sirens, crowded around something on the beach. The sirens' heads. The eyes of their finely chiseled female faces goggle at me. Their long hair drapes on the ground. Blood drips from their lips. As always, their appearance induces a visceral feeling of revulsion. They're dangerous. Their appearance is one thing, but each of them, even though their bodies are so small, are B ranks. We need to turn back as soon as possible. Is what I think, but then I spot a flash of something skin-colored in their midst. God's voice's explanation of the siren species races through my mind. Siren, B rank monster. A monster with the head of a human woman and the body of a bird. The sirens, a song causes other creatures to relax, luring them to their death. It often lives in seas near coasts and has a preference for human flesh. It mesmerizes sailors with its song and curses them to death, then picks at their corpses. If you find a mountain of human bones on a beach, then you have found a siren hunting ground. Sirens have a preference for human flesh. I suddenly realize. What they're gathered around and dragging into the ocean to drown are humans. The humans are limp and unresisting. Without time to question why humans would be here, I quickly fire off a wind slash towards the sirens. However, it would be bad if the humans were hit, so I aim at a spot a short distance away. It would be great if this would startle them and make them fly away, but I can't imagine it'd be that easy. All 3 of the sirens' faces simultaneously contort into hideous rage. Goo! Come at me, monsters. I'll take you all on together. I howl to draw their attention. Hahi, Patna. My partner looks at me with an expression of worry and complaint. I understand. I know what you want to say. But all the same, I can't overlook this. Even after all this time, my nature is still that of a human. Besides, even if you think about it calmly, it's not a bad prospect. Humans being here is significant. I want to find out why they're here. Perhaps an unexpected truth will be revealed. No, but... Right, the sirens are dangerous. They're that small, yet they're B rank. To make matters worse, there's 3 of them. But even so, they're only B rank. If they take just one serious attack from me, they should become unable to move. Plus, if Arrow and the others help, their levels should shoot up. If anything, they might be perfect opponents. If we hunted one by one, their levels wouldn't rise as much. Their attacks might be dangerous for Arrow and the others, but Arrow is immune to status conditions, and with my magic stat so high, I can ward off extreme status conditions. I'll operate as a shield against close combat attacks. Ahahahaha. Aha-ahahaha. Hee-ha-ahahahaha. Flying low, the sirens split up to surround me from 3 sides and then charge forward. They're a bit shrill, but their voices are close to that of humans. Come at me. In the end, you're just B rank monsters. Show me how you plan to fight me in A rank. The wall of a difference is thick. I'll show you the meaning of a rank. Hey, look there. What is it all this time? I look in the direction my partner indicates with her chin. When the sirens took off, the humans that were gathered together collapsed. They're covered in blood. And there's nothing from the neck up. As I thought, I was too late. As I think that, I notice there's no blood present around the neck. Huh? Ah. Pushed by the waves, a humanoid body rolls around. In its chest is a dandy face. It's probably dead, and yet it has the exact same expression it had in life. It's completely an atom. Why you? Show the pride of an A rank. Yesterday I saw another one of you turned to stone by the basilisk. And now today you're siren food? What, are you lot not actually that strong? I shouldn't have tried to help. I should have just left. For that matter, they're meant to like the taste of humans, right? Don't substitute it for a monster that looks similar. Trentsan is too heavy to run away with now. I'm reluctant, but I have no choice but to fight them. While they're chasing me, I can't exactly go exposing my back. Damn it. I thought it was a human and got hasty. I glance at my partner, and she expressionlessly opens her mouth and bares her teeth at me. Sorry. Really sorry. 353 Siren Trio. Of the sirens swooping towards me, I decide to check the status of the vanguard. I don't know how intelligent they are, so I can't say anything about if they might have a formation. But the vanguard siren could simply be the fastest or the one with the highest level. The fact that the gap between them is widening supports that idea. I should prioritize checking the status of the strongest of them. I look at the status of the siren as it flies towards me at high speed, its hair disheveled as it releases a song-like scream. Species: siren. Condition: normal. LV: 69/80. HP: 359/359. MEP: 288/423. Attack: 287. Defense: 311. Magic: 482. Speed: 550. Rank: B. Characteristic skills. Flight: LV7 automatic HP recovery, LV3 choir, LV8 automatic MP recovery, LV5 soft steps, LV2. Resistance skills. Magic resistance, LV4 paralysis resistance, LV5 petrification resistance, LV5 instant death resistance, LV3 curse resistance, LV7 confusion resistance, LV5 illusion resistance, LV7 poison resistance, LV5 sleep resistance, LV5 normal skills. Lullaby, LV4 Song of Turmoil, LV4 Song of Serenity, LV4 Song of Death, LV6 Song of Charm, LV5 Song of Resentment, LV7 Song of Evil Spirits, LV5 Song of Entrancement, LV7 Wind Slash, LV4 Title skills. Cunning, LV5 Obsessive, LV6 Singer of the Farthest Ends, LV Death Chorus, LV TH that speed. I'm plenty faster, but there's several of them and they have many unfamiliar skills. TH this might be a bit much to leave to Arrow and the others just yet. As expected, B ranks are genuinely strong. If it becomes a melee, I'm not sure if I'll be able to protect them all. Not only are they fast, but there's several of them. To make matters worse, a lot of their skills sound ominous and are clearly long range. It also seems I've finally met another user of Wind Slash besides myself. To put it plainly, Wind Slash is strong. The force of its blows aren't extremely strong, but it has a comparatively high attack power. Once you get used to it, you can fire it indiscriminately, and its range is long. The time it takes to shoot is a beat faster than magic-type skills. It's ideal for keeping opponents in check and for hunting small fry. Even against opponents of the same rank, depending on the matchup, it has potential to end the combat just through continuous fire at long range. The siren only has about 1/6 of the MP pool I have, but it's by no means a small amount. If anything, sirens are the type to have a lot of MP. But, as expected, fighting the atom must have drained a lot of its MP, and it still hasn't recovered. They probably won't be able to fire off Wind Slashes unthinkingly, but I have to consider the possibility of rapid-fire shooting as part of their strategy. If they were to shoot at Arrow and the others, I'll have no choice but to protect them. Anyway, I'll try taking the initiative. I flap my wings and pour magic power into the wind produced, then release it down the path of my arm. The blade of wind, the Wind Slash, soars towards on the lead siren. There is a sudden change in the siren's tone. Their three cries overlap, their pitches varying slightly to create a harmony. Contrary to their horrifying appearance, their voices produce a beautiful sound that is truly worthy of being called music. The Wind Slash hits. The moment I think that, with a dizzying lurch, the lead siren splits into two. The two following it also split in two. 3 pairs of sirens fly through the air. What is this? They shouldn't have that skill. No, that's not right. I've experienced something very similar many times in the Harini Desert. The illusion skill, Mirage. Most likely, their Song of Entrancement has a similar effect. There's no way B-rank monsters could suddenly double like that. Even I couldn't fight something like that. One of each of those pairs is just an illusion. I focus in an attempt to shake off the illusion. But, perhaps because all 3 of them are using it together, all I achieve is a slight blur, not enough to tell them apart. It's not as though I can't distinguish them with status inspection, but as they're flying in parallel, aiming at just one of them is difficult. Damn it, this is on top of having to deal with the attacks from all 3 of them. The 6 sirens look down on me with sickening smiles. They seem to be making fun of me. My bewilderment and impatience must be visible. The 2 lead sirens slow down slightly, lining up with the other 2 pairs before ascending higher. They hover diagonally above me for a moment, then flap their wings hard to release wind slashes. Each siren shoots a single shot. Including the illusions, 6 wind slashes rain down on us. This is bad. No matter how you put it, there's too many. No, half are illusions, but since I don't know which those are, if I make a mistake, Arrow and the others will be hit directly. I need to defend them, but if this keeps up, the situation will just keep getting worse. Though since I can't rely on guesswork, I've got no choice but to keep protecting them from them all. At that moment, Arrow jumps down from my shoulder. Curse magic, curse! 3 evil-looking lights shoot from her hand and climb into the sky, leaving dark trails in their path. But the lights of curse are weak and slow. It's clear they won't hit the sirens. Besides, their curse resistance is high. Even if it were to hit, I don't expect it would have much effect. Though I haven't used curses much, my impression from Dragon Scale Powder and Plague Breath is that it's effectively a hard-to-treat, slow-acting poison. I can't imagine it's very effective in direct combat. Hey Arrow, don't move around so much. They're seriously dangerous. No, Arrow has the status condition nullification skill that might be characteristic of undead. Illusions aren't listed with the status conditions, but the resistance skill is properly called illusion resistance. So can Arrow see them clearly? If so, then that speeds things up. I focus my concentration on only the sirens in the direct trajectory of Arrow's curses and the wind slashes of those sirens. I stretch my tail out to the treant and shoot a wind slash at one of the sirens. The sirens tremble in surprise at my unhesitant movements. 2 wind slashes bear down on me. It's the wind slash shot by the lead siren. Perhaps because of the difference in its magic power, it's far faster than the other 2s. I thrust my head forwards to receive the wind slash on the side of my face. Sharp pain runs through me, and my forehead to below my left eyelid is cut open. Blue blood drips into my mouth. Oh. Well, this much is within acceptable limits. As Arrow indicated, the other wind slash is an illusion as it breaks apart into bubbles of light just before reaching me, then dissipates. My wind slash collides with the siren's wind slash midair. But mine has over twice the amount of magic power. My blade of wind completely swallows the sirens. Then it bursts through the siren's scattered wind slash and continues on directly towards the siren's chest. The siren closes its wings to adopt a defensive posture. The blade of wind hits the siren. Triple A. It screams. A mixture of feathers and deep red blood splatter through the air. Bearing a horizontal red cut, the siren opens its wings, the lower half of its wings dangling loosely, revealing a deep red gash in its abdomen. Its eyes open wide, it begins to fall. The siren right next to the one hit by the wind slash becomes blurry and fades away. The other siren's illusions disappear similarly, returning to just 3. Considering how vigorously they came at me, they still go down in a single wind slash. They're too specialized in magic and speed. They need to be tougher to fight me. Don't get so full of yourself for defeating an atom. They're the weakest in a rank. Well, it's good that I was able to get the jump on them like this, but I doubt it'll work again. It's all thanks to Arrow. 1690 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 1690 experience points have been acquired. The level of Ouroboros has risen from 97 to 98. Oh? I leveled up? I guess the basilisk did give me quite a lot of experience. This must have been enough combined with the leftover. I wonder if they'll run away now? But the 2 remaining sirens show no sign of retreat. The expressions of the remaining 2 distort into rage. Simultaneously, the pitch of their voices changes. Before they were singing in a high soprano, but now their pitches are varying wildly to create a dissonance. A feeling of sickness presses down on me. Song of Death? Is not what this is then? Based on the name, a Song of Death would probably be a similar skill to death. By overlapping their voices, the strength of their song skills are being raised. It must be the effect of their characteristic skill choir and title skill death chorus. It seems they know that singing individually wouldn't be enough to have an effect on me. While they're using a Song of Death, they can't use any of their status condition skills. It seems they understand that if they were to come at me without a plan, they'd simply die right away. I thought I'd gain an edge after killing one of them, but they've gotten closer now. With my superior projectile range and speed, I have an advantage at long distances. But what will happen as we enter mid-range combat? 354 Siren Duo. My field of vision is distorted, probably because of the siren's dissonance. I feel nauseous. I'm unable to think about anything. This feeling must be the confusion status condition. It must be their song of turmoil. In a moment of clarity, I slam my head into my partner.
Ga?
She screams out, but my thinking becomes slightly clearer. Simply having someone with a hard head next to you is a countermeasure for confusion. She's specialized in recovery, so it's also a good that I can ram without holding back, heedless of damage. Arrow had a hand raised to my head and looked as though she was about to use a skill, but upon seeing me, she smiles in relief and lowers her hand. If I hadn't cancelled it by myself, I would have had magic shot at my head. I shift my attention to the Treant and Nightmare. The Nightmare is cowering on the ground, its legs curled up around it. It probably understands that moving around badly wouldn't end well. As expected of the Nightmare. Being unable to relocate at all is problematic, but to be honest, while I'm enduring this with Arrow's support, the Nightmare and Treant would just get in the way, so huddling down like that is for the best. The Treant is staggering away from me.
Damn it! It's genuinely confused.
Just a little is okay, so please learn from the Nightmare's example.
Gishuea.
With the Trent's war cry, a black light expands around it. It's the Gravitia skill. For that matter, this is the first time I'm hearing it raise its voice like that in a while. The gravity that the Treant released with all its magic power reaches Arrow, the Nightmare, and me, and exerts a strong pressure on us. Arrow leans against my neck and manages to fall to her knees, but as the Nightmare is affected while already hunched down, the tips of its legs sink into the ground. Don't wrap the Treant up in thread later, okay?
Gwulu!
Roaring, I shoot a wind slash towards one of the sirens. With my vision still warped, I can't aim well. The wind slash passes far below it.
Damn it.
Should I try aiming a little higher? The other siren shoots a wind slash towards my back. I flick it with my tail to erase it. Singing discordantly, the sirens revolve around me. With my concentration as thrown off as it is just now, their movements are making matters even harder. If I focus on one of them, I'll become negligent of the other. In that gap, the siren behind me will attack Arrow and the others. To counter that, I should. As I try and think the problem over, the dissonant cacophony causes my thoughts to go astray. Rather than thinking about things I don't need to, perhaps I should focus all my attention on one thing. No matter how much I try and think about the problem, it's too much for me as I am now. So I should give my undivided attention to what I'm doing and not pay attention to anything else. The sirens just came from a battle with an atom, so their MP can't be very high. If they idly shoot off wind slashes, the ones who will struggle most will be the sirens. So then the sirens that will become impatient for victory will definitely change their strategy. That can be my next plan. Once that happens, they'll surely have to show more openings than they are right now. Should I wait for that chance? I calm my mind to the highest degree and focus my attention entirely on dealing with the wind slashes. Occasionally, Arrow creates a lump of earth with the clay and shoots it at the Treant to try and restore its sanity. When she has an opportunity, she also creates a tornado with the gale to keep the two sirens in check. The two sirens rotate around me, I deal with their wind slashes, the Treant uses gravity and clay sphere on its allies, and Arrow tries to bring the Treant back to sanity. That continues for some time, the battle becoming repetitive. The frequency of the sirens' wind slashes slowly falls over time. Perhaps they've become tired of singing as my confusion symptoms are clearing up slightly. Their backs will be against the wall soon enough. Taking advantage of Arrow's gale, I shoot a wind slash towards one of the sirens. However, perhaps because I'm still not in peak condition and because the siren is cautious of me, it dodges the gale with minimal movements and shifts its flight speed to slip past the wind slash. At that moment, coincidentally, the Trent's clay sphere, in other words, a ball of earth, hurtles towards it. It seems that, as the siren was mentally exhausted from continuing to sing while avoiding my lethal attack, it has focus spared for the Treant that has been continuing to act erratically. It doesn't do much damage, but does seem to finally cause the sirens to abandon their current strategy. With its face contorted, the siren hit by the clay sphere shakes its head to remove the dirt. It then signals the other siren with its eyes. Continuing to sing their dissonant melody, the sirens circle closer to me, spiraling in towards me like a whirlpool. The closer they get, the clearer I can hear their voices and the more unwell I feel. But I don't think I'd lose in close quarters. If you're coming, then come. I'll blow you both away with a single strike. I was getting tired of the mental attacks anyway. The siren's melody changes. The dissonant song of jumbled highs and lows blends over into a violent, frightening song. As it does, my disarrayed mind gradually calms down. I'm not feeling any new status conditions though. Is it Song of Death? If so, then I need to end this right away. I tense my forelegs. With a twitch, the nightmare stops groveling on the ground and raises itself. In front of the nightmare's body, a black light emerges. It must be the dark sphere skill. Now that the confusion song is over, it must have thought there was something it could do and tried making a dark sphere. But the sirens are far faster than the nightmare. Besides, the song might have stopped, but the aftereffects of confusion should still be remaining. I don't imagine the nightmare can aim very well, but it must have some sort of plan. 355, A Song of Evil Spirits? I bend low and follow one of the sirens with my eyes as it revolves around, keeping it in sight. The other is being watched by my partner. At times like this, being double-headed is convenient. If I had only one head, I'd have a blind spot for sure. Perhaps some of the after-effects of the siren's Song of Discord remain as I feel magic power swirling inside my head, producing a feeling similar to car sickness. I catch my breath as I watch the siren slowly circling closer. I didn't think the sirens had any close-range skills, but if they're choosing to close the distance now that they're short on options, they must have some skill left. Their current song isn't having any effect on me, nor do I feel anything from it. Could this song be affecting themselves? If it's a skill like Berserk, then that's a possibility. Though I'm confident I can able to repel them if they're just going to swing at me with a bit more power. As their song becomes even more tempestuous, a sinister red light begins to cover their bodies. I get the feeling that the atmosphere around them has changed somehow. But their song still doesn't end. They open their mouths wide and sing as though howling. The red light grows more and more vibrant. As the light reaches its climax, the sirens plunge towards me, attacking from either side. It doesn't look like they're under the berserker status condition. So then what's their objective in suddenly closing the distance? To start with, I aim in the path of the siren in front of me and shoot 3 wind slashes. It's come this close. Even if it's able to react in time, avoiding will be difficult. The siren's eyes open wide, and it flaps its wings hard to produce 2 wind slashes in quick succession, using the recoil from them to neatly bend in the air and slip through the gap between my wind slashes. It bent, and yet its speed hardly dropped at all. It's an enemy, yet I want to praise its movements. Wind magic, gale! Without a moment's delay, Arrow shoots a gale to further pressure the siren. But it simply breaks through the winds forcibly. Rather than clumsily dodging and missing the chance to close the distance, it seems it chose to accept the damage. But as expected, the attack that Arrow shot heedless of her remaining MP isn't an attack that the siren can safely ignore. As it emerges from the whirlwind, its body is covered in gashes. One of its eyelids cut off, its blood-stained eyeball glares at Arrow. Well, between the sirens and me, my attack stat is far higher. It's not a sort of difference that can be overturned with a small amount of buffing. If it's going to become a close-quarters fight, then I have no complaints. I'll bite the front siren to death, and I'll parry the one behind me with my tail. A single swing probably won't be enough to defeat it, but taking down the last one shouldn't take too long. The front siren plunges towards my head. The red light around it protrudes out, forming a vortex in front of it. No way, is it a close-range magic attack? That sort of magic, I haven't seen much like it. No, I have. When one of Tolman's subordinate mages used a magic skill called Demon Hand, it looked similar. The user at that time was at best around the top class of humans, approximately equivalent to a C+ rank monster, so the skill level was low and it didn't look like it was used properly, but it still seemed to have considerable power. Certainly, that Demon Hand magic skill also started with red swirling light. Among their skills, the one that sounds right would be Song of Evil Spirits. It's neither a support skill nor an interference skill, I read it wrong. The light protruding from the siren's body forms into a giant crimson arm and swoops down towards me. The same is coming from behind. They're bad. A lot of magic power is in it. So they also had some left in reserve. On the other hand, if I can withstand this attack, it'll be their last. Arrow and the others are nearby, so I can't risk trying to dodge them. I have to repel them. Kaya! I shake Arrow off my body. Any closer would be dangerous. Their attacks meant to keep us in check are one thing, but at Arrow's level she won't stand a chance against their serious attack. She's still far too low level. Guh. Gaia. I howl in time with my partner, releasing a roar towards each of our respective sirens. I stretch out my tail in the way my partner indicates towards the siren she's monitoring while at the same time bringing my wings to the front to guard against the front siren. The arm of crimson light grips my wings in tears. Oh. At approximately the same time, a sharp pain runs through my tail, followed by a feeling of numbness. Did it tear it off? But it wasn't futile. I lower my torn wings and bite into the crimson arm that had lost its momentum. Burning pain spreads throughout my mouth as I forcefully drag it to the ground. The crimson arm craters into ground, then disappears as though dissolving. I swing my foreleg towards the siren at the base of the fiendish arm. The siren releases a wind slash towards me, trying to use the recoil to escape. I reach forwards with my shoulder and drag my claw through its face. Blood spurts between us. It spreads its wings in an attempt to stop its tumble, but slams into the ground back first, then bounces up from the impact. It's still alive, just barely. It's unmistakably on the verge of death, but not quite there yet. What happened to the other one? I look back to see the other siren lying face up, its eyes open wide. Both its wings are gone. Its body convulses like a fish on land. Glancing at my partner, I see blue blood dripping from between her teeth. At the back of her mouth, I see the siren's wings. The fiendish arm that was coming from behind was diverted at the cost of my tail, but then the follow-up was left to her. Did you? No way. Grua. I ate it. It hurt. I also bit into it, but didn't go that far. For that matter, I didn't have the idea that would be possible nor the courage to do that. It seems she bit hard into the fiend's arm that was slowed at the cost of my tail and bit the siren's wings off in the process. How daring. I wonder if I could have done the same. I probably couldn't have avoided taking heavy damage though. It disappeared in my mouth. That would happen, it was essentially just a lump of magic power after all. Don't say it like it melted on your tongue though. 1411 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 1411 experience points have been acquired. Simultaneous to the announcement from God's voice, the siren stops moving. The siren I sent tumbling away glares at me. I flinch at the sight of its gouged open face. Its cheeks are split open, revealing its teeth. The cross-section of its jaw is painful to look at. It kicks off the ground, springing up away from me. Its ascent is quite steep. It seems its plan is to quickly raise its altitude to get away from me. I messed up. Tutaying, I'm about to form a wind slash, but realize my wings are too torn. I can't produce any wind. Wind slash manipulates the wind produced by my wings and sends it down the path of my arm, with a huge amount of force added. But do that, I would first need to restore my wings with auto-regeneration. All of a sudden, the nightmare hurtles towards the siren with tremendous acceleration. I doubt my own eyes for a moment. It's not quite as fast as I can go, but it's soaring closer towards the siren at extreme speed. In front of its face is the dark sphere that it's been holding ready for some time. What is that? What skill is it? I'm bewildered for a moment, but then see the nightmare is climbing towards the siren along a strange line and finally realize that it's a thread. It seems it stuck a thread onto the siren while I stopped the fiendish arm with my teeth. It seems it was pulled by the siren's sudden spring up, and is using that thrust to propel itself forwards. The siren cries out in a voice that's part scream, part shout of anger. I've been by the nightmare's side all this time, and yet even I was astonished for a moment. Just when it was feeling the relief of managing to get away, an opponent that's been motionless all this time suddenly flew towards it, so the siren's feeling of shock must be far greater than my own. The nightmare comes face to face with the siren that has lost its posture from shock and releases the dark sphere at essentially point-blank range.
The
siren screams and falls as black flames engulf its face. The nightmare clings to the siren for some of the descent, then spits out a thread to a nearby tree and jumps off. Just before it slams into the ground, the siren glares at the nightmare in the tree. It still has HP left. The siren is on the verge of death, but the difference in stats between them is so large that even a point-blank, dark sphere, isn't enough to fully finish it off. This bad. They're quite far away. If the siren flies into a rage, the nightmare is no match. As I'm about to break into a run, I see the siren's body suddenly jerk just before hitting the ground, its neck squeezing as though under huge pressure. Oh! Letting out a sound, the siren's tongue lolls out and it hangs motionless in the air. It's clearly being raised from its neck. It seems the nightmare wrapped a thread around its neck before escaping. So brutal. Its human face makes it hard to watch. I look away. 1738 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 1738 experience points have been acquired. The level of Ouroboros has risen from 98 to 99. I'm gradually getting closer to the distant LV-125. As always, the best way to level up is to fight a group of enemies one rank lower. Now then. I groan as I circulate magic power into my wings. The tears and breaks in my wings heal before my eyes. It's the auto-regeneration skill. Next I send magic power into my tail. It grows out from the cut surface, restoring its original length. Phew! Now I feel a lot calmer. Arrow and the others should have leveled up a fair bit this time. If there's no problem after checking them over, should we head for the ruins? 356 Fighting Power Check. The following day, I wake up in the nesting hole. Arrow, who was sitting on my head, jumps to the floor. I crawl out of the nest and meet the nightmare's eyes as it sits in a web strung overhead branches. It moves from its web to a branch, then from the branch the trunk and descends. I look down at the ground beneath the giant tree. Various monsters can be seen flying around the trunk. A huge eagle's head and a lion's body. That must be a griffin. It looks pretty strong. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have noticed us and isn't coming this way. I shift my focus beyond the griffin, towards the base of the tree. Inside the ruins in the roots, letters from my previous world are carved. There has to be some sort of clue related to my previous world in there. I haven't got any memories, and it's not like I particularly want to return. Rather than those who I have no memories of, right now Arrow and the others are far more important to me. If I can't have them both, then I really would be fine with my memories not returning. But that's not to say I haven't got any curiosity about my place in this world. If clues are dangled in front of my nose, then of course I'm going to chase after them. Glancing to the side, I see Arrow next to me also looking down. A short while later, Trentsan emerges from the nesting hole, holding a hand-like branch over its mouth to stifle a yawn. It somehow gives an impression unreliability. After passing through the mortal combat with the strange siren birds, Arrow and the others' statuses have shot up. Name Arrow. Species Reviana Lich. Condition Cursed. LV 1485. HP 324/324. MEPE 345. Arrow has gone up all the way from level 1 to 14. It's a spectacular 13 level ups. She used so much powerful magic and such precise judgment calls that you wouldn't at all think she was only level 1. At this rate, she'll hit the maximum level in no time. Once her status rises a bit more, she'll be in the same league as the giant centipede and the mother. Up to now she's always been receiving my support, but now she's caught up to being just one rank below me. Her achievements have shown that, in this world, high firepower magic types can inflict heavy wounds even to higher rank opponents as long as they have MP to spend. If her level continues to rise like this, she'll soon be able to put out attack with even more firepower than I can. There's no doubt about it, Arrow is the key to breaking through the atoms in the ruins. When I first saw her, I would never have imagined she would become this strong. Species Nightmare. Condition Normal. LV 1870. HP 190/190. MEPE 183/183. The nightmare went up 4 levels. The reason its level didn't rise as much as Arrow's even though they both did their best was probably because the single-digit levels are that much easier to raise. I also think Arrow's contribution was about twice as much as the nightmare's. Either way, going up 4 levels from a single battle is excellent progress. I'm getting more experience thanks to Walking Egg, and the experience I need each level up is reduced by my Dragon King's son, and yet even though I'm fighting directly, my level hardly rises at all. That leaves Trentsan. Species Magical Tree. Condition Cursed. LV 5/60. HP 178/178. MEPE 112/112. Why has it only gone up 4 levels? This is strange. This is definitely strange. Even though the single digits are super easy to break through, Trentsan's level hasn't risen that much. And no, there's nothing wrong with that though. Gah. It was confused and shot magic at us, remember? My partner glares at the Trant as she throws bitter words at me. T-Trent-san is trying its best too. Besides, we're about to go challenge what's probably the most dangerous dungeon in the world, so we can't exactly bring a level 1 tank with us. I'm grateful that its level has gone up, even if it's just a little. With how close it was to us, even a worm could have raised its level that much. It's fine if it doesn't do anything to help, but I just hope it doesn't get in our way.
Hey, what are you saying? What do you know about Trent-san?
Trent-san watches our exchange with a serious expression.
Sorry.
That is.
Right, I'm looking forward to seeing your work.
But your level is still a bit low, so please attack from the back. According to God's voice, a magical tree would generally use disruption magic and strengthen its own defense to draw out battles with adventurers, but unfortunately that sort of strategy won't work against an atom. Even if they're weakened a bit, they're still a rank monsters. You need a stupid amount of firepower to even begin to break through their HP 700. Even with Trent-san's magical support, they're too difficult an opponent for a C+ rank. Probably, even at max level, a single kick would be lethal. Even if it reduces the atom's attack stat with a max level anti-power and raises its own defense with a physical wall, it might be able to avoid dying in one shot, but it's still within that range. I can't expect it to receive their attacks from the front. It also can't do tricky things like the nightmare. Unfortunately, the most I can expect of Trent-san is as a super degraded version of Arrow. By the way, my HP is 2586. My defense stat is also worlds apart from Trent-san's, so even if I were to receive successive attacks from the atoms, as long as I can distance myself and heal up, it's not a problem. I'm totally beating Trent-san at its own game. I'm also an endurance-type dragon after all.
Trent-san, what will you do?
It's not like I'm trying to leave you out, but you don't have to come if you don't want to. From here on, it'll probably be extremely dangerous. Trent-san wordlessly steps forwards and folds its arm branches, looking down towards the ground. Its personality alone is powerful. I am super grateful that you'll fight for me, but don't overdo it, okay? 357 Reunion, Guardians of the Ruins. I land with Arrow and the others by the entrance to the ruins in the roots. Catching my breath in front of the stone door, I spread out my presence perception. I feel a few presences inside. It's probably the atoms and Eve like before. Images of the headless primitive people and the primitives that are only heads pass through my mind. As I resolve myself, I sense the presence of a monster behind us. Oops, that was dangerous. The ruins are dangerous, but this island is full of danger too. They might have evolved and ranked up, but the levels of Arrow and the others are still low. Their stats are rising rapidly with each battle. It might not be a bad idea to hunt one more B-rank monster around here. I turn towards the presence and instantly spot the shocking pink horny dragon, the Giva, squirming a short distance away. It really doesn't learn, does it? Did it forget being mercilessly blasted away last time by Arrow and almost dying? The Giva repeatedly glances at me with its round black eyes. I get the impression that it's meant to be alluring somehow, but sorry, there's nothing about that intrigues me. Arrow is staring at me, so I look at her and nod. Blow it away with enough force that it doesn't die, please.
Gale.
A tornado emerges from her outstretched fingers and kicks up sand as it closes in the Giva. The Giva notices part way through and panically tries to regain its posture, but is too late and is tossed high into the air and is thrown far away.
Cool on.
The Giva's sad scream echoes. That was quite a lot of power. The rise in Arrow's magic stat since becoming a Reviana Lich is quite considerable. Even against the Giva, she should have dealt decent damage. Well, it shouldn't die from that much. Having a chase after us would be a bother. Let's hurry up and go inside. I stoop down and pass through the door, stepping into the vast room that lies inside. Using the beams of light that filter in from the ceiling, I survey the surroundings. A huge pillar carved in the shape of a person is supporting the ceiling. As I stop walking, they appear. Two headless men that look like bundles of muscles. Between them hops a woman's head, the neck of which blends into a single thick leg. It might not be wrong to think of them as the guardians of these ruins.
Hey, I'm back.
Species Atom. Condition Normal. LV 60/100. HP 729/729. MEP 374. Species Atom. Condition Normal. LV 67/100. HP 785/785. MEP 423/423. Species Eve. Condition normal. LV 70/100. HP 476/476. MEP 666/666. Standing in my way are 3A ranks. Their appearances are as grotesque as ever, though I have a lot more resistance now than when I first saw them. Besides, I now have a better idea of how atoms generally operate. The ceiling in here is low, so I can't use flight very effectively, but then flying would only have made me a target for Gravidon. The atoms also can't use high jump to bounce around either. Last time I stumbled onto these three and ran away, but now Arrow, the Nightmare and the Treant have all evolved. The only one who can deal decent damage from the start is Arrow, but the Nightmare has proved itself again and again by using tricks to lead enemies around by the nose. There's a good chance it'll be able to buy some time with Thread, even against higher rank opponents. And Trent Sancan. Right, there's a lot it can do depending on the situation. It has a gravity? Though it used it on us last time. As soon as the atoms see us, they sprint towards us, their expressions still unchanging. The Eve slows down slightly and hangs behind them. As expected, the Eve doesn't have a lot of health, so it wants to avoid rushing forwards. Its skill composition is Species Eve. Condition normal. LV 70/100. HP 476/476. MEP 666. Attack 360. Defense 411. Magic 821. Speed 721. Rank A. Characteristic skills. Automatic MP recovery, LV5 soft steps, LV6. Resistance skills. Physical resistance, LV3 magic resistance, LV4 poison resistance, LV1 paralysis resistance, LV4 illusion resistance, LV1 instant death resistance, LV2 curse resistance, LV2 confusion resistance, LV3 normal skills. Wide curse, LV7 death, LV7 high rest, LV8 sleep paradise, LV6 high care, LV7 title skills. Final evolution, LV- Dweller of the Furthest Ends, LV- Curse Technique User, LV8 Obsessive, LV9. As expected, it's specialized in healing. Its magic stat being high is expected, but its speed is also monstrous. For my way of fighting, it would be best to eliminate the Eve from the start. If I were to exchange blows with the muscle-brained atoms and then they were freely healed, it would be difficult even for me. But without the Eve, I can overcome their beatdown through my own healing. These atoms are lower level than the one I fought before. My level has also gone up a fair bit since then. The Eve itself doesn't have much HP, so a single good hit should be enough to kill it. But the Eve is even faster than the atoms. It's practically as fast as I am. The atoms are also standing in the way of the Eve. What I need to pay attention the most to is the Eve's attack stat might be low, but it's still plenty to kill Arrow and the others. The question is how much the atoms will protect the Eve. I'll have to change how I move accordingly. There are 3 ways I can imagine this going. The 3 of them could act as a single unit, or one of the atoms could stick by the Eve at all times. Or the atoms could rely on the Eve's quickness to evade and try and beat me down with all their strength together. If they were to stick together, that would suit me best. Their range of possible actions would be considerably restricted. To start with, I should focus on working out their strategy. 358, pair of unparalleled atoms. As I focus on the atoms and Eve, a light shines from the Trent's nose and shoots towards me. I'm wary for a moment, thinking the Treant is confused again, but as the light touches my body it spreads out and sinks into my skin.
See, could it be?
I rush ya. Species Ouroboros. Condition, defense correction minor. LV 99/125. HP 2586/2586. MEP 2498.
It's there.
The defense correction is from the physical wall skill. That's right. Trentsan's own stats might be a bit too low to act as a tank, but its support skills can be used on allies too. Its might only be minor, but it's still far better to have it that not.
That's right. This is the sort of thing you should do.
Right after evolving you got turned to stone, and you were confused after that, so you haven't had a chance to use it yet. Feel free to use it more, Trent-san. Perhaps pleased by the praise, it straightens its trunk. Then, perhaps thirsty for more, it similarly casts a physical wall on Arrow and the Nightmare. Even if they get a slight defense boost, they'd still die in a single hit from an atom, so it might be a waste of MP. Arrow strokes the Trent's trunk in praise, but the Nightmare just glances at it as though troubled. The two atoms simultaneously speed up and leave the Eve behind. I see, I thought one might hang back, but they're betting on the Eve's speed and relying on it to protect itself. What would be best now would be to take advantage of their strategy and kill the Eve. I glance back at Arrow and the others and instruct them to stay back with my eyes. They are important forces for this battle. But if they're targeted, they won't even be able to take 2 hits. Careful selection is needed for their positioning and roles. I lunge forward and try and trample the 2 atoms underfoot. They split left and right, preparing to pincer me from either side. I fire Wind Slash at the Eve through the gap. The Eve began moving from the moment I started my technique and makes full use of its speed to dodge to the side, evading by a large margin. My triple Wind Slash hits the floor, cleaving open the stone. The Eve then runs in an arc away from me, stopping when it's the other side of an atom from me. So that's how it'll position itself. The atoms leap at me from either side. Partner, please watch that one and give me directions. On a dot. I shoot a Wind Slash to keep the atom rushing towards me in check. The atom kicks off the ground, dodging to the side while continuing to close the distance, then when it enters range, leaps towards my head.
Coming this way too. Need a tail swing.
I twist my tail towards her side. At the same time, I swing my claws towards the atom in front of me. It avoids my foreleg by a paper-thin margin and lands on it, then swiftly kicks off to leap towards my face. Atoms are fast as well as strong. Against 2 of them at once, opportunities to attack unilaterally will be hard to come by. But if they come into close quarters, then it's easy to land a hit on them if I'm prepared to take some damage. I bare my fangs and the atom shifts its stance midair. It appears to be ready to kick my nose above my open mouth. But my fangs are a feint. Without a moment's delay, I ram my forehead into the atom. It slams into the ground, but uses the rebound to quickly regain its footing. Oh. The bastard need my forehead. It managed to protect its body at the same time as attacking me. The other one is jumping. Coming from above. Yeah, I know. It seems my partner tried to bite the one behind as it landed on my tail, but then it kicked off the tail to dodge upwards. I didn't see, but as we share a sense of touch, I have a general sense of what happened. Aimed at the ceiling, I release a scorching breath. The atom that fled above had its leg held ready to kick me, but stops moving with a twitch of its shoulder. A moment later, it's wrapped in my scorching breath and disappears from sight. At that range, it shouldn't be able to evade. I don't see it slipping out of the fire anywhere either. Even with the atom's stats, if it receives my scorching breath, head-on it should take considerable damage. However, what emerges from the scorching heat is the atom riding a hemispherical mass of Earth. It seems it quickly made a shield of clay. I see, so you could use it that way too. I've learned something. As I move to strike it with my foreleg, the atom kicks off the shield and escapes to the ground. Struck by me, the earthen shield is cleanly split in 2. Before the atom can regain its stance, I stretch out with my claws and swing with my foreleg wide. It springs up to dodge backwards. I then use the momentum of my foreleg to spin around and slam my tail into its side. It seems this was unexpected, as the face in its chest receives the hit directly, causing it to blast away and slam into the wall. The Eve rushes up to the staggering atom. A sphere of light spreads out from the Eve's center and the atom's wounds heal. It's high rest. As I look away from the atom receiving treatment, the other atom approaches from my blind spot and kicks my foreleg. I try to pursue it with my tail, but it backs away too fast, distancing itself. It seems its objective was only ever to keep me in check rather than to deal damage. The kick was also lighter than before. It doesn't seem like it plans to attack by itself.
Gah!
My partner uses high rest. The pain in my forehead softens. Hey, is okay to leave them alone? If it keeps getting healed, there'll be no end. Right. The other atom is sticking to us, so if we try and approach forcibly, we just take heavy damage. As long as the Eve is moving around freely, healing won't take that long. I just wanted to see how they operate. This time, I'll let them finish healing. I've learned that I can just about fight the 2 atoms at once. They're a lot easier than the atom I fought before. The level difference is big after all. However, thoughtlessly chasing after one and showing an opening to the other would be bad. As long as the Eve is in perfect condition, the atoms will just switch places if I manage to damage one of them. But if I aim at the Eve, both atoms will get in my way. Breaking up their formation is too much for me to manage by myself. So we wait until the head is out of magic power? No, I'm going to kill the two atoms. We'll leave that jumping head to Arrow and the others. Oh? She shifts her eyes towards the Eve. The creepy, single-eyed head is hopping around with its tongue lolling out. They're taking it on? Yeah, that's the only option here. I look at Arrow and the others. Arrow looks at the Eve anxiously for a moment, then nods despite her apprehension. It'll be okay. I'm not throwing you into battle without a plan. Don't worry. The trance stretches out its trunk as though to say leave it to me. Trentsan being raring to go somehow makes me more anxious though. Where does that confidence come from? Hanging back would be fine as well. I have Arrow and the others take on the Eve. Thinking about it plainly, the Eve is an A monster. As they struggled against the sirens, even with the three of them it'll be hard. But the Eve is entirely a healer type. It has hardly any attack type skills. It's got status condition and instant death skills, but those won't be effective against Arrow. Its attack power is also a lot lower than the atoms. Even if they take a hit, they should be able to survive. And the most important point is that they don't have to defeat the Eve. All they have to do is keep it occupied. If they can manage that, the Eve won't be able to meet up with the injured atoms and heal them. Just by eliminating its stable waiting area, the Eve's function as a healer will be reduced. All that'll be left for me will be to quickly beat up the atoms that have lost their means of healing. 359 Battle with Eve side Trant. My master commands the unreasonable. As Master Dano takes his eyes off me, I separate my two crossed branches and scratch my bark. So that I'm not left behind by Master Dano's favorite, Arrow Dano, and the impertinent newcomer Spider, I responded to Master Dano with a show of confidence, but in my eyes, it's clear that the one-eyed monster is too much for us to handle. Arrow Dano's fluster is entirely understandable. In the first place, forcing that speedy one-eyed to stay in one place is beyond our capabilities. What should we do? I told Master Dano that I would try my best, so, for now, I'll try shooting gravity waves when the timing looks right. Neither Arrow Dano nor the masked spider are very fast. As I am a tree, catching up to it is even more unthinkable for me. I twist my trunk, thinking I'll chase after it with my roots even if it's just for show, but then Arrow Dano rests a hand on me. Probably. It'll come here. Just a bit longer.
What do you mean?
I think strongly towards her, and she silently looks at Master Dano. Master Dano steps back and receives an attack from a human-shaped with his shoulder. Oh? Wouldn't Master Dano normally have been able to avoid that? Dragon God Sama received it on purpose. As though to prove Arrow Dano's words, Master Dano swiftly bites into the human-shaped and slams it into the floor. The human-shaped forcefully pries apart Master Dano's teeth and escapes. But half of its body is covered in blood. The human-shaped glances this way, and the one-eyed dashes towards us. I finally understand Arrow Dano's meaning when she said it would come here. It seems Master Dano made good use of the wall and his body in his fight against the two human-shapes to limit the route by which they can withdraw. In order for the human-shape to quickly retreat and receive treatment from the one-eyed, it must pass through our position. The other routes expose it to Master Dano. As long as the one-eyed can't carelessly get close to Master Dano, it also can't easily approach the injured human-shaped. The one-eyed glares at us. Turning my consciousness towards it, I sense the thought, please step back. I can sense the thoughts of others, and conversely can send them my own thoughts. It's what Master Dano calls telepathy. When I obtained it, Master Dano was visibly regretful. It would likely anger Arrow Dano, however when the mighty Master Dano was envious of my power, I felt a tiny bit pleased. But if I were to become hated, I would lose everything, so I have avoided using it in front of Master Dano. If Master Dano were to see me practicing, he may become even more regretful. A capable Trant hides the telepathy. The one-eyed hops towards us, its disheveled hair swinging wildly. Kill. That is the thought I strongly sense. It probably intends to kill us all in an instant. That speed is proof of it being in a different class to us. I can't run away right at the beginning. I have my dignity to consider. I'll run after the masked spider flees. Besides, the masked spider has a good understanding of when to quit. There won't be any mistake if I follow after it. Aerodano, who lives by the principle of Master Dano first, will probably be the last to leave, but if I tell her Master Dano will be sad, she'll probably give up quickly. We are likely inconsequential to that one-eyed. Once we leave, it shouldn't chase us. Aerodano leans forward and touches the ground where the floor is chipped away to reveal soil. I think for a moment that she's about to use the same clay that I can use, but that doesn't appear to be the case. The earth swells up, forming two small mounds. The mounds take on human shapes, soon becoming identical to Aerodano. Both of the Aerodanos made of earth have one of their arms enlarged. They are in Aerodano's battle-ready form. The earthen Aerodanos are become shrouded in radiant magic power and suddenly gaining color. As a result, two copies of Aerodano have appeared in front of her.
Clay doll.
Her scale and precision are both far greater than the time she created rabbits. This must be the strength she gained with evolution. If she receives an attack poorly, it would directly lead to her death. I suppose the clay dolls will stand at the front while we all attack together from the rear.
Trent-san. What is it, Aerodano?
Somehow hit that monster with attack-reducing magic. Anti-power, is it? But I don't get the feeling that would land, so I was planning on making a show of shooting out gravity, but... Well, I'll do the best I can. She smiles at me. Aerodano. I apologize, but whether or not it hits is another matter. Her expression tightens and she raises a hand into the air. All of a sudden, the surroundings are engulfed in a thick fog, reducing the visibility. Aerodano's versatility is enviable. I don't know what it is she's planning, but she must have something in mind. Fortunately, the sound of that one-eye's footsteps stand out. Even without seeing it, narrowing down its position is no difficult task. I wander around aimlessly for a short while, but then hear strange footsteps and approach them with slight trepidation. I see four silhouettes. Two are facing each other, and two more are in between them as though to block the way. Probably, they are Aerodano, her two copies, and the one-eyed. With strange movements and incredible speed, the one-eyed closes in on the two Aerodanos. I thought for sure they wouldn't last 5 seconds, but... The Aerodano copies bend over and the one-eye's movements slow. It seems Masked Spider Dano's thread is stretched between them. HRMMIC. I quietly shoot the anti-power magic towards the one-eye's back, or rather, towards the back of its head. A black light drifts out and hits its head. With this, its attack power should be reduced. But is my magic even effective on such a monster? It might merely be for peace of mind. From its movements, I can tell that the one-eyed has turned to look at me. I tremble and move away from it with great effort. I thought I was about to be killed. Looking back, it seems it has already lost interest in me. It shakes its body to escape from the thread and at the same time leaps up at one of the Aerodano clay dolls that had leapt overhead. The clay doll Aerodano tries to use its enlarged arm as a shield, but it's not nearly enough. The one-eye's leg pierces deep through its arm and shoulder, all the way to the center of its body. The Aerodano clay doll is flung backwards from the force. The body of the clay doll Aerodano is torn to pieces and the neck is snapped. A simple kick has that much power. As expected, is this not a battle that we can participate in? However, I am grateful that I was not the target. As I continue to distance myself, I suddenly realize that I could hit it with some other magic from here. I quietly gather myself and accumulate magic power in preparation for a clay sphere. But before I can release it, the other clay doll's belly is pierced by the one-eye's heel. It's crushed already? It seems the clay dolls are far more fragile than Aerodano. It doesn't seem that casting anti-power on the one-eyed made much difference. Is what I think, but then the clay doll with its abdomen pierced reaches out a hand to touch the one-eye's eyeball. It can still move? It seems to be much firmer than the other clay doll. Is the amount of magic power put into it different? Even so, something about it seems strange. G-Gil. The wind magic shot from point-blank range directly hits the one-eye's obvious weak spot. Yeah. Raising a terrible scream, the one-eyed is flung away and tumbles across the floor. At the same time, blown by the wind, the fog clears. Did the clay doll chant a spell? No, that's not right. The one that's abdomen was pierced just now was the real Aerodano. The Aerodano standing behind them is just a clay doll. The enlarging of their arms was probably a trick to make their silhouettes more distinctive in the fog, fostering a preconceived notion. After showing their appearance, she switched their arm shapes under the cover of the fog. Probably because she intended to take a hit, she wanted me to lower its attack strength for peace of mind. The only way to catch an opponent so much faster than herself is to create an opportunity for them to become negligent in close quarters. It was a splendid strategy. The power of Aerodano's magic attacks are tremendous. Regardless of it being a higher rank, if it receives her attack from point-blank range, it shouldn't be able to stand up. Is what I think, but then the one-eyed bends its leg and deftly stands back up. Its bright red eye glares at Aerodano. It's completely enraged. The one-eye's body shines with light and its injury rapidly heals. It seems to be a healer type. Just like that has Aerodano's desperate attack been rendered meaningless. Aerodano is crouching down while clutching the gaping hole in her abdomen. It seems she's close to the limit of both her health and her magic power. The one-eyed slowly approaches her. I pour more magic power into the clay sphere that I let subside and fire it towards the one-eyed. The sphere of hardened earth shatters right in front of it. I blink. Most likely, it shook its head to flick it away, but I couldn't follow its movements at all. The masked spider's thread approaches the back of its head. But it too snaps off and disappears into the air. It's too fast. Without the fog or decoys, it's not an enemy we can approach. Now that we lack Aerodano's large-scale diversion, we no longer have any means of resisting it. Master Dano, it might be hopeless soon.
Go!
As I stand dumbfounded, a massive roar shakes the area. Hearing it, the one-eyed turns around and opens its eye wide. Master Dano is headed this way, bearing unusually heavy wounds. His chest has traces of being gouged out, some of the scales on his back are torn out, and blue blood is splattered here and there. But what the one-eyed sees is probably not an opportunity. In Master Dano's other head, the two human shapes are held. They are pierced by teeth. The second head lifts up to the ceiling and moves her mouth. I hear a crunch as they are crushed. Blood drips from the gaps between her teeth. Iowa. Screaming, the one-eyed kicks off the ground. The next instant, I lose sight of it. I frantically look around for it, but then follow Aerodano's line of sight and look up at Master Dano. Master Dano swings his foreleg down with tremendous speed. A loud screech echoes out. As Master Dano raises his foreleg, I see the one-eyed crushed beneath it. Seeing that, I finally sigh in relief. I panicked a bit there, Master Dano. 360 Ruler's Demon Eye. 3840 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 3,840 experience points have been acquired. The level of Ouroboros has risen from 99 to 100. Characteristic skill Ruler's Demon Eye, LV1, was acquired. 4288 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 4,288 experience points have been acquired. The level of Ouroboros has risen from 100 to 101. I receive confirmation of the death of the two atoms via the usual announcement from God's voice. Phew, that was my first fight in a while in which I felt my life was in danger. In order to take them down quickly, healing was left to the wayside as both me and my partner focused on relentlessly attacking. Since there were two of them, the amount of experience I got was insane. If I stay here, I should eventually manage to hit even the Ouroboros' crazy high-level cap.
What is that skill?
Is it a level 100 commemoration or something? Ruler's Demon Eye? No, I guess it's fine for now. I don't have the time to check it out. With a backwards glance at my partner as she holds the atoms in her mouth, I use auto-regeneration on my skin and internal organs that were crushed by close combat blows and by gravidons, and also repair the bones in my leg enough so that my movement isn't impaired.
Oh.
I might have been a bit too impatient. I thought I could push through against them once the Eve's healing was out of the picture, but I got kicked all over my body and, towards the end, they lined up and kept shooting gravidons at me, altogether making for an unpleasant experience. But it paid off as although it took longer than expected, I was able to safely take them down within a short period of time. I received hits from a gravidon with my body as I closed the distance, then threatened them with a roll to force them to dodge with high jump, and then quickly struck them with a backspin version of roll, crushing their bodies and stopping them from moving. Prepared for death, the atoms then shot off a gravidons as long as their MP would last, but I was just barely able to scrape a victory.
Humans.
No, dragons can do anything if they try. I never would have thought I could use my tail in the middle of a roll to reverse my direction and flip around like that. I should incorporate that into my movements from now on. If Arrow and others had faced danger while stalling the Eve, my plan was to abandon the atoms and retreat with them, but I didn't have that sort of leeway against them. It took longer than I thought, so I was getting fairly panicked, but looking at where Arrow and the others were stalling the Eve, I see they've somehow managed to stay safe. The Eve is staring open-mouthed at my partner as she gulps down the two atoms. A short moment later, it puts strength into its leg, causing it to bend as it glares at me through its single large eye. Iowa. It rushes towards me madly in an attack of desperation. As it charges, its body shakes to either side as a result of its leg's unimaginable speed, and then it kicks off the ground to leaps towards me. It's fast. Plus, it's making a feint. But it's easy to work out where it's aiming. At this late stage, there's no meaning in doing a small amount of damage to me, so it's obvious that it's aiming for somewhere that it can deal a decisive blow. I raise my foreleg to guard my head. The Eve's heel sinks into my foreleg. What it really wanted to hit was my head, probably. I slam it into the ground to shake it off. I feel it being squished beneath my foreleg. It's over in a single attack. 3584 experience points have been acquired. Due to the title skill Walking Egg, LV-, an additional 3,584 experience points have been acquired. The level of Ouroboros has risen from 101 to 102. For monsters with low HP, it seems I can one-shot them even if they're A rank. I can even deal fatal wounds to the physical specialist atoms if I hit the right spot. My attack is too much for the support type Eve to withstand. If it ran away I wouldn't have given chase, yet it got stubborn and came towards me. My partner licks up the crushed Eve and crunches. She spits out the skull. It's not so bad. I don't want to eat things like that very much though. Well, I get the feeling that getting past that mental block. Watching her, the feeling of revulsion over eating a human-shaped monster is only faint. I need to be careful about this. More importantly, please heal Arrow. Her damage looks serious. Trent-san and the Nightmare are safe, but Arrow, who received its kick head-on, has taken heavy damage. There's a huge hole in her body, and she's lying limp on the floor. My partner cries GAA, wrapping her in black light, and when the light clears, she's entirely back to normal. Sorry, I wanted to deal with the atoms quicker and chase away the Eve right away, but they were stronger than I expected. After seeing atoms lose to the Sirens and Basilisk, I might have been looking down on them a bit. At any rate, I'm glad everyone's safe. I take a look at all their levels. Arrow has risen from ELV 1485 to LV 2285, the Nightmare has risen from ELV 1870 to LV 20/70, and the Treant has risen from ELV 560 to LV 1060. Arrow's level has quickly overtaken the Nightmare's. Well, even without the level difference, the rank, stat and skill differences already make Arrow the strongest. If I get careless, she'll get a bunch of skills stronger than mine. Trent-san also went up 5 levels and now is starting to gain on the Nightmare. Atoms and Eves really are bundles of experience. This island is also full of weird monsters. Well, the atoms were genuinely strong, so there was a risk of having the tables turned on me. Anyway, more importantly, let's try out that skill I got for breaking through level 100. The skill's details are: Characteristic skill Ruler's Demon Eye. By pouring magic power into the eyes while maintaining eye contact, the target's movements can be sealed for several seconds. If the difference in magic power is large or if the target and user are on the same wavelengths, the target's movements can be controlled. Isn't this a really good skill? I want to try it out. TR Trent-san, would you mind? Or is it no good? Trembling, the Treant shakes its trunk to either side. It's no good. All of a sudden, Arrow jumps out in front of the Treant and looks at me expectantly. I feel a bit reluctant to use it on a girl though. I'll take it. I want to take it. Yeah. No, but... then, just a bit? Arrow's face flushes red as she looks me in the eyes. Here we go. Are you ready? I squeeze magic power into my eyes as I look at her. HRNG. Ruler's Demon Eye. HRNG. There's no change. Arrow opens her eyes wide, pressing me with her gaze. I did it just now, but... You have nullify all status conditions, so it might not have had an effect. But it also didn't feel like it was activating at all. Gah. Hey, partner. What's up? Looking at my partner, I see her red eyes casting a deep crimson light. I try to close my eyes to the radiance, but as though paralyzed, my eyelids don't move.
Why you got it?
No way.
You also got the skill?
This is strange, surely, hey.
This one should be one we both get. That's how it should be, right?
As I'm lamenting, my foreleg raises of its own accord and scratches the base of my partner's throat. With a satisfied GAA, she arches her neck. Ooh, this is a nice ability.
And my body got taken over?
So that's what's meant by being able to move a target of the same wavelength.
Go.
I break free from her demon eye and rest my foreleg on the ground. Haha. It really felt like she became the main head there. What an outrageous skill. Looking at her, I see her snorting proudly. Damn it. From now on, I can't look at her. To think there was a skill like this. Looking around, I see Arrow facing me, her enthusiasm dampened a bit. Somehow sorry. Would you like her to try using it on you?
I'm fine now.
361 Dragon King. I descend the huge flight of stairs, fearfully making my way forwards. Arrow is walking next to me, so I jerk my nose backwards to tell her to fall in behind me. There's no telling what's up ahead. Without saying anything, Trent San is slowly following far behind me. Trent San is as good at reading people as ever. If anything, it's so good that it feels a bit lonely. Cautiousness is good right now though. The path ahead of us underground appears dark. But then what looks like the light of fires comes into view. Are there candles? As my certainty grows that there must be a kingdom of atoms hidden underground, I sense an overwhelming presence from deeper in. Until now, the presence must have been hidden. I shudder as an intense pressure prickles my skin. Am I being threatened away? Would backing off be better? Whatever the source of the presence is, it's unmistakably stronger than the atoms. Could it be the source of God's voice? My wishes and those of God's voice have clashed a bunch, but it's unmistakable that there's someone that wants to guide me. If there is such a person, then I can imagine that this place at the edge of the world would be a perfect spot to find them.
Hey, partner, what should we do?
Huh? We've come this far, and now you're asking me? And no, but your intuition is always spot on. Surely there's no problem with sneaking a glance? The answer I get is more ambivalent than I was expecting. But it's true that I probably could take Arrow and the others and run away if it attacks me. It probably won't be able to one-shot me, and if it was that dangerous we probably would have been attacked the moment we set foot in here. As I continue to worry, a sudden thought cuts into my mind. It's been a long time. Since one who challenged the atoms to survive, that is. You aren't of this island, are you? Come closer punto.
Telepathy? I'm being invited in?
It was just telepathy, and yet I felt such strong pressure. It's my first time experiencing that feeling. At the minimum, it's stronger than an atom, so it has to be above A rank. This feeling? It's probably not God's voice. Hurry up. Do not keep me waiting. A note of irritation has entered the voice. Whoever they are, they don't seem to be very patient. Understood. What a cheeky bastard. I might end up eating them. I hear the sound of my partner grating her teeth together. They seem to be friendly, so let's go on. Weary being looked down on.
I know that.
There's someone who can set atoms to work left and right, and now they're calmly talking to someone who defeated that trio. Had Arrow and the others not been able to distract one of them, I probably wouldn't have managed to kill them and ran away. As I dejectedly continue on, I come across a vast hall lined with multiple candlesticks. At the far end sits a dragon one size larger than me, its surface glittering a dazzling purple. Its fangs are thick and its claws are huge. It has 4 wings and its body surface seems quite thick. WHWH, what is this? Eldia. Species Diabolos. Condition Normal. LV 130 max. HP 1697/1697. MEP o 1316 vo 1316. Attack 1510. Defense 835. Magic 1109. Speed 1139. Rank A. Characteristic skills. Dragon Scales, LV Max Grisha Language, LV7 Flight, LV Max Dark Attribute, LV Evil Dragon, LV Automatic HP Recovery, LV6 Automatic MP Recovery, LV6 soft steps, LV6 presence perception, LV8 King's Demon Eye, LV8 God's Voice, LV1 resistance skills. Physical resistance, LV8 fall resistance, LV8 starvation resistance, LV7 poison resistance, LV9 magic resistance, LV9 fear resistance, LV5 paralysis resistance, LV6 illusion resistance, LV9 instant death resistance, LV9 curse resistance, LV8 confusion resistance, LV6 strong light resistance, LV5 loneliness resistance, LVmax sleep resistance, LV3 dark attribute resistance, LV7 fire attribute resistance, LV6 water attribute resistance, LV6 earth attribute resistance, LV4 light attribute resistance, LV6 lightning attribute resistance, LV6 wind attribute resistance, LV7 ice attribute resistance, LV4 normal skills. Roll, LV6 Scorching Breath, LV7 Freezing Breath, LV8 Dragon Tail, LV8 Roar, LV5 Humanization Technique, LV7 Auto-Regeneration, LV5 Telepathy, LV4 Dragaflare, LV7 Lightning Strike, LV8 Physical Barrier, LV7 Mana Barrier, LV7 Title Skills. Calamity, LVmax Dragon King, LV-1 who wears thick scales, LV-former Demon Lord subordinate, LV-1 who livers for a long time, LV-final evolution, LV-
S strong? A dash attack, 1510?
Its attack stat is nearly 1.5 mine. I'd easily die if I take a few successive hits. You're telling me something like this was underground? As I stand dazed, my partner prods me with her nose. Is it dangerous? Why, it's dangerous. Running away now would be difficult. In a straight battle, it's essentially a far stronger version of me. Attack and speed, as well as status conditions, are more important than HP or MP in this world. On that point, this dragon's attack and speed stats are stupidly high, and its resistances are solid too. There aren't any openings for cheap tricks. It's seriously not an opponent I can envisage winning against.
For that matter, things like this often. HM?
Huh, I think I've seen that title somewhere before. Dragon King Air. Ah, it's in my Dragon King's Sun skill. That's the one that raises my resistances and makes it easier for me to level up. Is it related somehow?
Dad? Could this be my father in this life? That thing is?
A ridiculously grim-looking monster like that is my father? Even if you get so frightened, I have no intention of eating you. Those atoms were my servants, but they are easily replaceable. Unless, that is, you wish to challenge me. That would be fine too. In the past there has only ever been a single human that challenged me. Of course, I quickly tore that person limb from limb. The bluish-purple glittering dragon says, opening its mouth to bare its fangs at me. 362 The Dragon King's Past. Diabolos, rank A. Its overwhelming destructive power permits no rivals. A single swing from its tough claws can kill 10 humans. A single breath from its mouth can burn hundreds of humans. An evolved form reached by a dragon that receives the favor of the Demon Lord. I knew from the status, but if I'm a recovery specialist, this guy is an attack specialist. I'll guess I'll check out the title skill that piqued my curiosity. Title skill Dragon King? The title bestowed to the most powerful dragon in the world. Confers an improvement to lifespan as well as the rate of increase of the attack stat. The required experience points is reduced and acquiring resistance skills becomes easier. In addition, the level of resistance skills increases upon evolution. Confers a large influence on future evolutions. It's essentially the same as my Dragon King's Sun title. Actually, it's just better. In my case, I don't get the improved lifespan or faster increase to my attack, and the increase to my resistances I get when I evolve caps out at level 5. But by the time you get this title, surely you'd already be in your final evolution. It somehow feels like a complete waste. But Demon Lord. I vaguely remember hearing that term in the species explanation of other monsters, but I never would have expected to see the Demon Lord's former subordinate like this. For that matter, there's a Demon Lord? Arrow chases after me and lines up next to me, fearfully looking at the giant dragon, the Diabolos, then looks up at me worriedly. By the way, the nightmare is with my partner, and Trentsan is way back on standby next to the stairs up.
It's okay.
The Diabolos isn't hostile.
He shouldn't be.
The Diabolos glares at Arrow. For a moment, I sense a freezing pressure and immediately heighten my wariness, but that doesn't seem to be need as the bloodlust quickly disappears. Oh, not a human. An undead? Frightened by the Diabolos's pressure, Arrow clings to my hind leg, shivering. Even I find the Diabolos intimidating. The terror Arrow and the others must be feeling must be many times stronger. Why did you come to this island? Your surprise. It seems you did not know I was here. I want to confirm if he's my father, but is that really okay to ask? It feels a bit awkward, or rather it doesn't feel real to me. No, I feel an incredible sense of intimacy, but that's another mat from being able to suddenly call him Dad. I'm an Ouroboros, you know? I haven't even been alive a year, but I'm a pretty splendid dragon, you know? But then surely it's weird for this dragon to have abandoned an egg in a forest far from this island. But this skill? You wish to ask me something. Why do you hesitate? The Diabolos slams his tail into the ground in displeasure. The floor shatters and the surroundings shake. Gwa! What are you getting bashful for? It's gross. My partner jabs, peering at me through thin eyes. But that's my father? I might have been fidgeting a bit, but I don't know what to do now that my father shows up like this. For that matter, my father is also yours, right? Though doesn't seem like you care at all. As I exchange words with her, the Diabolos grows more and more irritated. He probably doesn't like being ignored. Flustered, I turn away from my partner and face him. Sorry, I really felt out of place there. Why is Diabolos-san here? Oh, you know my species name? Huh? Is it bad to know that? That would be the case. It's not like everyone has God's voice or a status inspection. Diabolos has to be among the rarest of the rare dragon species. There are hardly any rank monsters in the first place. How many Diaboloses could have been born in this world? I look down and scratch my throat to try and evade the question. I don't have any idea what the significance of those skills is around here. It's probably best not to speak carelessly. The Diabolos looks at me suspiciously, but then brings the conversation back on track with "I suppose it's fine." Why I am here, you ask? It seems he'll tell me without difficulty. With how quickly he's discarded his doubts, he might have actually been itching to talk. He has loneliness resistance, LVMAX, so he might have been starved for a conversation partner. I am because I received a divine revelation from the will of the world. The will of the world? Is that a name for the sham god behind God's voice? Certainly, he does have God's voice in his skills. It's only a paltry level one though. Originally, I was a monster in service to the Demon Lord. After the Demon Lord was defeated by the hero, many monsters followed in death. They recklessly attacked human lands and were slain. A great many others flew to the edge of the world, never to return. That was also my intention. It's becoming a surprisingly brutal story. For that matter, does hero mean that blonde bastard? I'm sure Dragon King San could easily turn the tables if he was attacked by 3 of that guy. I do not know who you associate it with, but this is a tale of 500 years ago. It's completely unrelated. Why you've been alive for 500 years? However, when I decided to die, a decree from heaven was handed down to me. I heard a voice in my head. One day, the Demon Lord will reappear in this world. As the Dragon King, you are able to live a long time. Swear your fealty to the Demon Lord of the next era, and put an end to age of humanity. I knew right away. This voice what Demon Lord Sama spoke of as the will of the world. It seems the story is moving in a disturbing direction. From then on, I hid myself and bided my time. It has been long. I have hidden myself on this island, occasionally walking outside to watch the rise and fall of the sun. Many times I have doubted the owner of the voice. But I know. That time is now close. Previously, I had only recently evolved and could not fight alongside Demon Lord Sama. But now I am different. I will not fall behind the hero. I shall herald the coming of my new master and guide them forwards. For the sake of producing the world the former Demon Lord Sama desired, I shall offer my soul to the cause. With a raptured expression, the Diabolos looks up at the ceiling. Those eyes must surely be looking at the sky beyond. This is no good. My dad is totally a baddie. You show promise as a dragon to be able to dispel the atoms. Come with me. I will make you my subordinate. Serve the coming Demon Lord with me. As I look down in shock, the Diabolos watches me concernedly. What is wrong? Do you not wish to be my subordinate? That's not it though. There's something more fundamental. What should I do here? What can I do? The Demon Lord's return? The will of the world? But it doesn't look like I can avoid replying. For the Diabolos, it seems it's natural for a dragon to accompany the Demon Lord. If I say something that associates me with the human side, he might see me as an enemy and attack. There's only one thing I can do to end this peacefully. I press my chin against the floor and lower myself to the ground. I gratefully accept. When that day comes, this Ouroboros shall use all my strength to serve Diabolos-san. Hey partner, is that really okay? My partner looks at me as though to say she has some thoughts on the matter. It's fine. That time won't be coming anytime soon. It's fine if I can just bluff my way through this conversation. He's probably killed tons of humans. That might be the case, but he might be my father, you know? It's not like I've seen him doing it in front of me, and he doesn't seem to be hostile. Though it's not like I have any idea how I should be acting toward him at all. Diabolos. It seems you do not know your manners. The Diabolos deliberately shakes his head, sighing deeply. And manners? Manners between dragons? I have the precious name of Eldia that was bestowed onto me by Demon Lord Sama. I shall specially permit you to call me by that name. Diabolos is only a word to describe my form. He says proudly with a sidelong glance at me. He's putting on weird airs, but essentially he wants me to call him by name. Is this Asanat Sundara? I want to let my guard down around him, but because of the Diaboloses. No, because of Eldia's remarks, I can't quite settle down. I'm grateful for the welcome, but it might be best not to stay on this island too long. 363, the Mural of the Ruins. Next, I ask Eldia about these ruins. I'd lost sight of it because of the surprise reunion with my parent, but my main objective is investigating why there were jumbled letters from my previous world carved into these ruins. Very well, I shall inform you. He puts on a haughty attitude, but I still get the impression of eagerness. As I thought, this dragon is itching to talk. He looks at me sullenly as I think that, so I shake my head and avert my eyes, desperately trying to think of something else. I saw some strange letters in these ruins, so I was super curious. Eldia-san looks cool and really strong. Funfufun. He points his nose away, looking slightly uncomfortable as he resumes talking. No good, this is no good. I need to be more careful that superfluous thoughts don't get picked up. When I first came here, these ruins were already abandoned. However, Demon Lord Sama seemed to like this place and would often fly here. Starting with that, he tells me about this island. It seems the previous Demon Lord took a liking to this island and these ruins and would come to visit every now and again. Eldia moves his huge body to reveal the wall behind him. Carved into that wall is a huge mural, and around it, letters that look like Japanese characters and the alphabet letters are carved. As always, I can't discern any meaning from the string of characters and, looking closely, I can see a letter that's a strange fusion of Ra and Ru. Could this perhaps be a completely different language? No, that can't be possible. Not when they're all together like this. The mural looks so abstract that it's hard to get much meaning from it. A giant eyeball is floating and 6 humans are lined up below it. They lack a lot of detail and look rather stylized, or rather each person is only carved from about 10 lines, giving them a rough impression. The eyeball monster is just drawn with circles, producing a simple impression. Eldia-san, what is? Demon Lord Sama said that this showed the evil god Foreign and the 6 great sages who opposed Foreign. An unimaginably long time ago, Foreign descended to annihilate the sky, the seas, and the land. The 6 great sages consisted of the greatest of each their respective worlds, the humans, Majin, monsters, magic beasts, angels, and demons. After a long period of fierce fighting, the 6 great sages successfully sealed Foreign. It sounds like a myth of this world. Indeed, looking at the mural, they're bipedal, but one seems to have a wolf's head, another has wings, and another looks like a skull from the head up. The scale is so big that I'm able to just about tell them apart. Wait, this doesn't have anything to do with my previous world, does it? Careful that my interest isn't picked up on, I desperately return my focus to Eldia's story. But Majin? I've heard of Ajin, but this is my first time hearing of Majin. Plus, I'm surprised to hear there's a distinction between monsters and magic beasts. They are races of antiquity. With the exception of heaven where angels live and the underworld where demons live, 2. The four worlds are mixed together and the distinction between humans and Magian as well as monsters and magic beasts has faded away. The only distinction that remains now is that of humans and monsters. Nevertheless, there is proof that humans and monsters came from different worlds. That proof being the ability to evolve. Perhaps annoyed that I said it first, Eldia stares at me.
Sorry.
I ponder the matter as I avert my gaze. Certainly, evolution seems strange. Within the system that binds this world, the meaning of levels changes greatly with evolution. From my perspective, it almost seems like it's been forcibly attached with how inconsistent it is. This world has no normal animals. Everything is divided up into humans and monsters. Humans and monsters are linked in that they both have skills and stats, but there's the difference of evolution and ranks. Despite those differences, the myth Eldia told me sounds more like a rationalization by ancient people to explain the inconsistency of the world. Plus, to be honest, the story is too abstract for me to get much from. Glancing to the side, I see my partner nodding off, her head slumping down. Eldia glares at her, so I touch the base of her throat with my foreleg.
Hey, wake up.
Eldia-sensei is teaching us history. She looks up at me gloomily, then shifts her eyes towards Eldia.
That tale, who'd the demon lord hear it from?
Hey, partner San. It might be bad if you annoy him. But contrary to my worries, Eldia laughs proudly, baring his gums. A similar legend is spread among the humans. However, my master, Demon Lord Sama, heard it directly from the will of the world.
From God's voice?
Mistaking my reaction as interest, Eldia snorts in satisfaction. There is still more. Because the appearances and way of thinking of us monsters differed so greatly from those of humans, coexistence was impossible. Regarding each other as dangerous, each side gathered their war potential. However, as the four worlds had merged together, they could not become separated again. The humans tried to expel the monsters. The monsters tried to destroy the humans. However, most monsters did not know how to form groups. Though we have great power as individuals, eventually our numbers were chipped away. I have experience of that. A difference of appearance or nature can create a huge gap. Even for me who should have the same way of thinking, just how much have I suffered as a result? However, that is not all. In order to maintain the seal on foreign long after their deaths, the powers of the great sages now dwell in others. The one who possesses the power of the monster great sage is able to freely control a swarm of ignorant lesser monsters. And thus, a large-scale war came about. The power of the monster great sage came to dwell in Demon Lord Sama, who conveyed this tale to me. Demon Lord Sama is reborn time and time again, destined to overthrow the humans. My partner squints in doubt, but I'm not able to dismiss his story out of hand.
I see.
So that's what the divine skill is. Divine skilled human realm? Grants authority to rule the human world. Although the original power is lost, a great influence on the evolution path is conferred. When I killed the hero, this skill was transferred to me for some reason. The skill's explanation is a bit lacking. But I can see how it matches.
Hey, partner, what is it?
My partner looks up at me, displaying unusual concern me. Wary of Eldia, I lift my upper body slightly so that I can move at any moment. What are you fretting over? The myth is so abstract and vague that I still don't feel like I understand most of it.
However, there's something I know now.
Most likely, God's voice is somehow related to the evil god foreign or to the great sages or is actually them. The myth and the clash between the demon lord and the hero. All of it is farce orchestrated by God's voice. And unmistakably, the world is once again being dragged in that direction. One for those curious, these races are Ninjen, human, Magian, magic/demon people, Momono, monster, Maju, magic/demon beast, Tenshi, angel, and Akuma, demon. The word for demon is the same as is used to describe the hands produced by the sirens and the witch. 2. This is the first time hearing about heaven, but Azalea tells us in C307 that the great demon Serial guards the entrance to the underworld, and Tolman in C321 wonders if he'd wandered into the underworld. 364 Father. I can only think that the conflict over territory between monsters and humans is a charade. Most likely, God's voice intentionally drove the divine skill holders, the demon lord and the hero, into conflict so that they would destroy each other. Like me, the hero had God's voice. If it's the same person behind both of ours, then they're advising both humans and monsters. No matter how I think about it, they would have to be intentionally inducing the sacred skill holders to fight one another. However, now that I know there were the 6 great sages, there's a possibility that there's a different person behind my god's voice and the heroes. The human great sage and the monster great sage could be each manipulating those who inherit their powers in order to wage a war by proxy. That theory might be the most consistent with what I've been told. However, when I remember the hero's confusion in his last moments, I can't help but have doubts. It seemed he was cut off from God's voice. Right after that, his human realm skill passed over to me. To me, that whole situation looks like we were 2 pawns made to clash so that the survivor could be chosen. I can't even be certain what it is that God's voice is scheming or what my place in it is. It would be one thing if I was being sent out as a demon lord candidate from the start, but it's not like I had a sacred skill at the beginning. The candidate to be my father, Dragon King Eldia, also has God's voice, so are they simply laying claim to all monsters that look like they might be strong? There's too little information, so there's not much use in thinking about it here. If the hero had only been someone who could be reasoned with, we could have exchanged information. I returned my focus to the world around me to see my partner staring up at me from point-blank range.
Startled her closeness, ihrer backwards.
Oops. Sorry, I got lost and thought a bit.
Ga.
What are you worrying about?
That is.
It seems I let myself get absorbed in stuff that wasn't relevant and forgot where I was. If I get carried away thinking about other matters right now, it might be Eldia in a bad mood. Plus, if my thoughts get picked up with telepathy, things could get complicated. I'll think about all this again once I've calmed down. I'll also need to decide what to do from here, so that when the critical moment comes, I don't act half-heartedly.
What are you pondering over?
Conversing with your fellow is fine. However, if you have something to ask, then you may do so. With a thump, Eldia stamps his feet down.
Something I want to ask.
There is something, yeah?
Oh? That is.
I was wondering if, outside of this island, you might have a son? As I ask, Eldia's eyes open wide. My sons? Regrettably, all 7 were killed by the sword of hero Maya 500 years ago. The sound of Eldia grinding his teeth together rings out as he emanates bloodlust. It was a sensitive topic. I guess it was a sore spot. Did Maya-san set out to subjugate the Dragon King along with his 7 children? From the name, were they a woman? She sounds like she must have been quite the active person. For that matter, does this mean I'm totally unrelated to him? Well, if what he has said is true, then since he's been staying on this island ever since he received his divine revelation, it's a bit hard to imagine how he could have a connection to my hatching in a completely unrelated forest. In the end, it's only a matter of a similarly named title skill. Recently, I copulated with an island-wandering flying dragon that passed by, although I do not know if a child was produced.
What of it?
An island-wandering flying dragon? That kind of dragon does not stay in one place. They are fickle and uninhibited. She unexpectedly appeared one day and unexpectedly disappeared another. The day after she said she would leave this island, there was already no sign of her. As I have sworn to hide and wait on this island for the arrival of the next demon lord, she was not one I could ever be compatible with. In the first place, such a low-rank dragon is of little consequence. Eldia says with a slight note of annoyance. He might be feeling a bit lonely. Suddenly the image of him searching the entire island for the flying dragon crosses my mind. I quickly look away from him. As I thought, this dragon, Dragon King Eldia, is my father. But that's not something I should say. Should the demon lord reappear, Eldia will serve them. He's someone I could imagine becoming my enemy. He's not someone I should get involved too deeply with. In truth, it might be best to try and kill him now while his guard's down. However, I'm not able to do such a thing. There's a chance the day that we become hostile never arrives and he will remain on this island indefinitely. I focus strongly on my desire to return home so that Eldia picks it up. I then look at Arrow and the others to tell them that we're leaving. Arrow looks at me bewildered, while next to her, the nightmare dashes towards the stairs. Eldia is taken aback. Trent-san, who was cautiously keeping position near the stairs, deftly climbs up with its roots.
Oh?
Are you leaving already? There is much more that I know. Besides, I still have not heard anything about you? Still crouched down in the depths of the ruins, Eldia stretches out his head. Sorry, but I'm still exhausted from the battle against the 3 guards of this place. I'm going to head back to our nesting hole and rest for a little bit. HRMM. That's right, I suppose you wouldn't have a name. One day you will serve the next demon lord with me, so being nameless would be a poor fit. I shall grant you a fitting name.
How of it?
Sorry, but I already have a name.
Oh.
If you had one, then why did you not give it? Eldia retracts his head. With a glance back and a slight bow, I leave the ruins. 365 on White Wings. 2 days have passed since I parted with Dragon King Eldia. I am standing on the end of a branch near the nesting hole, looking out over the island. I look out over the many trees to the waterfall at the edge of the world and sigh deeply.
Why the gloomy face?
My partner suddenly stretches out and cuts into my field of view. As expected, I have a lot to think about. From here on, I'm probably going to get dragged into a bunch of troublesome things. I don't know what to do about Eldia. And there's also the problem of the Demon Lord and of God's voice. Even if you think about it, there's nothing you can do. It's fine to leave it to chance and just do whatever you want. No, but... Though I suppose you are right that there's too little information to make any decisions at the moment. I don't know what's going to happen now that I've already killed the hero who was meant to fight the Demon Lord. If I only knew about the history of the Demon Lord, I might be able to see some trends. Should I try leaving the vicinity of the dangerous person, or rather dangerous dragon, Eldia, and try and make some powerful allies in the world? I've occasionally caught glimpses of Eldia looking up from the base of the tree, but he doesn't seem to be taking any major actions. As a subordinate of the Demon Lord, he's keeping an eye on me as someone with a sacred skill is not a possibility. I'm sure he's just worried because he's lonely. Sorry, but I'm not so socially dexterous as to be able to get along with someone who I know I'll eventually fall out with. Speaking of troubles, there's the matter of Arrow and the others. I look behind. The nightmare is biting at a two-toned red and white giant bee, a death needle, rank C+, that got caught in its web. Trent San is launching clay spheres at the death needle from below to weaken it while Arrow sits on the branch watching over them relaxedly. They've become quite strong. Although I expect enemies far stronger than the atoms will show up in the future. Hey partner, something's coming. My partner, who was looking out over the sea, suddenly sends a thought to me. I follow her line of sight. In the distance, something is flying. With its entire body a bluish green, it's a giant bird monster that looks almost like a copper statue. Uncharacteristic of a bird, it has 4 widespread wings that leave a striking impression. It has a calm human face, and its long hair flutters in the wind. Only its eyes are red as they stare fixedly ahead. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be headed this way. Rather than not having noticed us, it seems to not care. Neptune, a rank monster. Once A's siren has piled up several tens of thousands of human bones, she takes on the name of King of the Sea. She boasts of overwhelming defensive and flight ability. In addition, she uses large-scale skills that make use of the ocean. Everything above the ocean is her domain. People in countries bordering the ocean or on small islands fear her as the guardian deity of the sea. This is dangerous. There really are ranks out there aside from Eldia and the atoms. On this island, C+ are small fry, B ranks form the medium levels, and A ranks are the leading figures. I'm truly glad that in the forest I hatched in, C ranks were the strongest. In terms of rank, it's the same as the 2 atoms that I managed to take down together, but its ability to utilize the ocean worries me. Let's not get involved carelessly. For that matter, if they can evolve into such a monster, it might be best if I try and wipe out all the sirens on this island. That also looks tasty, but it's not what I meant. Further off in the distance. What about it looks tasty? It looks like it's made of metal. Even boiled or roasted, I doubt it could be eaten. I squint and follow her line of sight. Far away, in the distance, something small is shining with white light. I'm amazed she was able to spot it. Squinting, I'm able to just barely make out the shape of a dragon. See, could it possibly be a wandering dragon? Mother San? No, there's no way that could be possible. But it certainly seems to be a dragon on its way to visit this island. I get the feeling it spotted me, so I stay in place and stare back. As it gets closer, it becomes clear that there's something on the white dragon's back. They're humans. There are 2 humans riding it. One of them has a sword and the other a staff. Both are women. A shock runs down my back. And no way, are they here to subjugate me? So that as little of the fallout for the Tolman incident would fall on the Lithivars as possible, I intentionally made sure I was seen as I flew here. The damage I'm responsible includes wiping out the reconnaissance team that was associated with the hero, invading the country of Harini, killing the hero who was meant to be their countermeasure against the demon lord, and also getting close to one of the kingdom's towns. In addition, there's the demand for sacrifices from the Lithivars and the killing of the noble, Tolman, and his private army. There is plenty of reason for the humans to chase me, provided they have a way of defeating me. I didn't think they would come all the way to this distant island. But if they can fly on a dragon, it's a different matter. The fact that they didn't come with more people is probably thanks to the ocean. If they have hope to defeat me, then that dragon is probably B+ or A rank. If the two humans are hero or Azalea class, then they could pose quite the threat. People of the same class as the hero must receive some sort of special treatment among the humans. If I can borrow Eldia's power, I'm sure we could repel them easily. There's no doubt Eldia would readily agree to help. But he would surely kill the humans. Should I humanize to show a lack of hostility? No, if they attack without a chance to talk, it'd just create a huge opening. But if I try and incapacitate them and then persuade them, there's a chance Eldia will hear the commotion and come to interrupt. The white dragon shortly enters the sky above the island. 366 Visit from the Saint. The white dragon flies closer. To start with, I'll try using status inspection on the dragon. It meets my eyes and snorts. Holy Dragon of the Salvation Country. Species, Seraphim. Condition, Spirit. LV, 82/125 locked. HP, 1101/1101. Mepe, o 1279 o 1279. Attack, 922. Defense, 556. Magic, 1121. Speed, 826. Rank, A. Characteristic skills. Dragon Scales, LV6 Grisha Language, LV9 Flight, LV8 Light Attribute, LV- Holy Dragon, LV- Automatic HP Recovery, LV4 Automatic MP Recovery, LV5 Resistance Skills. Physical Resistance, LV5 Magic Resistance, LV8 Paralysis Resistance, LV4 Illusion Resistance, LV6 Instant Death Resistance, LV8 Curse Resistance, LV8 Confusion Resistance, LV6 Dark Attribute Resistance, LV8 Normal Skills. Great Fong, LV5 Light Claw Flash, LV5 Shield of Light, LV7 High Rest, LV7 High Cure, LV7 Holy, LV7 Breath of Slumber, LV7 Humanization Technique, LV7 Telepathy, LV5 Total Concentration, LV8 Lightning Rain, LV8 Title Skills. Champion, LV Max Angel, LV- Great Light that Cleanses the Darkness, LV- Symbol of the Holy Country, LV- Subordinate Soul Dragon, LV- Final Evolution, LV- A rank? Not A. Though perhaps because their level is low compared to Eldia, their stats aren't very high. They're a fair bit stronger than an Atom, and their skills are also substantial. But thanks to the difference in our toughness, my information advantage, they're within the limits of what I can manage in a one-on-one fight. I'm curious about the spirit status condition though. Next I shift my eyes to the two humans atop the white dragon, the Seraphim. One of the women has pigmentless white hair and kind jade green eyes. Next to her is a short-haired woman, wearing armor that glitters in the light. She might be around her late 20s. Her armor is white, and her slanted eyes are thinned slightly, giving an impression of tension. She glares at me warily. The swordswoman seems to be the one that seems to bear more hostility for me. But my instincts are telling me that the white-haired one is more dangerous. To be able to look at me with such little tension is creepy. It would be much more normal if she had braced herself at least as much as the other woman. I look at the white-haired woman. She looks back at me and gives a small nod of satisfaction. Lilixra Liarm. Species Earth Huma. Condition Normal. LV 100 Max. HP 887/887. Mepe 1154 to 1154. Attack 673 plus 76. Defense 476 plus 98. Magic 1112 plus 110. Speed 679. Equipment. Hand, Holy Country's Staff of Authority, A-. Body, Holy Country's Vestments, A-. Divine Skills. Hungry Ghost Realm Frowny Face 1 LV-. Characteristic Skills. God's voice, LV max light attribute, LV dash Grisha language, LV7 mage talent, LV max presence perception, LV7 soft steps, LV7 title skills. Physical resistance, LV7 magic resistance, LV7 dark attribute resistance, LV7 illusion resistance, LV7 poison resistance, LV7 curse resistance, LV max petrification resistance, LV7 instant death resistance, LV max paralysis resistance, LV7 normal skills. Status inspection, LV max high rest, LV max high cure, LV max holy sphere, LV max holy spear, LV max telepathy, LV9 spirit servant, LV max afloat, LV7 high quick, LV7 high power, LV7 mirror counter, LV7 gravity, LV6 gravidon, LV6 gravilion, LV6 confusion, LV6 a mirage, LV6 a fire sphere, LV6 a charm, LV6 a slow, L6 dimension, LV4 title skills. Chosen 1, LV-champion, LV7 saint, LV8 white mage, LV max black mage, LV8 staff combat, LV8 tiny hero, LV max spirit relief, LV max cunning, LV max path of evil, LV max liar, LV max mean king, LV max calamity, LV max Laplace interference authority, LV3 one who is trusted by the holy dragon, LV- one who is obeyed by the magic beast king, LV- WH what is this? Following on the hero, she's the second holder of a divine skill that I've seen. That much I can understand, but her status is all too bizarre. Her stats are clearly much higher than the hero's. For that matter, she could have completely shut him down without even using any skills. I thought that dragon was their greatest fighting force, but it seems it's just there as transport. It seems she just took all the skills she could get her hands on and tried to raise their level as much as she could. She also has God's voice and the skill level is maxed out. If we clash, I don't have any information advantage. She's dangerous. The way this is going. The last person? That swordswoman. Probably isn't an ordinary person. Alphas 8 light. Species Earth Huma. Condition normal. LV 58/75. HP 352/352. MEP 217/217. I'm glad Alpha San is an ordinary person. No, she's one of the strongest humans I've seen so far, but I'm relieved she's not monstrously strong like Lelixira. Accompanying the two approximately A ranks is someone who is approximately B rank. But still, someone who has a status inspection? Perhaps I should have been more cautious. When our eyes met earlier, she was probably checking my status. While I've been focused on the white dragon and the two people on its back, Arrow came up to right next to me. The Treant and Nightmare followed her. From my reaction, they must have realized that they're no small matter. Arrow notices me looking at her and looks up anxiously. I haven't got any basis, so I can't thoughtlessly reassure her that it'll be okay. Do we run? No, that white dragon is faster than me. In order to get away, I'd first have to deal that dragon a serious injury. Also, looking at Lelixira, I don't get the impression that it'll immediately come to a fight. Though I could be being optimistic. I don't know if they've come here to talk with me or to subjugate me. But making contact is necessary, whether it's to talk or to deal enough damage to escape. I wait in place. Before long, the white dragon arrives at the giant tree and lands on a branch a short distance away. Then it raises its face to the sky and roars. In unison with it, Lelixira raises her staff. Holy dragon, please rest a while. The white dragon releases a burst of light, and its outline blurs as it vanishes as though dissolving into the air. The remaining motes of light sink into Lelixira's body. The spirit status condition might be related to that. I imagine monsters with the spirit condition can be summoned whenever and however you want. Lelixira and Alphys stand on the branch. I brace myself to respond to whatever they do.
Irushia-sama.
Is your name, I believe? I must admit I was taken aback at first, although I now see the name suits you well. At the very least, it suits you more than that mysterious person in the desert land. I heard rumors of you quite a while ago. Ever since, I have wanted to meet you. The saint says, a soft smile contrasting her harsh words. 1. The Hungry Ghost Realm, one of the 6 realms of rebirth in some sects of Buddhism, where ghosts of people who have sinned are tormented by their obsession. Wikipedia link. 367 Lelixira. Saint Lelixira nimbly hops between branches as she strolls towards me. As expected of one with a status far above ordinary people, her jumps are made with light movements, heedless of danger. I reflexively lower my back and take on a cautious stance.
Growl.
My partner growls in warning. Matching her, Arrow and the Nightmare step forwards. Trent Sand tensely stands up straight behind me, trying to blend into the scenery. Isn't that wrong way round though? The armored woman who seems to be Lelixira's attendant, Alphys, hurriedly rushes in front of her to cut her off.
Saint Sama.
Please refrain from approaching unprepared.
It's okay, Alphys, please don't be so tense.
Conflict seems unlikely. Lelixira pouts as she objects to Alphys's obstruction. She sticks her head out and opens her eyes wide to look me in my eyes. I feel like I see a red gleam hidden in her green pupils. It seems the chance that this becomes a battle is less than 1%. But even so, in extreme cases, the power of prophecy can be wrong, right? Prophecy? I don't think she had a skill like that when I looked earlier. No wait, she said something about a percentage. Ages ago, when I fought the little rock dragon near the village, God's voice said this and that about probabilities. Even though I haven't trusted God's voice much ever since I evolved into a plague dragon, if I hadn't had God's voice's advice back then, who knows how bad Miria's village would have turned out. However, I also suspect that God's voice is the one who instigated the slime to go after the village in the first place. As a result, I haven't tried holding a conversation with God's voice ever since then, and also haven't asked anything to do with probabilities. In his last moments, the hero also seemed to be acting rashly as a result of God's voice's whispering. At the moment it seems Lelixira is trusting God's voice and so holds little sense of danger towards me. And besides, it would be rude to be so wary after coming all the way here, Alphys. We're in the position of making a plea despite knowing well the barriers, so we must allow for some risk or it would all be meaningless. It would be inconvenient if your careless words made a mess of things. My life is cheap compared to the Fate world, is that not so? But it does not look to me like meekly sitting at a negotiation table is its nature. Alphys responds to Lelixira's words, then expressionlessly bows to her and turns to face me. The hostility of her gaze still remains. Arrow glares back at her. An undead, how repulsive.
Alphys.
Lelixira rebukes her again. The saint, huh? Her behavior and speech indeed make it seem she lacks any hostility. However, her title skills worry me. But then I'm not one to talk about title skills. She might have some strange circumstances or reasons. Alongside Alphys, Lelixira crosses over to the same branch that I'm on and moves right in front of me. Arrow and the Nightmare's tension heightens. The Oracle's level is quite low, I see. Where should I start from then, I wonder?
The Oracle is probably God's voice.
Lelixira's God's voice is max level. In contrast, mine is only level 5. It might not be necessary, but I'll start with my self-introduction. I am Lelixira. The title of saint came in being as the symbol of the holy country, and eventually the position shifted into one who guides the world towards peace. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. This is Alphys, a swordswoman of the holy knights who formed the greatest war potential of the holy country of Lyarm. Lelixira says, bowing her head as she speaks.
Drawn in, I bow too.
Be pleased to meet you. However, I have no title worthy of saying, nor do I have such a great social standing. I think strongly in reply. Lelixira raises a hand to her mouth and giggles. I am relieved that you are how I imagined. I wouldn't know what to do if we came all the way out here only for it to become a fight. My partner glares at her suspiciously. Lelixira glances back at her, but soon looks back at me. I have also met with that hero. In order to find out what occurred in Harini, I traveled to the scene and spoke with those who were present. As a result, I came to hope that you might be one who would support humanity. That is the reason I have come to this island. By hero, she must be referring to the blonde bastard in Harini. It sounds her evaluation of him was also as low as could go. I guess that would be the case. Having set her eyes on me as a result, she's come to ask me for aid. Is what this is about? It might be true that she didn't come here with hostility then. I would like to ask Irashia-sama to subjugate the demon lord of the present era, who has taken the place of the princess of the kingdom of Ardisia and is haunting the royal family. The demon lord is haunting the Ardesian royal family? I suspected she was going to ask me to help with something to do with the war between humans and monsters. However, I'm shocked to hear that the demon lord is taking over the kingdom of Ardisia. Nina and the ball rabbit should be in that country. Are all of top of that country turning into monsters? Guh. I groan unconsciously. Lelixira continues to stare at me. It seems you have an important person in Ardesia. It was read? I suppose that was inevitable. The telepathy skill reads and transmits thoughts. Even if I don't intend to say it, anything I think about too hard, she can pick up on. In addition, her telepathy is quite high at level 9. If I get emotional about anything, it shows on my surface thoughts. While I'm in front of someone with telepathy, I need to avoid careless thoughts. Recently, the members of the Ardesian royal family have died from disease one after the other. As a result, the right to the throne passed down to a young princess. However, that princess seems to be making strange movements. It appears that she is inviting talented swordsmen and mages to the castle frequently. But the majority go missing. Could it be? They're being turned into experience? I have been watching the situation closely. I suspect that the royal family was killed by a curse and that the princess was replaced amid the turmoil. However, I have no definitive proof. Moreover, if I act rashly, it could lead to a war that diminishes humanity's strength. War would break out between the holy country of Lyarm and the kingdom of Ardesia. I ask that you confirm whether or not the demon lord has replaced the princess, and if so, assassinate the demon lord. I'm hesitant at whether or not to believe her. Certainly, if a representative of a country such as Lelixira butts her head into the royal family of another country, it could cause problems. I can see why it would be best to leave it to an outside monster such as me. I'm worried that it might all be a ruse, but if she wanted to trick me there would be little reason for her to take such a roundabout way. Even she came at me here, I'd probably lose. If she wanted to kill me, that way would be much easier and more certain. Can I be trusted? That is a problem that will hopefully be solved as we talk more. It seems that there is much that you do not know much about your own standing and about Holy God Sama, however. If you wish, I could explain for you. I shall also reveal my hand. There's no meaning in hiding it from you. It would be bad if it caused a misunderstanding after all. Your hand? Your skills? I was curious about that spirit skill. If you can freely manipulate monsters, then surely there's no need to rely on me? Looking at your title skills, it looks like you also have another monster with you already? Furthermore, I have rewards prepared for you, of course. There is still little that I know about you, however. From what I've learned from telepathy, your personality seems to be close to what I predicted, so I wonder if you might be pleased with the rewards. A reward? 368, Bound Spiritual Beast. To start with, I shall reveal my trump card. The skill that I rely on more than any other is Spirit Servant, magic that I learnt when my saint title skill reached level 5. Please take a look at it. It seems that like Hero, a saint also grants skills as it levels up. Following along, I ask God's voice about Spirit Servant. Soon the familiar message window appears, floating in my mind. Normal skill Spirit Servant binds the soul of a contracted monster and allows them to be put to work in a spirit form. Next I focus my consciousness on Spirit. Status condition Spirit. A state of being a manifested soul. Experience points can no longer be earned. Manifested soul. So that holy dragon Seraphim San that she rode in on was a bound spiritual beast. To be able to produce an A-rank monster whenever she wants must be useful. If there are no restrictions, then it's quite the atrocious skill. The Seraphim's soul was sealed in a statue of the holy dragon in my holy country. According to a stone slab, she was preserved in a previous age for when the saint would reappear and would become able to use Spirit Servant. So then in accordance with that slab, she took the holy dragon's soul out of the statue. If she can bring out the Seraphim whenever she wants, her actual power is equivalent to 2A ranks, which is ridiculous. No, that's not all, she had one other title skill that caught my attention. Right next to one who is trusted by the holy dragon, is one who is obeyed by the magic beast king. By any chance, is that also? You seem to understand the gist of it. That's right, the Seraphim is not all I can use with a Spirit Servant. Once Spirit Servant reached the maximum level, I became able to use 2 spiritual beasts at once. Earlier, with the help of the Holy Knights, I was able to bind the soul of the fiendish monster, the magic beast king Beelzebub. However, using it is difficult for me, and ideally would prefer to avoid using it as much as I possible. By herself, Lelixira is equivalent to 3A ranks. No, if what she's saying is true, then that monster took the combined effort of herself, the Seraphim, and the Holy Knights to defeat. There's a chance the Magic Beast King could be stronger than Lelixira herself. In my mind floats the image of 3 Eldias lined up side by side. I really can't make her my enemy. I'd thought she came to negotiate on equal terms, but in truth the difference in our power is so vast that I'm hardly a threat. If Ardisia really is in that much of a predicament, then I would be willing to risk my life to help. I left Nina and the ball rabbit there. Also, from what Adolphus said, it seems that it's a fairly influential country. If the King of Monsters is occupying it and using it to build up strength, then it's easy to imagine that this world could get thrown into a massive conflict. Plus, the stronger Lelixira is, the more reassuring she would be as an ally. Of course, that's dependent on whether she can be trusted. Because she's maxed out God's voice as well as various bad title skills, she's not someone I can trust unconditionally. There's also the matter of Arrow and the others. Do I leave them behind or take them with me? There's no doubt that there'll be a lot of danger, so I'd like to go by myself, but I doubt Arrow and the Nightmare will accept that. The fact that Lelixira revealed her strength up front makes it easier for me to trust her. Although if I read into it too much, I could see it as her threatening me so that I can't refuse. But the presence of her 2 spirits really is far too precious a card. Unless she really wanted to cooperate with me, they would be much more useful as hidden trump cards. By the way, Saint San. Could you not use that Beelzebub to attack the Demon Lord? I ask, and Lelixira looks down, slowly shaking her head. The Seraphim is of course famous. But my subjugation of the Magic Beast King Beelzebub is also well known. If I deployed, the fact that I was the cause would soon be well known. If anything, I could collect the soul of another monster and use that, but the Demon Lord is, at a minimum, a high B rank. The Demon Lord should also have preparations against being attacked. A clumsy probing attack would only alert them. High B rank. That much would be fine, but I expect they're stronger. I guess this was what she wanted to tell me. So that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings, she wanted to reveal her hand from the start. She has many pieces, but none that she can use in the current circumstances. Now then, let's leave the topic of myself here for now. Next. Please wait a second. Before that, I would like to hear your perception of God's voice. Sorry, but your answer to that is what I'm most interested in. She hesitates briefly. With how fluently she's spoken all this time, it's an unexpected reaction. After a moment of thought, she breathes deeply. In my holy country of Lyarm, it is taught that, of the 6 great sages, 4 split into 2 sides, which give counsel to humans and monsters. Those who have inherited the power of the great sages are myself, the saint, and also the hero, the Magic Beast King, and the Demon Lord. In my holy country, the holy god Sama is defined as the will of the great sage whose power resides in me. It generally agrees with what Eldia said. The current Magic Beast King must be Beelzebub. But it can't be true. It can't be more than an old legend that's been passed down. Lelixira is someone who has come into contact with the hero and the Magic Beast King. There's no way she couldn't have picked up on the sense of wrongness that comes with God's voice. That must be why she's speaking as though it's another person's matter. However, that is incorrect. From my standing, I can't say anything to publicly deny the scriptures, but regardless of what the myths say, Holy God Sama is a single person. There is much that I do not understand. The only thing that do know is that Holy God Sama has entrusted the future of the era to us to some degree.
What do you mean?
No matter what you say all of a sudden, I don't understand the start of it. As I thought, Irushia-sama, you haven't heard anything from Holy God Sama. I was worried you had been targeted, but it seems that your taking in of human realm was a coincidence. No, it would be better described as a result of your nature. Lelixira says with a hint of amazement. In the underground sanctuary of my country, the most important secrets of Holy God Sama are kept. Once the matter of the fake Ardesian princess is over, I shall invite you to visit. You have a right to know. From the start, I plan to invite you there as part of your reward. You should find the answers to many of your questions in that place. It sounds like there's some sort of secret about God's voice is hidden there. Though saying that, it's not like I'd take what's written there at face value. And as for your second reward, I plan to use my name to secure your place in the world. If you can safely subjugate the Demon Lord, I will grant my public acceptance for the attack on the royal palace and laud you as a champion of the world. I can use my influence so that the facts do not become twisted. From what I've heard of you so far, I can tell. As a result of your huge body and fearsome power, I'm sure you've been exposed to many misunderstandings. My shoulders tremble in surprise. Lelixira closely follows my gestures with her eyes. 369. Agreement. In a way, Lelixila's reward for me is similar to my ideal life as a monster living in this world. With the saints' help, I may be able to resolve the misunderstanding in Milia's village and even reunite with Milia, and I could also go look for the monkeys and black lizard. And after we save Ardizia, I could meet up with Nina and Ball Rabbit there too, and maybe we could also clear the charges put on the Lithuver tribe and I could go back to being their dragon god again. I don't know how much influence the saint's name has, and there's a chance we could encounter problems along the way. I also don't know how long it'll take for all the misunderstandings to be cleared. But I can see a light at the end of the tunnel now. Grmu. I growl softly. I want to meet them. I want to fly to where they are right now and see if they're doing well. And for my third reward. If you so wish it, I can use my magic to turn you into a human. But this is something I cannot guarantee as of now. A human? In our holy land, there is a tale of an evil monster being turned into a human with a good heart by the power of the saint. So, I was thinking that if I level up my saint skill high enough, I might be able to learn magic that can do exactly that. To become human or not? The old me would have agreed right away. But now, I'm not sure anymore. If I do decide to turn into a human, what will happen to partner? I don't want to know. While I stayed silent, Lelixila resumed speaking. I've said a lot now. But what I'm basically offering is for your achievements to be recognized and justified by the people. And besides, it would also prove inconvenient for you if the Demon King were to keep on accumulating power. I turn and look at Partner to ask her for her opinion. Partner was still eyeing on Lelixila suspiciously but looked back at me after she noticed me looking at her. What do you think, Partner? Since we're going to face the Demon King eventually, do you think we should strike now while a powerful ally is offering help? I keep telling ya, you're the main body, so you decide. But I don't plan to get along with humans. Especially her, she susd. Yeah, I thought so. In terms of information and fighting strength, we're way behind Lelixila. If I lose myself over her sweet offers, I could get misled by her lies and plots. One last thing. Lelixila. Where and how did you get that disaster title? Depending on your answer, I may disregard everything you said. I assumed you already knew about that. This is something that is needed to obtain the sacred skill. It is not that difficult to acquire so long as one knows the key requirements and conditions needed to obtain it. Does that mean that titles are related to sacred skills somehow? I remember the blonde hero's titles looking all messed up after he lost his sacred skill. Without a specific title skill, the transfer of sacred skills will not be possible. It was set up that way since the old era to ensure that the power to rule humans will always be transferred to the monsters and the power to rule monsters will always be transferred to the humans, as told to me by the Holy God. But if that's true, then God's voice, or as we say, the Holy God, is capable of moving through a hole in the system. I always imagined that he was someone who lies outside the system of status and skills. But he's more bound to the laws of this world than I thought. Maybe the Holy God isn't related to the mythology at all and is actually just someone from my previous world who got reincarnated here as a monster, gained immortality, and is now a mere shadow of his former self. While yes, I can make use of the Demon Beast King's power at any time. But since I do not have any other spirit servant to handle this task, I intended to save Beelzebub for later. To put it bluntly, if you fail the mission and let the relation between the two countries collapse, putting the Holy Country at risk, then I will step in. This is only if matters get worse, because I plan to summon Beelzebub when the worst happens. Is that really safe though? Didn't you say it was difficult to control? And, even though it became a spirit, it still has its sacred skill, doesn't it? If Beelzebub takes in the Demon King's sacred skill, there's a high chance it could completely break out of your control. That is why it is only a last resort. Even the Holy God does not know what would happen. Perhaps your guess is correct and it will break free from its restraints the next time I summon it. It's like performing a coin toss every time I try to summon it and hoping it won't break free. But it's still better than doing nothing. I glance back at Aloe, Nightmare, and Trant. So, how about you guys? I'm thinking of going to Ardizia after all. Asking Aloe. She's hatefully glaring at Alphys for calling her a filthy undead, but still nods at me to give her answer. Well, that was an expected answer from Aloe. Asking Nightmare. She doesn't look at me but at Partner, and after a short moment of silence, Nightmare openly declares her participation for the big battle with a simple nod. Asking Trant. Trant sorta took a step back from all this, but after he saw Aloe and Nightmare's response, he takes a big step up front. Why, you don't have to force yourself, you know. If this island is too much for you, you can find a safer forest. Or better yet, you can have Lilixila take you to one if you want to. Then, turning my gaze next to Trant, it took me a while to notice Giver right beside him.
Cool one.
Giver attempts to impress me by jumping high in the air and displaying an impressive somersault dive. Looks like Giver is eager to come with us too, I see. Anyway, Aloe, you're up.
Gale. Cool on.
A powerful gust of wind is released from the palm of Aloe's hand. The devastating force of the twister shaves off the surface of the branch. Giver gets blown away by the wind and falls down the great tree squealing. Sorry, Giver, but no horny dragons allowed.
I take it you've accepted my offer then?
I nod in response to Lilixila's question.
Wonderful. Now,
Lilixila's firm expression suddenly turns to worry.
Something is coming.
I'm late, but I also sense something too. I look down to the base of the great tree where the presence is coming from. A gigantic dragon with bluish-purple scales lies at the roots of the tree. Its sharp fangs are revealed to show aggression. My father, the Dragon King Eldia, scornfully glares at the sight of me and Lilixila together.
He sensed us?
No, presence sense shouldn't be strong enough to reach all the way up here from the underground ruins. There are also plenty other monsters around the great tree too. There is no way that he's able to detect the presence of humans without even knowing that they'd be coming here.
Did not tell me that he came to check on me again today?
Eldia lets out a ferocious roar that can be heard throughout the island. 370, Wrath of the Dragon King. Eldia flies at a near-vertical position straight towards us. His mouth is widely open, exposing his reddish-black gums and large fangs.
Why? Why are you chatting so idly with mere humans?
I check Eldia's status as he approaches us with tremendous speed. Eldia. Species Diabolos. Status Enraged Large. LV 130 max. HP 1697/1697. Mepe o 1366 vo 1366. No good, he's completely pissed off. I don't think he can be reasoned with in that state. In fact, I don't think there's any room for discussion at all.
What
are those numbers? Lilixila's face turned pale after seeing Eldia's status. Even the maxed level saint does not want to make enemy of someone with an attack stat of 1500.
Are you two acquainted?
Lilixila turns to me. I say nothing and look away. Even without looking, I can tell that Lilixila and the female swordsman, Alphys, are panicking at this unforeseen situation. If possible, I'd rather not fight with Eldia at all. But if he finds out about the revival of the Demon King, he'll unquestionably join their side. Might as well sever all ties I have with my old man now while I still can. I raise my upper torso and spread my wings. I gather magic power into my wings and flap it, firing a wind slash. The wind slash cuts through a large branch of the great tree just above Eldia and falls straight at him. Eldia makes a simple turn and avoids the falling branch. He then stops from ascending and hovers in the air, staring at me.
Will hit him with the next one.
After all, we've got me, Aloe's team of 3, the saint and her confidant, as well as her holy dragon. It's 7 against 1. Plus, Lilixila, Seraphim, and I are each as strong as a rank A. Even if his level is 130, we still have the upper hand. You missed on purpose, didn't you? Partner gives me a dumbfounded look. It was a tactical warning. Yes, I'm still having a hard time in finding the resolve to go over with this fight, but a direct confrontation would have been bad for Aloe and the others. I'm sure Eldia doesn't want to fight here as much as I do. So, that is your answer. Two-headed dragon. Eldia resumes his advance, and this time at an even faster speed. Scratch that. He clearly wants me dead now. He doesn't seem to be the type that would prefer a peace talk despite being at a disadvantage.
Lilixila-sama.
Call the Holy Dragon. Spirit Servant.
Come to me, Holy Dragon Seraphim.
The Seraphim that disappeared earlier instantly reappears when the saint waves her staff. The divine white dragon looks down at Eldia. In response to Eldia steadily closing the distance, Seraphim spreads open its wings and remains airborne. A number of bright light shines behind Seraphim's wings and rains down at Eldia. The rain of light shaves off several branches of the great tree. That must be the lightning rain skill. A perfect move to use in this position. It'll be hard for anyone to avoid that. Plus, Seraphim is a rank A monster. Its attacks should be able to damage Eldia, even if a bit. Gruoye. Eldia makes another loud roar. Then, his body gets wrapped around in a clad of magical armor. He's using mana barrier. Even though he already has high resistance to magic, he's still adding protection. Eldia then powers through the barrage of light attacks. He's continuously hit on his back and snout, shaving off his scales and digging through his flesh. But he pushes on. The higher stat Eldia easily breaks past Seraphim's bombardment and swings his bulky purplish claw at it.
Cool.
Seraphim quickly responds by letting out a cry. A wall of light is then formed to protect Seraphim from Eldia's powerful claw swipe. Looks the light shield skill. Isn't the type to boost resistances or defense, but is an actual shield of light that can stop attacks. But Eldia's claw swipe was still too powerful and effortlessly breaks Seraphim's light shield. The highest attack stat I've ever seen is now about to hit Seraphim. The light shield shatters like a glass and Eldia's claw carves out a huge chunk of Seraphim's abdomen.
Kujue.
Seraphim cries out in pain. It then gets hurled to the bark of the great tree. Seraphim's abdomen has been deeply gouged out and the insides can be seen, but there's no bleeding. The flesh that was clawed out then glows a translucent light and disappears. It must have something to do with being in the spirit state. So, it really does materialize in a spiritual body. They appear to be immune to physical damage while in that state. A pitiful dragon tamed by humans. Weaklings should stay out of this. Everything happened so fast, I couldn't fully react in time. Holy dragon! Alfie's face turns pale. To think a monster like this exists. Lilixila is also confused of what to do since she still hasn't replenished her full strength yet after tirelessly looking for my whereabouts, and now she's under attack by a powerful monster. I may have underestimated Eldia too. He's tough, fast, and strong. The epitome of Nai perfection. His ridiculously high stats are making up for his very few skills. The claw attack he did on Seraphim wasn't a skill after all. In fact, he doesn't have any claw skills or any skills meant for brawling at all. Eldia could be stronger than the demon lord that's still gaining power in the royal city, I think. And here I was afraid of Lilixila for being a force of 3 rank A's as one, but even she's no match for someone like Eldia, it seems. Other than her magic stat, Eldia has higher stats than her. Then, Eldia hovers at an altitude over mine and swings his massive tail at me. I quickly jump to the next branch. Eldia's tail swing utterly destroys the branch I was standing on along with our nest. The recoil from the tail swing pushes Eldia back and he lands on a lower branch. What an overpowered dragon tail. I almost died. There goes our home now though. Attack me. I dare you, eh? Eldia spoke in a provoking tone. His intense glare pierced through me and partner and we were heavily intimidated. You won't attack? Very well, then why don't we have a proper talk, two-headed dragon?